This young man's name is Kang Cheon, he is a martial arts genius. But he was always controlled madly by his master. By chance, he finally escaped and stepped out into the underworld. But from the very first steps, he was caught up in the plots of the evil cult. Because he was an experienced person, the young man absolutely could not let himself be taken advantage of again. Instead, he will pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. Take advantage of them to complete his plan. From now on, he will not stop practicing fighting until strong enough to punch his master's mouth out. Light penetrated through the leaves, voices rang out, "Master, is there really such a thing as the ultimate martial art?" "No, only the strong are considered strong." The sunlight from above shone down in front like two large rocks, but surely in the martial arts world there are still martial arts that are considered the strongest, right? There is a giant handprint on the ground, which is just a ladder to reach the top. When one reaches there, one must throw them away himself. The quiet voice spoke, but before giving up, those steps were still needed. He heard that, his voice full of anger, "You rebellious son, you only know how to sharpen your sharp blade." The surroundings became desolate, the trees were lifeless, the sky was gloomy. However, what he said also made sense, so I will give him the answer he wanted. Looking back, there were only 3 significant steps. The sky was blue again in the forest with undulating mountains. The first rung is. A deer appeared looking in some direction. Then it ran away into the mountain. Behind that person also ran. He ran quickly forward. That person's hand hugged something tightly to his body. Eyes looking around the forest. His face was full of annoyance as he glanced at the people behind him. There were not just 1 or 2. Then glanced at the remaining person behind and thought, another one. Could it be that the entire martial arts world of Shandong has been mobilized? Li Song gritted his teeth, thinking to himself, this thing must be worth a lot. His face was full of anger, otherwise how could a third-rate scoundrel like me get so much attention? The scene changes to the Mong Long sect, a pitiful sect with a ridiculous name. They entered and started to knock down the stalls of the villagers. Seeing this, they could only avoid it and could do nothing. These parasites specialize in extorting money from merchants under the name of protection. At that time in the room there was a guy sitting there. On the right and left there was a woman. He was enjoying himself. Who would have thought a Western guy visiting the brothel would give me a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? He looked at the woman beside him and whispered, "Now I hold in my hand something that can turn the world upside down." She softly asked, "What do you have?" Nearby, Li Song glanced at the people, eyes full of jealousy. Waiting for him to fall asleep, the woman approached and whispered to Li Song. After hearing that, his face stiffened in surprise. In his hand he was holding a knife. Drops of blood were falling to the ground. He looked pensively at the person in front of him, who was in pain and had blood on his body. After dealing with him, he went to get something inside the box. Li Song's face was full of satisfaction as he looked inside. The box seemed to be emitting light. Back to the present, he rushed into the mountain, still holding that thing tightly in his hand, running quickly forward. The name no one knew, the reason for the existence of the Dream Dragon sect. He shouted excitedly, now he will be reborn as the martial arts master. Li Song looked at the people behind. Behind them were also running after him. Screaming to stop, Li Song running away is useless. He gritted his teeth and glared at you. He gasped and looked up, watching the shadow of a person passing by. Li Song's expression stiffened. You will be the perfect bait to distract them. Kang Cheon looked down below. Sad eyes. Then close your eyes. To attain enlightenment on the Buddhist path, one must constantly practice the harmony between internal and external energy. Internally, they are practicing together the secret of Shaolin Zi Jin Jing, recalling the things that the master taught through understanding the external nature of external energy and reaching the pinnacle of internal energy, the Wudang Tai Chi Divine Gong. And finally the pinnacle of the powerful and sophisticated internal energy of the demonic sect. All those people were beaten far and wide. In short, these 3 are the strongest martial arts. Kang Cheon turned to ask, so master means these are the best steps? He told him, yes, but remember that in the end they are just steps. At that time, the demon appeared and injured many people. The demon god invaded the martial arts world and almost destroyed it 60 years ago. Just a step. Your footsteps move slowly. What about us? Kang Cheon was carrying his master. He turned back to look at us. He still slowly replied, yes, the martial art I am learning from master. He glanced calmly. Of course it was the strongest. Kang Cheon turned back to look, but just now. Around the clouds were drifting, on the river he was still carrying his master on his back, and he was leisurely fishing on the river. Why do you say that? He enjoyed and said, because I have tried it all. He could not help but turn back in surprise. What? He pointed at himself. I have tried it all myself. Kang Cheon's face was dejected and silent, thinking to himself, Master must have arrived. The green mountain scenery, the lush trees, how many years we have wasted. The answer was to leave this mountain. Hearing the call, he glanced back. Lee Song quickly called him, Hey, Kang. Cheon pointed at himself in confusion. The guy threw the bag at his chest. What is this? Lee Song just smiled, waved his hand and told him to keep it carefully. It's very important. He laughed evilly. Damn it, let him taste a little pain. The people behind suddenly panicked. Lee Song gave him something. You continue to chase after Lee Song, yes. They looked at Kang Cheon, who was still holding the bag in front of him. Holding the bag? How could the blood demon Jade hit the same person? No matter what, they had to catch him. He looked at the others lost in thought. They gradually approached him. What happened? The outer towel fell to the ground. Holding it in his hand he thought, it seems like they are hunting this thing. Remembering what Master said, I said I have tried it all. He closed his eyes helplessly. He still doubted his master's words. He thought pensively, but maybe we should try to see what we have learned all this time. They gradually surrounded him. Kang Cheon held the box in his hand. Now he had gone down the mountain. His expression changed to become serious. I have stepped into the Zhang-ho. In the mountain's white clouds drift, the ultimate elevation that my master mentioned. His face was solemn as he looked forward, wondering if any of them had mastered that martial art. None of them seemed particularly strong, but maybe they were deliberately hiding their talents. The people in front also had murderous gazes looking at him. According to the master, those who have reached the pinnacle often appear as if they know nothing about martial arts. One of them spoke up, You're in trouble, boy. After hearing that, he was suddenly surprised, not understanding what was going on. He continued, I am Jiang Samgun of the Yi-Tai sect in Shandong. Samgun touched his strawberry. It seemed like an innocent person had fallen into a scoundrel's plot. Just return the thing and continue on his way. His voice was serious. In return, I will guarantee your safety on behalf of the sect. Kang Cheon scratched his head and thought, the first sect, I've never heard of it. The voice behind them rang out again. They turned around. Who did they think they were? He came forward. This was no place for someone like him to interfere. One of the people from the Yi-Tai sect was stunned. This is Wang Dai of the Hei sect. The other person saw this and couldn't help but be stunned. Was the Black Intention sect also present? The first sect was astonished, even the barbarians of the Black Intention sect. Kang Cheon's eyes revealed a look of discomfort and contemplation. What is this? Sam Gun roared angrily. This incident was being closely monitored by many martial arts sects in Shandong as well as the 9 great sects and prestigious families of Hei sect, so they should not act rashly. Suddenly something flew through his head. Blood started flowing down his forehead. The subordinates saw this and were terrified and turned back to look. Then he fell down in front of everyone. The angry sect member, these bastards. Wang Dai saw that and was stunned and stammered, we didn't do anything. Hearing this, the subordinates became even more angry. Don't lie, you bastards, you don't even have the pride of a warrior. Then the thing rushed to another person. Then to the people behind. The mysterious person slowly walked out from inside. Be quiet. He laughed with delight. If you are a warrior, fight with strength instead of just talking. Seeing the person walking out, they all couldn't help but be shocked and shouted in unison, Ju Song, that devil. Wang Dai looked at him in astonishment. How? Why are you here? Ju Song shot him a bullet-shaped look. Disdainfully said, Bastard, like you dare talk to me. Wang Dai replied guiltily, yes. He pointed forward in a warning tone, I won't be long-winded anymore. The people in front immediately stopped, all of them here. Ju Song shouted angrily, go away. Wang Dai saw that and happily turned back, I'll take my leave today, see you next time. Ju Song's cold voice rang out, is there a need for a next time? We are all busy people. Hearing what he said, Wang asked in horror, what? The stones under Ju Song's feet were gradually raised up on the ground. He smiled sinisterly. The stones gradually flew up under his command. The stones flew in front of them. A stone stopped in front of Wang Di. He couldn't help but be scared. The other stones followed Ju Song's instructions and hit the remaining guys. Make them back away. Run away, looking back and screaming, retreating. He smiled softly, finally quiet. He turned back to look at Kong Cheon. Hey country bumpkin, if you don't want to end up like them, hand it over. Under his feet were pieces of debris. Holding a small vase in hand, this thing. Ju Song saw that and couldn't help but be surprised. He broke the spell so easily. Ju Song's eyes narrowed in thought. He held out his hand and smiled. You saved me the trouble, now give it to me. Suddenly he opened the lid and drank it all. Du Zong could not have expected this action, gritted his teeth and said, "You bastard." Kong Cheon drank it regardless. What was Ju Song thinking? He looked like a powerhouse. The smile on his face turned terrifying. There was no way he could have completely absorbed the blood demon essence. Just because one swallowed it didn't mean it belonged to one. After drinking, Kong Cheon looked at the bottle in his hand. What is this sweet taste? Wine, he said. One needs the appropriate internal energy to dissolve it. Ju Song stretched out his powerful hand. Just like my body, you are now just a vessel containing the essence of blood demon. He laughed loudly and angrily rushed towards him. I will chew and swallow every drop of your bone marrow. Kong Cheon calmly held the bottle in his mouth, a bit small. He hit his hand. Made him step back in disbelief. Ju Song looked at his hand and thought, could he block it? His hand also changed. My beautiful steel, one of the 32 ultimate techniques of the holy name's secret technique. Ju Song was full of anger, his eyes filled with hatred as he shouted, my beautiful sand never misses its prey. Even the arrogant guys from the Zhuge family could only barely get them, leaving scars all over their bodies. Kong Cheon didn't listen to what he said, calmly replying, hey, you're too noisy. He picked his ear, just saying that doesn't prove that a person is really strong. After that, he blew away the provocative actions and attacked me with all his might, so that I could test how strong I really was. Ju Song was shaking with anger, thinking to himself, could this guy be? Did he really absorb the blood demon essence? A powerful energy seemed to be radiating around Kong Cheon. Blood demon, something like a drop of blood. Then it gradually accumulated, a magical elixir created by collecting the essence blood of 100 experts. Martial arts world and melted it with the blood demon's internal energy method. It is said to have terrifying power, as terrifying and shameless as the way it was created. Kong Cheon's entire body seemed to be changing as soon as the person who successfully absorbed it, the person who attained the power of 3 full cycles and underwent rebirth, transformed into a naturally unlearned body. Before they all rushed into the mansion, when the evil cult continued to kidnap martial arts experts to make ingredients for this cursed elixir, the Righteous Alliance launched a surprise attack on the blood sect. Those guys seemed to have destroyed the people inside. The mansion inside was burned down by the flames. Only after a bloody battle and finally defeating them, the existence of the blood demon essence was known to the world. The drops of blood on the sword dripped down below, whether in the hands of the righteous or the evil, its existence alone is enough to make the world bloody. Kong Cheon and Ju Song were standing opposite each other looking at each other, and now, that blood demon essence had appeared in Shandong. Sunlight through the silent tree branches inside the mountain. Suddenly there was a loud noise. The birds that were hiding were startled and flew away in panic. Ju Song screamed, and vortexes appeared around him. He raised his hands to cover his ears in annoyance. It was too noisy. He looked at Kong Cheon with hatred and thought, how could this happen? Seeing this, Kong Cheon laughed excitedly, was making noise his forte. Now that he had stopped crying, why not try making some more? Ju Song gritted his teeth and looked at him. There must be something. There's no way my attack could be blocked like that. Kong Cheon just stood there calmly with his arms crossed. He stepped forward with a sinister smile, thinking to himself, isn't that guy full of openings, even though he swallowed the blood demon essence, if I go all out. Suddenly his body became motionless. Kong Cheon swung his punch at him. Laughing provocatively, you're taking too long, let me make the first move. Ju Song heard that, angry and speechless, looked at him resentfully. He thought, could it be that I will die like this? A powerful punch to his stomach. Ju Song's whole body changed, sweat appeared on his face. The sky above the mountain is cool and blue, white clouds float over the mountain top. He held the box tightly in his hand. The whole person motionless leaning against the tree trunk. 2 people came forward and told him that the person's fortune had led to his death. This was not something that someone like him could handle. Suddenly hearing a noise, the 2 of them turned to look into the forest. The subordinate spoke. Was that Ju Song's voice? He smiled and said, even the most brutal person can smell it. The man frowned, even though he was an incorrigible savage, but his skills were at least qualified to pursue this treasure. Jiggle Shik's close subordinate looked at Lee Song. We have secured the box, let's retreat now. He suddenly looked back. Even Jiggle Shik turned to look. Above was Ju Song's body flying over, on his stomach there was a big hole. They were all surprised. Ju Song flew past Jiggle Shik, looking at him in horror as he rushed towards a rock behind him. Ju Song fell down in pain. That was it. All of them present were surprised. Ju Song was defeated already. They couldn't believe their eyes and asked how could this be. Behind the big trees a person slowly walked out. Someone was coming. Kang Cheon looked calmly. Jiggle Shik's subordinate shouted, "Who are you?" He gently turned his wrist and replied, "And who are you to dare speak so rudely to me?" He continued speaking. Beside him was Jiggle Shik, who glanced at his subordinate, vaguely. The future head of the Jiggle family has arrived. Why don't you pay your respects quickly? Jiggle Shik raised his hand to stop him. Wait a minute. He turned back to look at Ju Song. Was he the one who made Ju Song like this? He muttered, Ju Song. Jiggle Shik pointed towards Ju Song, who was thrown against the rock over there. Kang Cheon smiled proudly. That guy, I dealt with him. I didn't expect him to die so easily. His subordinate couldn't help but panic. What? He pointed at Kang Cheon and growled, don't talk nonsense. Ju Song is one of the top 100 martial arts experts in the world today. You expect me to believe that he was defeated by a brat like you? He put his hand out, and calmly replied behind his head, what, is he that strong? Kang Cheon suddenly changed his attitude. If you don't believe me, I don't know what to do. You will just end up like him. The other guy frowned in frustration. What? He gritted his teeth and said, looks like I'll have to teach you some manners. Then turned back and ordered his subordinates to move forward. Those guys rushed in one after another, surrounding Kang Cheon. Jiggle Shik's eyes were full of surprise. He gently dodged the other guy's actions. One of them swung his fist at him, but he dodged it all. He looked at Kang Cheon angrily. What? Those guys are like dancing in front of Kang Cheon. Jiggle Shik thought to himself, his formation is full of openings. The rest of the guys rushed in. He was thinking, but he was dodging all the attacks. Then Jiggle Shik thought of something. His face was stunned. Was it because of the blood demon? Seeing the situation, the subordinate immediately wanted to rush in. You idiots, what are you doing? He quickly spoke up, wait. But Jiggle Shik's close subordinate has stepped forward. Everyone step back, I will deal with this guy. Kang Cheon's eyes also changed accordingly. Clench your fists. Gathering the power within his body, Kang Cheon glanced at the man in front of him. Another punch to the underling's stomach. Suddenly a hand stopped it. It was Jiggle Shik's hand that blocked his punch. Kang Cheon looked at him with an uncomfortable expression. He stood in front of his subordinate and looked at him with a wry smile. Calm down, our man was a bit rude, he heard and immediately replied, why are you just saying this now? Jiggle Shik smiled and said, fighting won't solve the problem here, let's drop it. His eyes turned cold. Jiggle Shik raised his hand to accuse, I am Jiggle Shik of the Jiggle family, may I ask what your name is? He replied to his question, I am Kang Cheon. As for your Sangaru's expression was calm, I don't have any sect, I thought to myself, I just escaped from a crazy master. Hearing the answer, his face became stiff. Jiggle Shik smiled loftily again, understood, we will retreat temporarily, if fate permits, hope to see you again. He told them to go, he didn't say anything. The close subordinate couldn't help but be stunned, but what about the box? We must get the blood demon back. Jiggle Shik's voice became angry, Lee Song, he lied to us, the blood demon he is holding is fake. He couldn't help but be surprised. What, why is it like this? On the other hand full of blisters, no, this is. He looked at his hand and explained, you saw it too, that person dodged dozens of attacks with just clumsy movements. He turned to ask Jiggle Shik, so did he absorb the blood demon? He stared at the hand of the one who killed Ju Song and made my hand like this all thanks to the power of the blood demon. That Knight wondering asked, so what should we do? Jiggle Shik just said no, must rely on the strength of the alliance. The sweat on his face increased more and more, falling into deep thought, as if the appearance of the blood demon was not enough, now someone had absorbed it. Jiggle Shik and his subordinates walked away, leaving Kang Cheon standing behind. He was still thinking that the demons that were silently waiting might start to return. sunlight through the big trees in the forest. Lee Song was still lying there motionless. His face became pensive, holding something in hand. Inside is also changing. He was trying to open that box. Meanwhile, Lee Song remained motionless, sitting at the base of the tree. Kang Cheon sweated more and more, gritting his teeth. His hands held him tightly as he opened the box, his face looking at it with a mischievous expression. Stomp your feet on the ground. The box has a crack. Then crumbled in his hands. He looked up and sighed. I thought my arm was about to break. I groped inside the box. What the hell did they put in here that made me go through so much trouble? His eyes suddenly stopped. Kang Cheon looked at the sword in his hand. Something red. Transferring to the palace, he has absorbed the blood demon essence. How is that possible? His face was full of astonishment. The blood demon essence could only dissolve the internal energy heart method of the demonic sect. This person was Jigul Kiem, the head of the Jigul family. Jigul Shik looked at his hand, annoyed and said, yes, we had to shed a lot of blood to know that. Jigul Kiem gently stroked his beard. But do you expect me to believe that a newcomer to the martial arts world can dissolve it? He took the bandage off his hand and said, Dad, look at this. The old man sat there in shock. What is this? His face was pale and gaunt, so this was the power of the blood demon essence. Jigul Shik touched his hand. Father, do you know that there are special constitutions that can absorb essence? He looked at that hand and spoke. That guy used to have such a constitution, until the person who left the wound on his hand appeared. His face was full of anger. Now it seemed like there were two of them. The old man stroked his white beard thoughtfully. If what he said was true, then that young man was in a very unfortunate situation. Jigul Shik told him that possessing a treasure was the greatest crime. Jigul Kiem put down the teacup. Have you found his whereabouts yet? Jigul Shik calmly spoke. Fortunately he is still in our sights. I have instructed to treat him well in Tanduong village. And we still haven't reported this to the alliance. Jigul Kiem frowned. Picking up the cup of tea, he took a sip, not needing to reveal that, he politely replied, yes. You guys are having an interesting conversation. Hearing Jigul Kiem's voice, still holding a cup of tea in his hand, he suddenly stopped and glanced over. The other person stepped inside. Jigul Shik was scared, his voice was trembling. Oh elder. The man put his hand on the arm of the chair, seeing that Jigul Kiem was worried. Did you hear that? He scratched his ear uncomfortably. How could I not hear when you guys were talking so passionately? He sat down with them. He smiled sinisterly. This person is none other than the powerful King Taeyong, the tyrant of Shandong, a top expert that even the Jigul clan cannot easily deal with. When the power of the evil sect became overwhelming, the martial arts world formed an alliance to fight against them, fists raised like an oath. The 9 great sects. Taeyong is not part of the 9 great sects, but is still considered second only to the 10 great masters of the contemporary martial arts world. The king of the business stepped inside, and they all complained one after another. This was the reason why, despite his great power, the Jigul family was still wary of his presence. Taeyong looked at Jigul Shik sternly, but we better keep our mouths shut, right? He was a bit surprised. What do you mean? He spoke up to explain. I mean, what I heard should be forgotten. Jigul Shik said thoughtfully, if that is what you mean, elder. Jigul Kiem sat there silently saying nothing. Taeyong stood up, bowed his head. Then I will take my leave. Jigul Shik stood up and returned the greeting. Yes. He walked out behind, his eyes still glued to the view. Taeyong frowned, silently remembering. Crude new son, right? The head of the Jigul family remained silent. Expressionless face. Suddenly he smiled evilly. Jigul Shik spoke up. He was hooked. His face was full of cruelty. Started going into the mountains. Taeyong hurriedly rushed forward in his mind, still thinking of a physique that could dissolve the blood demon essence. Flower, he laughed with delight, but what if he was not really proficient in martial arts? The more you think about the kingdom, the faster it comes, which means. He clenched his fists with determination. If I capture him, the blood demon essence will soon be mine. Taeyong quickly flew over. Those old men from the top 10, weren't they satisfied yet? Deeper and deeper into the mountain, it's time for them to make way for us. Fresh surrounding scenery. In Tanduong village, a cup of tea is being poured. The people behind took turns bringing him cups of tea. Kang Cheon brought it up to drink. Licking lips. He stared at the cup of tea, thinking, tea, I don't understand what's so good about drinking it, why not just drink water first? But why are they so good to me? His eyes glanced at them, there must be some hidden meaning. Kang Cheon stared at the dishes on the table. If they are going to do anything I will not sit still, he clenched his fist. Then slowly relax. Shake head, no, I just got rid of master, now should try to live peacefully. Suddenly a loud voice called out from outside the door, turn around, there he is. He strode inside, you are the one who swallowed the blood demon essence, right? And Kang Cheon started to provoke, blood demon essence huh, it seems like it. He frowned and smiled, it seemed like, look at this guy. Taeyoung hugs. He hugged him tightly and flew up into the air. He just calmly sighed. Taeyoung looked at him meaningfully, you are dead for sure. Suddenly something fell from the distant mountain, shaking the ground. The smoke revealed Taeyoung's figure. He thought resentfully, at this hour there's probably no one chasing me anymore. Behind Kang Cheon suddenly said something, just like that, forcing people to carry them away like luggage. Taeyoung looked back uncomfortably. His body is full of muscles, when did you come out? He turned back to face him, sorry, but you have to become my elixir. Kang Cheon looked surprised, elixir. Hearing this, Kang Cheon was full of frustration, wait what, are you going to eat me? He spoke up to explain, don't worry, when we get to the alliance, they will find a way for Kang Cheon to bleed the demon essence from your body without anyone harming you. If you cooperate, I promise to compensate you properly. His eyes glanced at Taeyoung, oh so you're saying that you'll drain my strength so I should stick to you like a medicine bag on my belt. Taeyoung crossed his arms and faced him, his reply was a bit rude, but at least he understood. He calmly replied, what if I refuse? Taeyoung's eyebrows furrowed, refuse. He smirked, when an elder showed kindness, one should gratefully accept it and get to eat cake too. Kang Cheon stared at him, would it be stupid to risk his life for a piece of cake? Hearing that, Taeyoung was so angry that his body trembled, you keep talking nonsense, it seems like you need a beating to learn how to behave. He rushed to him and shouted, you bastard. Gritted his teeth and swung his fist at him. His fist suddenly stopped, oh no, I can't control my strength. Thinking uneasily, I was too agitated by his provocation that I ended up using my fatal move. Looking at his strong arms, what's the point of bringing a corpse back for Kang Cheon to bleed out the demon essence? He cursed under his breath, damn it, his eyes stopped. Kang Cheon did not stand still and take the blow, he raised his hand to react. Taeyoung's face was full of surprise and disbelief, he exclaimed, how could he still be alive? Taeyoung's whole body was stunned, wait, is this the power of the blood demon essence? Eyes turned to him thoughtfully, if someone who had never learned proper martial arts could create such power just by drinking it. Once completely absorbed, the power will be unimaginable. Thinking about it, he suddenly smiled evilly, this is getting interesting. Taeyoung screamed, gathering all his strength to fight the king. His eyes suddenly stopped. He swung thousands of fists at him like lightning. But it still couldn't escape his eyes. Kang Cheon reached out to block it. Both of them rushed into battle. He decisively swung his fist at his face, thinking to himself, though his movements were clearly those of a beginner. Taeyoung seemed to be trying to regain his strength, he was finding the strengths and weaknesses in my moves. His eyes were full of fear, could it be that his power surpassed mine? Before he could react, Kang Cheon swung a fist towards Taeyoung's face. He roared in anger, a pained expression on his face. He hit me. Kang Cheon laughed with delight, oh, I really hit it, I was just waving my hand around. Taeyoung looked at his wounded hand, you brat. The corner of his mouth was stained with blood as he looked at him, that's right, no matter how powerful the elixir was, it couldn't teach martial arts to someone who had never practiced it. He stood there turning his wrist to look at Taeyoung. He must have been lucky, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth, you punched well, he looked surprised, oh, your mouth can still move. Taeyoung was full of anger, pointing at him, shut up, I will let you know who you messed with. He thought to himself, I must beat him up before he listens, but he just moved calmly. He laughed excitedly, at this moment, even if he had to kill him, taking him down was the top priority. He shouted for strength to defend the kingdom. Thousands of fists were swung. His face suddenly became solemn and lit up. The scene changed and the sun gradually set. He and his master stood there talking. The strongest boxing technique is martial arts, right? Power depends on the user and how they use it. The image of a Shaolin monk appears, if it flows straight, it becomes the Shaolin Fist, which can break rocks. If it flows in a circle like waves, it becomes the Wudang Fist that can resist rocks with just a little force. Below the waves crashing against the rocks, let's see if what we've learned can be applied. Back to the present, his whole body seemed to change. Concentrate on his fists. I will try, master. He reached out his hand and used the magic he had practiced in front of Taeyong, causing his face to stiffen. Next, the stinger retreated back, gathering strength to attack him. Taeyong unleashed his power. He shouted. His face showed indignation. Thinking back to the past, there were 3 monks practicing martial arts. Shaolin martial arts originated from Shaolin Temple. Shaolin also passed down its arts to lay disciples, called lay disciples. Among them, there was a person named Taeyong. He knelt on one knee in front of his master and asked, "Master, why don't you pass on the I Ching Jing to your disciples?" His master replied, "You are just a layman, what is the use of learning Buddhism?" Taeyong clenched his fists and raised them in front of him, saying clearly, "If I can become stronger than others, I want to learn." The master pointed at his face, angry, since when did Buddha teach that one must be stronger than others? He frowned and thought to himself, this is so absurd. The rule in the martial arts world is to win to be strong, strong to win. Taeyong was not satisfied with what he learned as a lay disciple. He constantly strived to become the strongest in the world. He trained tirelessly. From the foundation of Shaolin martial arts, he reached the pinnacle of his own martial arts through bloody research, and that was the Imperial Fist. Kang Cheon raised his hand to his face to defend against the opponent's attack. He thought to himself, this guy is indeed a master. As master once said, he recalled his master's words that glanced at him and said, the martial arts world is full of people stronger than you. Taeyong swung his hand down. Suddenly he rushed towards him. He turned around and focused his strength on his punch. I will tear you apart, brat. Kang Cheon narrowed his eyes. He avoided Taeyong's attack while thinking, Master, what a pity. Not him. He closed his eyes. Taeyong was covered in sweat, looking at him in surprise. How could he avoid it? The emperor declared the heavenly power. He swung his fist up. Suddenly Taeyong's face opened, his eyes were bloodshot. He punched him in the stomach. He gritted his teeth in pain. He was sure that he had just entered the martial arts world and was full of loopholes, yet he had broken my Imperial Fist, the martial art I had trained my entire life, so easily. His face was full of terrifying murderous intent as he looked at who this monster was. Taeyong fell to the ground holding his stomach. He stood looking at him. Kang Cheon grabbed his head. His knees swung up. Kick him in the face. Taeyong fell backwards bleeding. A moment later, he opened his eyes dimly and heard him calling, Hey, wake up. His face was full of wounds as he looked at him. What? I vaguely remember that I used the Emperor's opening heaven's power on this guy, only to get counterattacked. He waved his arm in front of Taeyong's face. His eyes gradually closed, thinking to himself, that's right, this must be a dream, I must have fallen asleep. There's no way Taeyong, the master of the heavenly desolate fist, would lose to this person. He put his hands on his thighs to stand up. He frowned. A mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. He stood in front of Taeyong with his arms crossed and said, You better not force yourself. I have placed a seal. If you do anything wrong, your dantian will shatter. He looked at his hand, asked, Seal. He shook his head. That was the method my master used when I tried to escape. He laughed. Ah, what a trick this is. Taeyong pointed at himself. A seal isn't something that just anyone can place, especially on the body of an expert like me. He kicked his body with one foot. He spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backwards. His face became scary. He sneered at him. I'm not as gentle as I appear, because I've been tortured my whole life by a crazy master. He frowned and continued, so if possible, I hope you don't anger me. He let go of the man. He was sweating and asked anxiously, What do you want? He smiled, Good question. Look at him, from now on you have to do as I say. Scene changed to Jegal family, majestic houses are built. Inside, Jegal Kiem looked at the person in front of him and asked, negotiating with Taeyong, who had obtained the blood demon essence, about the secret to absorbing internal energy. Jegal Shik replied, It was what Tai Rang desired most, it would be a good bargaining chip. Jegal's hand was propped up on the table, his face sinister. That's right, that guy was willing to sell his soul if he could get into the top 10 martial arts masters. Jegal Shik laughed evilly, and Jegal clan, we will buy that soul. He continued with a smug smile, if he could grasp the leash of a top 10 grandmaster hunting dog and clear the obstacles ahead, becoming the leader of a prestigious alliance wouldn't be far off. The old man frowned and moved his face closer to ask, the leader of the famous alliance. Someone outside said inside, Taeyong is back. Jiggle-Shik glanced outside, his face smiling as he thought to himself, he had obtained the blood demon essence. Outside the house a voice rang out, what did you just say, my lord, why is your face like that? Taeyong's face distorted as he looked at him and asked, oh, you want me to say that embarrassing thing again, from now on, this brother. I have decided to take him as my disciple. Jiggle-Kiam and Jiggle-Shik looked at him in surprise. He clasped his hands and bowed his head, saying, I am Kang Cheon, please advise me, seniors. Both people in front of him frowned. Jiggle-Shik looked worried, something's wrong. His eyes looked sharply at them. Taeyong looked at him with a distorted face and asked, what? Perhaps you do not know this because you are imprisoned in the mountains and forests. But Taeyong's reputation is widely known to be second only to the 10 great martial arts masters. And you expect me to serve a young brat like you just to save my life. Taeyong continued, for a martial arts hero, dying a humiliating death on the streets is more honorable than becoming a laughing stock like this. He stood in front of Tang and calmly replied, you martial artists are truly different, you value false reputation more than precious lives. He propped himself up on his hands, his chin slightly bowed, and continued, but I can't say I don't understand your feelings. He brought his face closer to Taeyong, even if I make you my subordinate, I don't want to tarnish Taeyong's reputation, I need your reputation for a reason. His face fell a little and I thought I could help him become even stronger. Taeyong listened silently, how about you consider my offer? It was evening when a building appeared, I was surprised. Inside the building Jiggle-Shik said, I thought he was just a rude guy, only knew how to use force. Jiggle-Kiam sat opposite listening to him, now Taeyong, you are almost one of the top 10 masters, have taken in a young disciple who devours blood demon, with the title of the King of Spears, we can build power. Jiggle-Kiam old man angrily banged on the table, if that happened, we would be no different from dogs chasing chickens, our plan to chain him up would have completely collapsed. He frowned, but there was still a way. He looked at him and asked, what? His face was sinister as he said, if we can snatch that disciple. The old man did not understand and asked again, take it away, he smiled and replied, yes. He clapped his hands together, smiling wickedly, let's hope he wasn't a loyalist. Night falls in an old house. He was sitting inside practicing. Suddenly a voice rang out outside, is anyone there? The person outside the door said, Jiggle-Shik wants to see you for a moment, are you asking me? The person outside continued, he wanted to see her privately. He looked out the door, frowning and thinking to himself, this old fox spirit is plotting to sow discord. He followed the other person. Taeyong stood in a corner eavesdropping. He gritted his teeth in annoyance, the Jiggle clan, these cunning foxes. The building from earlier appeared again, come in little brother. He stood in front of Jiggle-Shik and asked, why did you call me so late? I'm not happy, I don't think my master will be pleased to see us meet like this. For someone who had never been a disciple for a single day, he was truly loyal. Jiggle-Shik looked up at him. He looked at him and said, I don't have much time so I'll get straight to the point instead of training under Taeyong, why don't you join our Jiggle clan? He was surprised by his words, what, but I already. He spread out an arm, you know as well as I do that even though Taeyong is a master, he has no background or power. He continued to speak with a contemptuous smile, in other words, even if you become his disciple, no one in the martial arts world will recognize you. He frowned, my master was almost one of the top 10 masters, with that level of martial arts, he had. He angrily pointed at him and shouted, martial arts are not everything. He looked at him angrily, what? He said leisurely, you are too naive, whether you are a top 10 expert or close to it, nothing lasts forever. He looked at him and continued, the only thing that lasts is the sect, a sect with a long tradition and reputation will eventually produce the 10 great masters, that is the strength of a prestigious family like ours, the Jiggle family. He extended his hand forward, the Jiggle clan that held undeniable influence over the entire martial arts world would be his strong backing, and moreover. He smiled sinisterly, you still haven't completely absorbed the blood demon, right? He looked at Jiggle-Shik with a dark face. He asked, does that mean the Jiggle clan has a way to do it? He replied, now you understand. He said, the blood demon was created by the demonic sect in the Great War of Justice. The Martial Arts Alliance defeated the demonic sect, and also researched the method of making the blood demon pill and the secret manual to neutralize it. A man with an unknown face appeared. This person was cultivating, and in front of him was a gourd. Our Jeagle clan has grasped that secret. A laugh rang out, causing the two to look over in surprise. Taeyong standing in the distance. That's an interesting story, Elder Taeyong. Taeyong asked seriously, does the Jeagle family have a secret to absorbing blood demons? Jeagle Shik put his hands forward awkwardly. That was not right. He looked at Taeyong. Yes, master, he said it clearly. Jeagle Shik angrily gritted his teeth and looked at him walking towards Taeyong and said, I heard it clearly with my own ears, master. He cursed under his breath, these bastards, they set a trap. He anxiously reached his hand forward. Please calm down and listen to my explanation, elder. Taeyong angrily pointed at him. Shut up, you bastard. Then he pointed at himself again. I have the authority given to me by the Alliance to investigate. I will arrest you immediately on suspicion of colluding with the evil cult. He frowned and asked, collusion? Impossible. Taeyong pointed at him. If you didn't collude, how could the secret of the demonic sect fall into your hands? He gritted his teeth. Damn it, I was caught red-handed. Suddenly he spoke up, Master, if I may ask, what is the punishment for colluding with the devil sect? Taeyong's voice rang out. Of course it was a death sentence. He stood there like a pile of bricks, not saying a word. He looked at Taeyong and asked, do you have the right to execute him on the spot? He nodded, yes. He put his hand on his chin, frowned and continued speaking. As you heard outside, not only did he collude with the evil cult, he also tried to separate me and master with his cunning tongue. He looked at him in panic, clasped his hands and said, I believe that it is reasonable to execute him immediately to eliminate any future threats. He worriedly thought to himself, what? How much further do they intend to push me into a corner? His body trembled as he clenched his teeth. He and Taeyong looked at him. They expected me to kneel down and beg like a dog. He bowed his head. I will carry out the execution in place of master. Taeyong worriedly thought to himself, what is the plan, you said just now? He walked step by step towards Jeagle Shik. He put his hand on his neck and shouted, you dare, you think you can lay hands on me? I am Jeagle Shik, the eldest son of the Jeagle family and the future heir. A punch directly to his face. Open mouth look. A small pool of blood below. A voice rang out, he really had. Taeyong looked ahead in fear and continued, are you dead? Kang Cheon rubbed his fists and glanced at him. He couldn't even defend against an attack of this magnitude. It seemed he wasn't worthy of being the heir of the Jeagle family. Taeyong quickly spoke up, you don't need to kill him, we can already get what we want. He frowned and looked at me with a dark face. I told you, we need to eliminate all future threats. His two hands clasped together. If we let him live, who knows when that evil spirit will stab us in the back? Taeyong replied, even so, you killed the eldest son of the Jeagle family. How do you plan to clean up this mess? He bowed his head slightly and asked, are you afraid of the Jeagle family? Taeyong was sweating so much that he gritted his teeth in anger. What? How dare you say that? This guy is right. Jeagle is a noble family, but the reputation that is their strength can also become their weakness. Reputation is their weakness. Inside the house was extremely quiet. He glanced at Taeyong and asked, do you understand now? He replied, yes, we can blame not only Jeagle Shik but the whole Jeagle family for colluding with the evil cult. He looked ahead with a dark face. That's right, we will accuse them of not only colluding with the demon sect but also secretly monopolizing the secret manual to absorbing the blood demon essence. What do you think will happen if we report this to the Alliance? He raised one hand. Just one rumor about their involvement would be enough to ruin the Jeagle family's reputation. His face darkened as he continued speaking. For the head of a prestigious family, that was probably the most terrifying scenario. Taeyong didn't understand, so he asked, but Jeagle Kiam had lost his eldest son. As a father who had lost the future of his family, his nature would be to seek revenge first. He replied with his arms crossed in front of him, but that future only had value if the reputation of the Jeagle family was preserved. He frowned and sneered, wanting to fight hard. What would Jeagle Kiam prioritize, revenge for his eldest son or the honor of the family? Taeyong sweated and said nothing more. He glanced, that old man would be here soon anyway, probably furious, so he better handle this properly, unless he wanted to confront the entire Jeagle clan. Taeyong gritted his teeth, thinking, you made a mess, and now you want me to clean it up. Suddenly there were footsteps coming. Jegal Kiem angrily led a group of people to come. Jegal Shik he was now lying on the ground, face unclear. Jegal Kiem looked at him and trembled. He looked at him and asked, "What is this, Captain Tae-young?" Tae-young replied, "This is an execution." The old man was both angry and trembling as he glanced at the executioner. "Even if you are the captain, you must first assess the crime. How can you justify this?" Tae-young explained from behind, "Your son confessed to colluding with the demon cult." Jegal Kiem pointed at Tae-young and shouted, "Shut up, Tae-young." He frowned and continued, "Not only did you kill my son, but now you also want to blame him." He pointed at the two people. "None of you will be leaving here." The people behind had already raised their swords and were ready to fight. Tae-young frowned and did not say anything. His hand pointed and gave the order, "Kill them." Everyone was rushing towards Tae-young. He frowned. He transferred power to his right foot. He shouted. Below. There were countless small stones flying out. Even the pillars made of stone were blown away. People were injured by his power. All fell down. Tae-young still stood tall. He placed his hand on his shoulder. "Everyone knows that my disciple here used the blood demon sect's elixir, yet just now Jegal Shik sent someone to summon my disciple." The other group of people did not dare to rush forward anymore, hearing him declare that the Jegal clan had obtained the secret to completely absorbing the blood demon essence and proposed to accept him into the clan. Jegal Kiem old man shouted angrily, "What are you talking about?" Tae-young looked at the two subordinates over there. "Hey." Jegal Shik's two guards, two subordinates looked at the person and said. Their faces bowed down without saying a word. Tae-young's voice was clear and loud, "As the captain of the alliance, I asked the Jegal clan this. How did a secret manual of the demonic sect fall into the hands of the Jegal clan?" He continued, "Answer me, Jegal Kiem, why do you keep such a dangerous book?" He pointed at Jegal Kiem. He stammered, "That is," answered quickly. His face was worried. It seemed like there was a misunderstanding. "Captain Tae-young. Jegal clan, listen carefully and make your choice." All the subordinates are looking at him. Tae-young raised a finger. "You will oppose me and live on as a clan that betrayed the martial arts alliance." He looked at Jegal Kiem and continued, "Or will he cooperate and clear his reputation from the stain of colluding with the evil cult?" All the subordinates behind looked up. He trembled as he put his sword away. He looked at them and smiled with satisfaction. Tonight is a bright and full moon night. 4 days later, there was a boat behind. The boat is moving. Suddenly hooks appeared on the boat. People below are climbing into the boat. From now on this boat belongs to Suraji. If you want to live, throw all the goods overboard. The people on the boat panicked and ran away. A man holding a sword looked at the trembling person in front and said, "Hey, didn't you hear me say throw it down?" He was swinging his sword when a beam of light flashed by. He frowned. Suddenly his arm was cut off. He screamed in pain. The leader came and asked, "What's the matter?" A giant beam of light was streaking past them. A person's footsteps jumped up. The leader named Suleong covered his head and looked. An unknown girl holding a sword standing on the boat. She began to take off her hat. Her face came into focus. A person with a face that showed a hint of doubt just appeared, and the introduction of that person rang out at the same time. "I am Suleong Han, the ruler of the Yangtze River waterway." Calmly standing on the bridge. Suleong Han looked up from below and asked, "It seems you have some martial arts. What's your name?" He added while waiting for an answer, "If you come from a noble family then even better, I can ask for a decent ransom. But in response to all my expectations, I only received indifference and cold words. Knowing my name is of no use to you, today, you will all become fish food anyway." Faced with that attitude, everyone was surprised and said in unison, "Oh," but somewhere there was still mockery. "Oh my, how scary." Leaving those people alone, after thinking for a while, Jicheng made up his mind, "But you introduced yourself, I must also return the favor, keep it in mind even after death." While she was about to introduce herself, the group of people gradually approached step by step. Jicheng began the introduction, "My name is..." But before she finished speaking, the group of people rushed to attack her. While the battle had yet to truly begin, another scene appeared, one of the entire city in full bloom. Seen from outside the city gate, this place wears a strangely peaceful coat. But when going deeper inside, the atmosphere seems much more solemn. The monk glanced at Kong Cheon as he absent-mindedly observed his surroundings, unconsciously wondering, then burst out laughing, making him not understand and ask, "Why are you laughing?" Taeyong replied proudly, "For a country bumpkin like you, it must be overwhelming to realize that you are standing in the heart of the sky. This is the town of the heart of the sky." He said this when suddenly Kang Cheon hit him in the chest. The impact made Taeyong quite painful, but he still acted strong and said, "Well, it was just pretending." At the same time reminding Kang Cheon, "Am I not your master?" He also politely replied, "Yes, master," at the same time expressing his own doubts, "But let the disciple ask one thing, why are we here?" Seeing this, he immediately explained in detail, "The incense tree is where the headquarters of the Martial Arts Alliance is located. As a captain of the alliance, I must report what happened to the Jeagle family." Taeyong added, "Regardless of whether we have something on them, we still need to report the reason for killing the heir of the Jeagle family. I had to work hard to cover for you." However, the answer just now is not the main point that Kang Cheon wanted to know. "On the way here, I heard that already, but what I'm asking is why are we sitting here?" Then he said to Taeyong, "Watch that weird guy's match, I mean." The person Kang Cheon just pointed to was the head disciple of the dark spirit Wigan. This guy had a murderous expression on his face as if he was waiting or thinking about something. Then Taeyong also introduced, "I am the official witness for today's match." Moreover, there was another reason why Taeyong was here, and there was someone he really wanted to meet. This hint made Kang Cheon curious. Then Taeyong revealed that it was Sunya Huashan Li Jiqiang. When this sentence was uttered, the teacher and student looked at each other in silence. Perhaps knowing that Kang Cheon didn't recognize the person just mentioned, Taeyong asked another question, "So at least you've heard of the sword god Shin Woo, the #1 swordsman of Manhwa, right?" Hearing that, Kang Cheon placed his hand on his forehead and thought, "The #1 swordsman in the Huashan Mountains, Shin Woo, I think I've heard of him before." The answer just now made Taeyong scream in anger, so arrogant. He stood up and shouted, "The sword god Shin Woo of Hoa's son was said to be the strongest among those who did not make it into the top 10 martial arts masters. Some even said that his skills were on par with the top 10 masters." Kang Cheon felt a bit confused, so he stopped Taeyong. "Wait, didn't master say that you are someone just below the top 10 martial arts masters?" The sudden question made him pause for a moment before answering, "Of course I'm stronger, that old man is past his prime." Now, facing countless gazes towards Taeyong, Kang Cheon respectfully said, "I understand, master, please calm down." He calmed down and continued his unfinished words. After all, this #1 swordsman of Manhwa was the master of a disciple that Manhwa had worked hard to cultivate. He was the future of Manhwa and could be someone's competitor. Finally ending with an affirmation, "Fighting for a place in the top 10 masters of your generation." After listening to the whole story, Kang Cheon said softly, "I understand, so it's Sun Yihua Shan Li Jicheng." When Taeyong was silent and only sighed softly after the long conversation, someone called him Captain Taeyong. Seeing that, he also asked what happened. At that moment, Mudun came forward to greet Taeyong. It had been a long time since he saw his senior. "But the main purpose is to propose a challenge. If you allow, I would like to challenge your disciple." After hearing that, Kang Cheon pondered, "Was it because of what I said just now?" Suddenly a subordinate ran over in a panic. He came to give Taeyong urgent news. The first opponent, Tun Deep Hoa's son, was late, because the guests were tired of waiting for the match. Receiving the secret report, Taeyong didn't think anything more, immediately accepted. "Okay, I allow it." That made Kang Cheon a bit surprised. "What?" Meanwhile, the arena was prepared, everyone was ready and waiting, so there was no other choice but to fight a battle. Before the real battle begins, Kang Cheon asks Mudun, "You will have to fight 2 battles in a row, isn't that disadvantageous?" Then Mudun came forward to greet Taeyong, "Long time no see senior, there." At that time, Taeyong was also absorbed in thought. Vajra Claw Mudun, the head disciple of the dark spirit Wigan. He thought of this battle, a disciple of Wigan, one of the top 10 experts against a disciple of Taeyong, the king of the trade. As a result, if the student wins, if he wins, my reputation will also increase. However, Taeyong's mind and heart are not on the same page, but somehow I want to cheer for Mudun. And Kang Cheon said his final words to enter the battle, "Okay, since it's just a warm-up, I won't hurt anyone." But Mudun insisted that he would fight with all his might. He had no intention of giving in. That determination unintentionally put Kang Cheon in a difficult position. Then this guy just said the last word, I never learned how to fight without killing the opponent, just preparing the attack. Hearing that, Kang Cheon's eyes became sharper, his voice also became cold. Oh, really? As soon as the two of them finished speaking, the gong signaling the start of the match rang out. Everything happened so suddenly that Kang Cheon once again fell into confusion. What? And Mudun quickly prepared his move, Vajra Claw Mudun. Moments later, Kang Cheon was still struggling, not really in the fighting spirit. 2, 1, 2. His strange posture caused the jeers to rise. What kind of stance is that? And it spread more and more. Our dog also stands like that when it needs to poop. Those people just kept throwing insults at Kang Cheon. The name of the royal merchant is really a waste for you. They even kept laughing at him. Even Taeyong sighed in frustration. Should I choose a new disciple? But the most surprising thing is that this stance does not disadvantage the traitor. With that clumsy stance, he blocked and dodged my attack. In the stands, Taeyong shouted, "Don't underestimate him, Mudun, or you will pay dearly." Ma Dan asked Kang Cheon meaningfully, "I heard that you just entered the martial arts world and have swallowed the essence of blood demon. Without knowing the truth this guy threatened you, you will pay for it." Then he gently jumped off the ground. With its sharp claws from moving forward, the claws were shining brightly, making Kang Cheon somewhat scared. "Are you trying to kill me?" The people present were equally tense, and Kang Cheon still couldn't fully understand his opponent's intentions. Wasn't this just a warm-up match? While Mudun is focused on fighting, everyone outside supports killing him. At that moment, Mudun's claws were almost at Kang Cheon's neck. Everyone who witnessed this scene held their breath in anticipation. In a moment, Mudun's claws flashed with rays of light that obscured the space. But just then, this guy withdrew his man and asked Kang Cheon, "What do you think?" Kang Cheon is Mudun's opponent, but when faced with this guy's crazy actions, he is extremely calm. His reaction left the crowd in awe. Long trails made by Mudun's claws appeared in the air. Mudun was very proud of his own abilities. He landed at Kang Cheon's place and asked with a proud face, "What do you think?" However, in front of Mudun was only empty space, making him frown. Terrified, in just a blink of an eye, Kang Cheon jumped high. He completely avoided Mudun's fatal attack. This made Mudun extremely surprised. He dodged. Not only was Mudun surprised, but the people who witnessed the scene just now were also extremely impressed with Kang Cheon. Only the King of Commerce stood there, a satisfied smile appearing on his stern face. As for Mudun, he was still in shock. He kept staring at his hands and pondering what was going on. Meanwhile, Kang Cheon stood at the side and kept sneering. He thought it was too slow, those claws were only used to pick noses. His words made Mudun feel offended. He breathed heavily. Mudun stood there motionless. This guy was reflecting on himself. "I forgot what my master taught me. Even when hunting a rabbit or a fierce beast, I must use all my strength." It took a long time for Mudun to speak. "Not bad, but this time you must go all out if you want to survive in front of me." However, Kang Cheon standing opposite kept mocking this guy. "If I go all out, your life will be in danger." Without wasting too much time, Mudun rushed towards Kang Cheon. This guy shouted loudly, "Stop talking nonsense." Although this time the attack was a bit faster than before, Kang Cheon still easily dodged it, which made Mudun a bit surprised. "He dodged my attack." But no, this guy quickly regained his composure. Mudun continuously rushed in with fatal blows, but that wasn't all. This guy is extremely complacent with his own abilities. In the end you still can't escape. The scene suddenly became chaotic. Mudun and Kang Cheon were wrestling on the ground under the suspicious eyes of the spectators. The crowd suddenly became noisy. The noise was getting louder and louder. He was too fast. Can't see if he dodged or got hit. If he got hit he would have died long ago. Meanwhile, Chich was having trouble because Mudun's moves were getting faster and faster. He changed his mind. This guy didn't come here to compete, he came here to kill people. Mudun with an indignant look. This guy gritted his teeth. What kind of training did he go through? Suddenly Kang Cheon's eyes became sharp. His hand curled into a fist. He put all his strength into his palm. Just as Kang Cheon was about to counterattack Mudun, a voice rang out, causing his actions to stop. "Enough." At this moment, Mudun's claws were only a little bit away from Kang Cheon's neck, and his fist was also only a small distance from Mudun's hips. It was Jicheng who came. She came with a dirty look, but her voice was somewhat apologetic, apologizing for being late. Kang Cheon's appearance surprised the king. He hesitated. Radiant leaf of Manhwa. The surrounding crowd also became chaotic, and whispers began to ring out, Radiant leaf of Manhwa has arrived. Is that girl Li Jicheng? Mudun was feeling frustrated. This guy cleared his throat. You're lucky. Kang Cheon stood behind the demon, his face dark as he spoke, but you're not doing much better either. His words made Mudun exclaim in surprise. What? Suddenly a man standing next to Jicheng was surprised. He stuttered, wait, is this blood? Are you okay? Faced with his panicked attitude, Jicheng could only reluctantly explain, this isn't my blood, I encountered some robbers on the way here. Her words made the man even more suspicious. He asked suspiciously, robbery? At this point, Jicheng had to clarify, it was a man named Suliang Han. What came out of her throat startled Mudun, who kept thinking about that name, Suliang Han. The surrounding crowd started whispering. They were extremely surprised. She killed Suliang Han, the head of the Yangtze River waterway. At this time, the king of the business was standing at the side, looking pensive. He said that Suliang Han, he might be a ruthless bandit, but his martial arts were said to be powerful enough to attract the attention of experts. However, Kang Cheon standing next to him did not think so. I did not ask and did not care, but very quickly he was reminded by the royal injury, you lack the right attitude to learn, the master is talking. Suddenly the scene became quiet, all around only a long drum beat echoed. Under the ring, Jicheng faced Mudun. The atmosphere between the two was extremely tense. At this moment, Mudun was carefully evaluating the other party. In the end, he made a comment, yes, the Huashan sect had truly fallen. How desperate must they be to bet the sect's future on an ordinary girl? Meanwhile, Jicheng was still standing there. She always had a strange charm. Well, maybe she would attract attention with that beautiful face. Suddenly Mudun smiled a devilish smile, but this flower will wither today under Mudun's Vajra claw. This guy started to get into a fighting stance. Not only that, Mudun also signaled Jicheng to charge. Seeing this, Jicheng did not hesitate. She pointed her sword at Mudun and bluntly declared, I will strike first. In the blink of an eye, Jicheng was able to perform a few basic sword moves. This scene made the king of commerce feel amazed. He couldn't stop sighing. She started, the 24 forms of Magnolia sword technique. The more he spoke, the more agitated he became. At its peak, it blossomed like plum blossoms, which made Kang Cheon, who was sitting beside him, feel helpless. I know, master. Jicheng continuously shows his talent in using the sword. Her actions left the crowd staring in amazement. In the blink of an eye, the sword slashes were able to cut an object in mid-air to pieces. Suddenly Kang Cheon's eyes opened wide in surprise. In a split second, Mudun had rushed towards her at a rapid speed. However, this guy's attack was easily blocked. The two sides continuously competed in martial arts. Jicheng seemed to be having difficulty defending. The advantage was completely taken by Mudun, who continuously launched fatal blows towards Jicheng. In just a moment, Jicheng was at a disadvantage. The surrounding crowd started to talk excitedly. Oh, Sun Yi Huashan is being cornered. Meanwhile Mudun is extremely pleased. This guy is constantly complacent. Look closely, master. Mudun's claws quickly collided with Jicheng's blade. Whether it's the royal spear or Huashan, I will defeat them all. However, this guy was extremely agile. In just a split second he was able to put his arm around Jicheng's shoulder. I will make the sect famous throughout the martial arts world. Mudun's actions caused Jicheng's long hair to break. Haoman's forte is unpredictable moves. This whole scene was witnessed by the injured king sitting on high. He revealed a passionate look. For a young genius who had received a lot of training but little actual combat experience, this was a difficult opponent. Suddenly, the king turned to Kang Cheon and said, Hey, my smart disciple, who do you think will win? Kang Cheon also quickly replied to him, the girl will win. His words made the king stunned. What? He kept giving counter-arguments to Kang Cheon's opinion, but she was completely overwhelmed, yet he remained calm. She was still blocking all the attacks right. What he said made the royal court change the way they looked at the game, yes. But Jicheng standing under the ring was still struggling to block the blows from Mudun. It seemed like she had no chance to counterattack. Kang Cheon suddenly exclaimed, now is the time. In just a moment the situation changed. Mudun was feeling strange. Wait, why is my internal energy? This guy quickly became dizzy, and could no longer stand firmly. It seemed like Jicheng had noticed something unusual, her eyes wavered slightly. In the blink of an eye, Jicheng changed her tactics, her attacks slowed down. Suddenly she took a leap into the air. Jicheng continuously used his moves, leaving his opponent no time to react. Mudon could only stand there and watch as his opponent took the advantage. As soon as Kang Cheon's sword tip touched the demon's claw, a sound that echoed through the heavens and earth was heard, accompanied by a fierce lightning strike. Mudon disheveled hair shaking with anger. Jicheng was serious and expressionless, done. Two people in a carefree stance, ready to fight. Her hand gripped the sword. Jicheng strongly swung his sword towards Mudon. This guy's face turned pale and he fell to his knees. Her eyes looked at this guy indifferently, judging. The sharp tip of the sword stood tall and pointed forward. Jicheng creates a pale pink stream of air. Then with a swish sound, blood sprayed from this guy's mouth like rain. Taeyong on the side was startled when he saw the scene before his eyes. Someone whose face was unclear spoke, and sure enough. Kang Cheon crossed his arms and said seriously to Taeyong, "You should be more careful when evaluating your opponent." He suddenly froze, his face stiff. A clenched fist reaching for something. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Scene change. Jicheng is majestic in the cold wind, she looks at Mudon's body pensively. The bystanders were extremely surprised, their mouths agape. Her face was drenched in sweat. Kang Cheon's face was gloomy as he stared straight ahead. The sky gradually darkened in a huge city under the Howman moonlight. On the bed was a body covered from head to toe. A voice commanded, "Take it off." The white cloth was gradually opened, revealing the Mudon. This guy's stomach still has a clear stab wound. Elder Wiggins' face was solemn, staring intently at Mudon's body. He put his finger on Mudon's forehead. Very quickly he withdrew his hand, wondering aloud, what was the cause of his death? The people beside him were timid and scared, sweating coldly, and replied, "I'm not sure." A man respectfully explained, "From what I saw, he suddenly collapsed and spat out blood during the fight. I suspect it was due to the opponent's internal energy." He immediately became angry after hearing this, his eyes flashing. Radiant Leaf of Mount Hua used internal energy. They saw his expression and bowed their heads, trembling. That. His hand clenched. Then he turned around and gave instructions, to do it thoroughly, not to make any mistakes. After listening, they respectfully bowed their heads and replied, "Yes, Master." After Elder Wiggin left, the two of them couldn't help but whisper and discuss a few sentences. "Can't you see that Master is angry because he lost a beloved disciple?" His large back walked in the hallway, his heart heavy with thoughts. Mudon was not a weakling, the boy could face anyone in real combat. He was thinking as he walked, but he lost to a little girl from the Huashan sect and was even defeated by internal energy. His hand scratched hard on the wall. Then a long streak was imprinted on that wall. It was unbelievable that Hoa Sun had reached such a realm. The night sky is quiet, the moonlight illuminates everything in the martial arts world. Kang Cheon crossed his legs, chin propped up in his hand. A competition could be deadly, why pretend to be benevolent? It's not suitable for people. Taeyong sat opposite and replied, "Even so, I didn't expect that the purpose was to prevent such incidents by only allowing senior disciples from each sect to participate to avoid accidents." His face was unsightly, he leaned back in his chair. "If that guy won, Huashan Tian Yi would have died." He listened to his words and helplessly sighed, "Huashan Zun Yi, you idiot." Then he spoke up to reassure them, "The atmosphere was tense anyway, don't act rashly." He suddenly asked a question that made him speechless on the spot, "Why do we have to do that?" He bowed his head and stammered, "Because you are too strong, even though I don't want to admit it, standing out won't do you any good." His eyes were full of mockery as he looked at him. "Hey, you're playing the role of master too well." He was startled after hearing that. "What?" Suddenly he stood up and warned, "Don't go too far, I will take care of my own business, and I don't see anything good about you being a master." He was worried and his face was full of sweat. Then he smirked and walked out. "Thank you for the advice, Master." In the room, only Taeyong was left. He gritted his teeth in anger. "Why should I worry about him? Just die." Suddenly he thought of something, put his hand on his chest. "Oh, wait, if he dies, that thing." In a hall that was holding a party, there were many people who were truly talented and trained by Hoa Sun, the Martial Arts Alliance banquet hall. There were two men holding wine glasses, smiling and draining their glasses, toasting. The sword was blocked. Jicheng stood dejectedly on the balcony. Her eyes were downcast, her heart full of thoughts. Remember the scene of Mudun spraying blood. She bowed her head, thinking to herself, but Taeyong's disciple. Suddenly she seemed to think of something. Scene where Kang Cheon punches Mudun in the stomach. And her gasping expression at that moment. With clenched fists. She seemed to suddenly understand Taeyong's disciple's story. She looked down blankly. Is Kang Cheon in the crowd? Her face was sad as she watched his footsteps. The image of her looking at him intently was clearly captured. From afar, a figure was watching her intently. As Elder Angsang, he stood tall under the moonlight. The air around him became cold and gloomy. Although his face did not show any expression, his angry, murderous eyes could not be hidden. Under the bright moonlight, a splendid castle was decorated colorfully. Kang Cheon leisurely strolled down the street while enjoying the scenery. He smiled with satisfaction at the night scenery. So this is the place called the city under the sky. The fragrance of the trees is indeed true to its reputation. He walked on the busy street of sellers and buyers. This place really makes me feel like I've escaped from the master's control. He bowed his head, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. But what should I do now? I have never experienced the mundane world, so I don't know how to enjoy it. Then he quickly regained his composure and happily enjoyed the scenery. I guess just watching people passing by was the most enjoyable, I heard. Suddenly there were sounds of hurried footsteps. It was Jicheng. She was watching his back intently. It seemed like he was right, the disciple of the trading power Taeyong. She stood not far away, still observing him closely. I can't use lightness skill in this crowd. Then she noticed an alley. Turn into that alley first. She started walking down that alley. Jicheng walked while reassuring himself, okay. Her eyes suddenly stopped. Right in front of her suddenly appeared dense black streams of air. Space begins to shift. She was extremely confused. All around her was only darkness. What was going on? Mocking voices rang out. Fallen into such a simple trap. You are really just a brat. She heard and was extremely scared as she asked again, who are you? The voice replied arrogantly, you are not in a position to ask questions. You will answer what I ask. What trick did you use to kill Mudun? She was even more shocked after hearing this. What? Suddenly she thought of something. No way. She asked doubtfully, are you Elder Amyangsu Wigan? That person did not answer, just asked gloomily, just answer my question, did you use internal energy? She hesitated at first, then replied firmly, no, that's not it. The person was extremely surprised after hearing that. His eyes were filled with disbelief. What? Suddenly the body of the deceased wrapped around. Her body was tightly wrapped. Jicheng struggled in pain. My body. A blurry figure appeared before her. It was indeed Elder Wigan. His face was gloomy. Jicheng gritted his teeth and trembled. A martial arts expert in the top 10 would lower himself to do this. His hand squeezed Jicheng's neck. She groaned uncomfortably. He looked at Jicheng intently and commented, you possess extraordinary beauty. I can understand why Mudun is fascinated by this face. She gritted her teeth, trembling with difficulty as she opened her mouth to sarcastically say, isn't using beauty to deceive the Hao family's forte. Elder Wigan tried harder, his hand squeezing Jicheng's neck tighter and tighter. You are such an insolent brat. In a situation where she should be begging for her life, she still tried to fight back at him. In Huashan, they don't teach such things. He exploded directly. His eyes seemed to want to devour her. Do you want to die? If you want to die so much, then I will fulfill your wish. He leaned close to her ear and threatened, my disciples will be waiting for you in the underworld. His hand quickly used more force. On this side, Jicheng was having difficulty breathing, sweating profusely, and groaning. Her eyes gradually became empty. Then she slowly closed her eyes. Suddenly something caught Elder Wigan's attention. A long streak of light appeared before his astonishment. His hand gradually loosened, as did the other. A flash of light knocked his hand off Jicheng's neck. She took the opportunity to regain her composure and somersaulted away. Jicheng knelt down on the ground, breathing with difficulty. A voice from above suddenly rang out, you still want to do dirty things just like your appearance. Elder Wigan raised his head and glared. Above there was a man covered in a blanket, his eyes shining brightly. The person did not reveal his face, only his bright blue eyes. Jicheng was bewildered. Someone. Elder Wigan calmly used his magic. He created a green mist. That person was a little startled. Then quickly jumped up high. That person floating in the night sky. Then gently landed on the ground without any injuries. That person lectured him, harassing a woman in the middle of the night. A famous martial arts master would never do such a thing. He froze when he heard what the man said. You must be. That person's eyes flashed with mockery, a despicable and shameless scoundrel. He roared angrily, his hand began to spew out black gas. Shut up. Those things flew towards the other person, but were easily avoided by that person. The insects rushed like tiny rockets. The other person waved his shirt and jumped high, then went to him, gave him a palm. Wigan gritted his teeth and used his magic. His hand and that person's hand touched each other. The two of them fought to a draw in 1911. Jicheng on this side had to retreat because the domineering power created by the two people was too great. She was confused, not knowing who that person was. Who was that? Who was the person who could fight evenly with a top 10 expert? The person jumped up high again without any injury. Elder Wigan calmly blocked that person's punch. His hands began to emit dark streams of air. He gritted his teeth in anger, his eyes were red. Those black streams of air came and surrounded the other person. Turns out that person is Kong Cheon, he thought to himself. You want to use despicable tricks again. Suddenly there were strong currents of air flying towards, but they were all easily blocked by him. Then he used his magic to reverse it, using his own attack to counterattack. He was a bit stunned, suddenly stunned. Black auras began to surround him. He quickly disappeared, hiding in his own shadow. A huge force came from the sky. His face hardened. Then he jumped up high, put all his strength into his fist and punched straight at his shadow. Powerful kick down. The shadow began to show cracks, which immediately crumbled, emitting a magical blue light. Simultaneously opening a giant black circle, he mocked, you only know how to hide in the dark. He slowly approached, then, 1 foot he stepped inside. Jicheng stood behind, deep in thought, as if he had something to say. She stood not far away, watching his back gradually walk in. After a while, she still stood there alone. A wild voice rang out, it turns out you were the one who killed Mudun. Is that arrogant guy your disciple, like master, like quality? He looked blankly towards the source of the sound. I have to admit, you are indeed a master, my disciple is no match for you. His sharp eyes calmly replied, yes, because he couldn't fight back and even dared to try to kill me, I had no choice but to intervene. He triumphed, his hand casting magic, but even though you are so strong, you have led yourself into my trap. He looked up pensively. Black streams of air began to surround his feet. A true master never fights on a disadvantageous field, you should not step into the darkness. Then countless streams of black air like a storm and flood approached his body. His eyes glanced left and right. Then he clasped his hands together and emitted a huge beam of light, and he unleashed his move. Kong Cheon easily escaped from his bonds. The darkness was dispelled, revealing the sight of Elder Wigan calmly standing before him. He frowned angrily and exposed, hey, you call yourself a master of the 10 great sects, I'm fed up with your tricks. He felt humiliated and got angry, gnashing his teeth, I have to admit you are really capable. Having said that, he unleashed all his power, then. Jicheng outside witnessed a little stunned, 18 Shadows ultimate technique. She quickly shouted at him to warn him, be careful, that is the 18 Shadows ultimate technique. He cast the magic spell with a serious face. Countless streams of dark air approached him. Black hands began to grab him. Jicheng was scared and sweating profusely, he quickly drew his sword, I must help. Suddenly something made her freeze. Jicheng's eyes widened seeing him easily return the attack, he was counterattacking. Then he used magic. Countless figures of him appeared flying, 18 shadows of extraordinary skills. He rushed to Elder Wigan. To his surprise, a nimble hand reached out. But he was able to block the attack. He counterattacked and knocked him back. Then he took the opportunity to step back and hide. He frowned angrily, hiding again. He looked down at the ground pensively. A patch of bright gas was rushing towards the ground. A black arm rose up. Suddenly a dark figure jumped up. His eyes were shining with thought. He wasn't just hiding in the shadows, he was blending with the shadows to attack. He regained his composure and swung his attack at him. Well done. Both sides are equally matched, neither side will give in. His clenched hands emitted streams of light. He on this side also did not give up, he was just now starting to sweat from fatigue, he did not expect this move to be blocked. He asked, who are you? He calmly replied, if I want to answer, why do you think I need to cover my face? He was turning to look at Jicheng. He was angry, his face wrinkled like a monkey's, but, "You are lucky today." Then he quickly disappeared in a puff of black gas. Kang Cheon also turned around and left. "I think it's time for me to say goodbye." Jicheng quickly ran after him to thank him. "Thanks to you, I escaped death. I don't know how to repay this life-saving grace," he leisurely replied as he walked. "I don't need you to say so much." Jicheng couldn't help but suggest, "If you tell me your name, I will definitely repay you." He interrupted uncomfortably, "Didn't you hear me? I said I wouldn't say anything." She immediately became scared and stammered, I'm sorry." Suddenly he lowered his voice and added, "But just in case." He didn't turn around, only showing his back to her. "If anyone comes to you to discuss cooperation related to today's matter, then you will have the opportunity to repay him." After listening, she put her hand on her chest and assured, "I will remember." He glanced at her and said with satisfaction, "Take care then." Then he jumped away before her eyes. Jicheng stood there in a daze, then she looked confused. Suddenly she turned away, her face red with embarrassment, but somehow he looked so familiar. Taeyong asked silently, "Where did you go last night?" It turned out that the person being questioned was Kang Cheon. Seeing that he was still acting recklessly, he criticized him for sneaking out at such a young age. Suddenly Kang Cheon turned back to him seriously and said, "I have a request," Taeyong asked curiously. He sighed in frustration. Since when did the master make demands of his disciple? Looking at Taeyong's appearance, he spoke sternly, "We should order you to remind you of our new relationship." He realized his face was angry. "Just say it, I'm listening." Kang Cheon looked at him coldly and asked him to teach me royal love. Hearing that, Taeyong couldn't help but be surprised. "What?" The two of them looked at each other and fell into despair. To break the silence, Kang Cheon asked him, "What's wrong? Is it that difficult?" Then he shook his head firmly. It was impossible. This answer surprised him. Kang Cheon with a frown on his face cracked his knuckles threateningly. "Maybe I should order you, but first let me warn you." Seeing his appearance, Taeyong angrily shouted, "Do you have a conscience? For a martial artist, martial arts are more precious than life." He firmly refused to teach, and unleashed a string of curses. "Even though you have controlled my dantian, I would rather die than surrender, because I have surrendered my lifelong martial arts training just to preserve my life." Taeyong still provoked, "You just kill me, I would rather die to protect the royal power." He couldn't help but be surprised by his actions. Kang Cheon thought about what he said. "You have a point." Seeing his sudden change in attitude, Taeyong couldn't help but be surprised. Thought he would give up. Who would have thought Kang Cheon would talk back to him? But in name only, "I am your disciple." People would find it strange if Taeyong's disciple didn't know how to use the royal spear. He couldn't help but sigh. "You can argue, but I know what you really want." He asked back, "I promised you, didn't I? I will make you stronger." Taeyong still doesn't understand anything. Finally, Kang Cheon looked at him with a determined gaze and said firmly, "That's why I need to learn your royal spear technique." Then turned around, pretending, "If you refuse, there's nothing I can do." Taeyong looked at him silently. Who would have thought that Kang Cheon would threaten him? But at that time the person who could say goodbye to his dream of becoming one of the top 10 masters, Taeyong panicked. He looked at his back, angry but unable to do anything. This guy understood me too well. In the end, Taeyong still had to agree to teach him. "Okay, these are the 3 basic moves of the Spear King's Fist, the Spear King's Descent." Kang Cheon's face darkened as he retorted, "My master often said this, if you want to pursue the highest level of martial arts, you cannot stick to a single technique." He continued, "Even Shaolin, which was revered as the pinnacle of martial arts, limited itself by focusing only on straight force." Taeyong disagreed with his point of view, shouting, "What are you saying? Shaolin deliberately focuses on one direction and takes it to the highest level." He pointed straight at Kang Cheon's face and made his comment, "That is exactly what my Shaolin King's power is aiming for." Seeing his strong reaction, he immediately explained, "You're right, but arguing won't get you anywhere, so look at this." Immediately after, Kang Cheon got into a ready position. Taeyong waited attentively for what he was about to show. Immediately, Kang Cheon turned around, the power radiating out just like that around his body. Kang Cheon clenched his fists. The source of power accumulated in his hand. Seeing the right opportunity, he brought down a punch. It created a terrible force that sent everyone around flying. Taeyong stared in surprise, blinking dryly. He couldn't believe his eyes. What was this? Just by changing the connection between moves, his fighting power increased. After the performance just now, Kang Cheon arrogantly asked him, "How is it? I kept my promise a little bit, right?" Taeyoung thought shyly. He glanced at him and asked, "Should I teach you more about the royal business?" Seeing him being so mischievous, Kang Cheon couldn't help but feel disappointed. Suddenly someone came in to report and interrupted the conversation. "Sorry, Taeyoung-sama." He respectfully handed him the letter. There was a letter from headquarters. Taeyoung was surprised. From headquarters. He opened the letter and read it carefully. Suddenly his eyes stopped. In Beijing, the center of the martial arts alliance, a voice rang out from the mansion, "Even if your report was accurate, this matter was too serious." That person was none other than the leader of the martial arts alliance, Lee Jong-suk. He continued speaking. For the Jegal family, losing their future heir was a huge blow. It would be strange if they didn't react. Taeyoung thought as he listened. Suddenly Jong-suk tapped his fingers on the table. His voice was serious. "Moreover, there was a rumor that it was your disciple who killed Jegal Shik." Taeyoung looked at him worriedly, stammering, "It's just a rumor." The two of them were sitting and enjoying tea in the lotus pond. Jong-suk didn't let go. "Ah, that's right, I believe in your report, but the clan said they couldn't let this matter go." He gave me a sinister look, and as the leader of the alliance, I had to act. He listened with disdain. The leader of the martial arts alliance, Lee Jong-suk, he may be the head of the martial arts alliance, but in essence he is just a puppet, set up by the two sects to serve their interests. Even if I object, it is useless. Seeing that he kept on using hidden meanings, Taeyoung asked directly, "So what do you plan to do?" Jong-suk said frankly, "I will send your disciple to the alliance's secret service team." Taeyoung opened his eyes wide after hearing that. He couldn't help but be surprised. The secret service team. He remembered what he had heard about that place. It was a training ground for the younger generation of the sects, nominally for training, but in reality it was where the sects sent their disciples to handle tasks they couldn't handle on their own, and at the same time used them as hostages to restrain each other. Taeyoung imagined the scene when Kang Cheon got there, and couldn't help but feel scared. If he sent a young warrior who had absorbed the blood demon essence there, the others would pounce on him like wolves tearing at their prey, and if any faction had a grudge against him. Jong-suk interrupted his train of thought, "And one more thing." He ordered Taeyoung, "I want you to command that secret service team." He pointed at himself in confusion, hesitantly asked again, "Me?" He saw this expression, asked, "What's wrong? You don't want it?" Taeyoung said doubtfully, "No. But isn't that position usually held by one of the 10 great masters? Even the current commander of the Jeolgam Secret Service team is one of the 10 great masters." The old man understood Taeyoung's worries and immediately interrupted. Was there a rule that said the Secret Service commander had to be one of the top 10 experts? Even old man Namgung Chong was about to retire. Furthermore, it looked like the team was too far apart due to age. Hearing Jong-suk's excuses, he immediately understood the old man's scheme and couldn't help but feel angry and disdainful. For a convenient reason, he planned to throw Kang Cheon in, knowing that he would cause trouble and wanted me to clean up. No matter what happened, the responsibility would fall on me. Meanwhile, he still calmly replied. Taeyoung despised him. What a cunning man. Dong Zok ignored his attitude and just gave the order that when Namgung Chong returned from Hunan, he would hand over command to someone, so be prepared. Taeyoung was surprised. What is he doing in Hunan? The old man honestly told him that there were rumors that remnants of the evil cult had appeared. After hearing this, Taeyoung was even more surprised and asked doubtfully, if it was just remnants, there would be no need for an old man like him to personally take action, right? Jong-suk answered frankly, there were reports of the appearance of zombies. He was stunned. Zombie. He continued, it could even be poisonous zombies, so Namgung Chong led the first team of the Secret Service to destroy them. Taeyoung was stunned. Team 1, could it be? He saw his expression and understood, yes, that kid was also among them. In Hanam, in the foggy and freezing forest, the ground was littered with the bodies of the dead. A living person was scared and trembling, screaming. It turned out that in front of him was a zombie. It was approaching him. He yelled, "Stay away from me." Of course it didn't go along with his wishes, quickly advancing to attack, biting his neck. The zombie kept biting his neck until he stopped breathing. Suddenly a noise behind him caught his attention. Immediately a source of power rushed towards it. Not knowing what was happening, the zombie was hit by that move and couldn't do anything. One of its arms was cut off. The zombie stared at the man who had just slashed at it. That person was none other than Namgung Chong. He looked at the devastation it created and couldn't help but sigh. Those demons finally created a monster. As soon as he realized what had just happened, the zombie angrily screeched and charged towards him. Its eyes turned white, its severed arm was bleeding, it ran and screamed. Namgung Chong raised his sword to defend, looked at it and assessed. Even with its limbs severed, it still tried to bite and tear. As soon as the zombie approached him, Namgung Chong swung his sword decisively at it. Its head quickly separated from its body and fell to the ground, but the zombie was still screaming. Immediately, he slashed the knife straight into its face, ending its life. Namgung Chong stood from above looking at its beauty and couldn't help but sigh, truly worthy of being called an unyielding person to the end. He pulled out his sword and asked his disciple behind him how many poisonous zombies were left that had not been destroyed yet. He quickly replied, "We have already dealt with 2, so there is 1 more." Suddenly someone from behind shouted, "General, come and see this." The 2 of them followed his lead deep into the foggy forest. In front of them was the remaining zombie, but he was also destroyed. Namgung Chong looked at it in confusion. Impossible. After thinking for a while, he concluded that it must be that brat's fault. The disciple behind him couldn't help but wonder, You mean Sang Yunrin?" Namgung Chong quickly replied, "That's right." Even he had to admire his strength. He is the hope of the martial arts world, able to break the system of the 10 great masters that has existed for decades. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. The disciple saw this and shouted, "Oh, look!" This immediately attracted his attention. The person who just appeared in the sky is still showing his power. Namgung Chong saw this display of strength in rounds and immediately realized that the next generation's #1 expert was right here. At the Secret Service training ground, the group was still practicing hard. A stranger leisurely walked in, attracting everyone's attention. He bumped into someone who was practicing. The other person immediately put his hand up to cover his nose, complaining, "Oh, what is this smell?" He just now noticed to sniff himself. He realized the smell was coming from him, and was embarrassed. Sorry. From afar, Namgung Cheol appeared, looking at him with contempt. "I thought there was a foul smell, turned out it was a beggar who just walked in." He recognized the person in front of him, pointed at him, excitedly. "Oh, so it's you, the one called Tam Tai." Namgung Cheol. He was surprised. "You know me." He looked at him and told him honestly, of course. His reputation resounded throughout the martial arts world, the #1 candidate to inherit the Namgung family, famous for excelling in 3 fields. Namgung Cheol felt embarrassed when he heard that. "Is my name that famous?" He replied, "Yes." He immediately explained, gesticulating to show that, "First, your swordsmanship is extraordinary." He continued, his face still expressive. "Second, you have talent for rich literature." To the last one then leaned over to him and whispered, "And thirdly, you have fate with women." Namgung Cheol heard this reason, couldn't help but blush. He was embarrassed and stuttered, "What?" The disciples behind him laughed. "What I said was not wrong, right?" Namgung Cheol asked angrily, "But who are you?" He pointed at himself, "Me." Suddenly an arm from behind patted his shoulder, calling his name Jang Sam. He turned around and saw who had just called him, and was happy. It was Shaolin's Cha Yun-gun. He said, "Ah, I knew you would be here." Jang Sam started to praise him. "Without the future of Shaolin, the Secret Service is nothing more than an empty shell." Namgung Cheol saw the 2 talking so intimately, couldn't help but be curious. Acquainted with the future of Shaolin, Cha Yun-gun was suspicious. "What are you talking about?" Yun-gun then turned his attention to him. "Ah, Namgung Cheol, is this the first time you 2 met?" Then pointed at Jang Sam. "Introduce yourself. This is Jang Sam, the 6th disciple of the beggar gang." Namgung Cheol was stunned when he heard this title, the 6th disciple. He looked at his expression, scratched his head, embarrassed, surprised to see a young man like me had reached the 6th level. Maybe I was a bit lucky. He looked at Jang Sam in shock, thinking to himself, "I know about the beggar gang's ranking system. The gang leader is at level 10, the guardian is at level 9 and the elder is at level 8, but someone the same age as me has reached level 6. Jang Sam ignored him and looked around. Was there anyone else here? Suddenly he saw someone and shouted excitedly. Jang Sam saw a girl with black hair and black clothes and immediately recognized Li Jicheng of the Huashan sect. He looked away and saw another girl. He hesitated and over there. Jang Sam looked with a rogue's eyes and couldn't help but sigh, the ice princess of the North Sea Seol Aaron, it's hard to say who is more beautiful. Suddenly he looked at Namgung Cheol and saw his girlish expression. He immediately went up and patted him on the shoulder teasingly, truly worthy of the title of 3 talents. While joking with Namgung Cheol, Yun-gun asked him, "Hey Jang Sam, do you know who that person is?" He suddenly looked over. "Who is that? I've never seen it before." In front of them was Kong Cheon, he was walking around here. As he approached, Jang Sam exclaimed, "Ah, I know." He pointed at him and said, "If my information is correct, that's the one who absorbed the blood demon." Yun-gun and Namgung Cheol couldn't help but be surprised. He seemed to recognize him as well and spoke up. The one they were talking about was the one Tae-young had accepted as a disciple. Yun-gun looked at Kong Cheon with a passionate look. Suddenly, a shout came from outside the city. Jeoljong Jeolgum had returned, so they turned their attention to the city gate. The heavy city gate was quickly opened. Right after that, Namgung Chong rode in on horseback with a sullen face. He bowed his head down and frowned. The people in the Namgung Chong 10 Great Experts Sauce Factory. A group of soldiers following him were all wounded. They supported each other's shoulders and walked in. Jang Sam saw this and immediately realized the situation. Zombies had appeared in Hanam and even the first team of the Secret Service had a hard time dealing with them. Yun-gun and Namgung Cheol looked at him suspiciously. How did this guy know everything? Suddenly Jang Sam exclaimed in panic, "Huh," he thought to himself, "it's him." It turned out that among those soldiers, he saw Sang Yunrin. They stared at him, unable to help but sigh. The monster they said was the #1 expert of the next generation. Suddenly, Yunrin frowned. It turned out he was looking for Kong Cheon. The two of them faced each other. No one likes anyone, eyes full of jealousy. Jang Sam pointed at the two of them with interest. Oh, it seems they recognized each other. He looked excitedly at the frowning man. The future of martial arts was personally taught by one of the 10 great masters. Then looked with interest at the silent expression of the person opposite and the heir to the royal power who had absorbed the blood demon. Wine bottles spilled all over the floor. In a dark room, there was only a great master holding a girl's body. His body was trembling, the girl seemed to have been poisoned, blood was flowing from her mouth. Her hand turned purple, using her last bit of strength to touch the great master's body. Her hands gripped the great master's body tightly. Suddenly a green light emitted from the hand that was gradually turning purple. His tears streamed down as he watched his lover leave. The green air absorbed into his skin. He slowly put the girl down. She looked like she was dead. Why was she like this? He looked at her helplessly. Tears could not stop flowing. Suddenly he also spat out a mouthful of blood as if poisoned. He held his mouth, his eyes dilated feeling the pain. From the darkness, someone is silently standing behind. You are one of the top 10 experts, right? The expert's eyes were red as he looked back. Blood spurted from the poisoned spots on his body as he rushed forward to strike the other guy, who remained unmoved. Was rushed by a master but was blocked by Suk-gun. He laughed contemptuously, a genius who had reached the pinnacle of poison. His voice was somewhat cunning, welcoming you to the land. An isolated house in the middle of an island, surrounded by blue water. The surrounding atmosphere looks very mysterious and dangerous, where poison is everywhere. The group of people were walking under the blue sky with golden sunshine. At the head was the merchant king Tae-young. He sat on his horse with a majestic demeanor. Behind was a group of people walking wearily, surrounded by forests with many snakes. Namgung Cheol was sweating profusely, his face red with anger. So this was where the Sichuan Tang family extracted poison. In such a harsh environment, no wonder even insects and frogs were poisoned. Jang Sam tiredly bowed his head and walked slowly. Namgung Cheol lamented, "Our mission is to reconcile the conflict, but I'm afraid we will be steamed before meeting those barbarians." When he asked this Jang Sam, "I ask you," Jang Sam turned around, "Don't talk to me, even opening my mouth makes me exhausted." Namgung Cheol whispered, "Is it true that martial artist Tae-young has reached the Wok-young realm?" Jang Sam heard that and wondered, "Why are you asking that?" Wok-young, official name is Wok-young, is the first stage to become a peerless master. Namgung's sentence has an explanation. I mean, isn't that very strange? He's not even one of the top 10 great masters like my grandfather, a peerless sword saint, yet he became the commander of the Secret Service team. Jang Sam just coldly responded to him, single-handedly quelling the Jegal clan's rebellion. Kang Cheon walked behind solemnly. He seemed to have heard what Jang Sam said, and an extraordinary figure who had absorbed the essence of the demon blood, chose him as his master. That must have some meaning. Namgung's face was suspicious of something. Now that you mention it, it makes sense, so he really has reached the Wakyung realm. Suddenly Jang Sam disappeared, making him confused. Where are you going, Jang Sam? Someone called out to Kang Cheon despite him not paying much attention, this descendant of the royal family. Jang Sam happily reached out to shake hands. I am Jang Sam from the beggar gang, pleased to meet you. Kang Cheon looked down a little strangely. But he still reached out to shake hands. Jang Sam immediately changed his attitude, he smiled smugly. Their hands just touched. There was a purple light of some kind of power emanating. Jang Sam suddenly noticed, trying to keep calm. A stronger wave ran around their handshake. Jang Sam's face darkened, he gritted his teeth in fear at Kang Cheon's power. This was an overwhelming power surging through his body. When he could not bear it any longer, he immediately pulled his hand back. He trembled and cried out in pain, if you can't control your strength, how can you master martial arts? You're like the kind of person who would break a rice spoon. Jang Sam glanced up, blowing on his red hand and probing, did you hear anything from Master Taeyong about this mission, and the mission? He replied indifferently, actually I was going to ask you that, did Kang Cheon's answer surprise you? Kang Cheon smiled slightly. The beggar gang's information network was famous throughout the martial arts world. Some people even said that the beggar gang truly ruled the martial arts world. Jang Sam stood there with his arms crossed in disdain. Oh, what nonsense. Maybe if it was Shaolin or Wudong then it would be better, but not us. Kang Cheon's face was both mysterious and confident. No, one cannot conquer the world with strength alone. Information is the most important key. When he asked, moreover, aren't you a top expert, one of the 6 elders of the beggar gang, Jang Sam's face darkened and he frowned. How do you know that? It seems like his information network is even better than mine. He crossed his arms confidently, revealing a mysterious look. Alright, I'll reveal a little secret, just for Master Taeyong's proud disciple. Kang Cheon smiled and affirmed, Jiang Suk, let's get straight to the point. Jang Sam couldn't believe his ears. He looked down pensively, where should I start explaining? The martial arts genius of the Tang family of Sichuan, Tang Suk-gun, naturally participated in the great battle. The rest of the army gathered together in a corner to rest. At that moment, other than the demon, the one who pushed the martial arts alliance's forces into a difficult situation was none other than someone who was flying high above. From his body came jet-black poisonous gas, causing the people they inhaled to experience extreme pain. One by one they spat out blood, poisonous demons. At that time, the person who saved the alliance was the 4 great geniuses Tang Suk-gun. He had extensive knowledge of poison, which made him extremely good at curing poison. Many people believe that Tang Suk-gun ultimately decided the outcome of the Great War. Kang Cheon left it hanging. If he was that good, Jang Sam did not hesitate to continue. It was no surprise that he was among the top 10 martial arts masters. He said in a helpless voice, however geniuses focus too much on something ordinary. Before he could finish his sentence, Kang Cheon jumped up and shouted loudly, about to go crazy. Jang Sam didn't hear clearly, immediately asked again, what did you just say? But he shyly brushed it off. Oh, sorry, I just remembered my old master. He recounted what he heard. After all, people said that he caused many strange things because of his eccentric personality. Kang Cheon worriedly wondered, so what about now? Jang Sam bowed his head thoughtfully. Now. Last night in Sichuan, someone raised his voice. What do you mean by disappeared? In the dark room, only the moonlight filtered in. It was a bit difficult for the head of the Duong family to explain, so Taeyong brushed it off. This matter cannot be rewritten. The head of the family explained further. We were worried that if we honestly revealed Tang Suk-gun's absence, they might not send a secret service team. Taeyong noticed the worried look on the face of another person sitting there. He asked sternly, have you expelled Tang Suk-gun? The head of the Tang family immediately dismissed it. That means Tang Suk-gun is one of the top 10 experts. How can we expel him? He continued to explain that there were indeed people who wanted to do so, but it didn't last long. Afterwards, perhaps out of guilt for killing his loved one, Tang Suk-gun went into hiding. After knowing that he was no longer there, the Tang family continued to cause trouble. Taeyong didn't say anything more, quietly watching with a suspicious look. All the way, he kept thinking about last night's events. with the disappearance of Tang Suk-gun, one of the 10 great masters, the balance of power with the Tang family had been broken. This meant that I would need to deal with the same level of power that Tang Suk-gun once had. Something caught his attention and interrupted his train of thought. The horse seemed to be wobbling. He tried to grab the reins. His horse suddenly coughed up blood. He still struggled to hold the horse's reins. A strange green aura emanated from the horse's body. A strange purple light pressed down on the horse's body. Its legs seemed unable to stand any longer. Taeyong landed, surrounded by purple and blue energy streaks. He looked up, his face filled with astonishment. The sky was covered with green toxic clouds. He could not help but exclaim in surprise. From Taeyong's palm, a strange energy emanated. He put all his strength into casting the magic. Immediately followed by a hurricane that blew straight ahead. The whole space seemed to be swallowed by light. Only saw in the distance emitting a explosion accompanied by cracks. At this moment, Taeyong worriedly asked his subordinates, "Is everyone okay?" One of them spoke up to evaluate. "The toxicity is not as strong as we expected. If this is their way of treating distinguished guests, you guys should have some resistance to this level of poison." He just nodded and smiled kindly. "I understand. I still have to be more careful." Taeyong carefully observed his surroundings. The vanguard is guarded by the sex expert guards. A question suddenly flashed through his mind, but the rear only had the Secret Service's backup force. Immediately after, Taeyong loudly ordered his subordinates to quickly check the rear area. The group of people went deeper into the forest one by one. A man ran to report in panic, "My lord, the rear has disappeared." He could hardly believe his ears. What a disaster. In another development, from deep within the forest came Jang Sam's voice, "No matter how good a person is, he has a fatal weakness." Kang Cheon looked doubtful. "A weakness?" He explained in a low voice. It seemed he had a weakness for women. Hearing that, he also somewhat sympathized. Well, such things were often covered up with the phrase amorous hero. Jang Sam showed a look of disgust along with his blunt comments. The problem was that he was not only a womanizer but also a complete idiot who didn't know how to talk to women. Receiving the shocking information, Kang Cheon showed obvious surprise. He kept on talking. "Think about it. How could a hermit who only knew how to dissect frogs and insects all his life flirt with women? There were even rumors that his stench was worse than us beggars." Suddenly he signaled to stop. "Wait." Kang Cheon's eyes became serious. He tried to see through the forest. "Oh no, I was so busy eavesdropping that I didn't realize." Kang Cheon immediately stood up with a very alert demeanor. "We are completely surrounded." Jang Sam's face showed confusion. "What do you say?" Only to see his eyes widen as if he sensed an omen, a deadly cold aura emanating from Kang Cheon's body. He turned to one side and reminded that there was something strange over there. Turned back to Taeyong, his face showing seriousness. Because in front of Taeyong is the leader of the Suk-gun tribe. His red eyes flashed with rage. Seeing Suk-gun's terrifying appearance, the group immediately became alert. A native stood in front of them. "You cannot enter here." He asked with curiosity, "What are you saying? This place has been under the control of the Tang family for a long time." However, the native did not answer but only asked Taeyong back, "You are not from the Duong family, right?" He patted his chest and introduced himself. "I'm Taeyong, a member of the Secret Service of the Martial Arts Alliance. I was sent here to mediate. I want to talk to your leader." He did not hesitate and flatly refused. The leader did not want to negotiate. He was so angry that he gnashed his teeth. "What a troublesome insect, always getting in my way." Suddenly, a shock wave spread out. Taeyong's whole body emitted an overwhelming energy. Yes, boredom began to convulse violently, like a rage in his heart. The group of natives gasped in amazement. Immediately after that the group of people couldn't move. Impossible, it was a paralysis spell. They looked at Taeyong with angry eyes. He subdued his opponent with just one move. The native had clearly perceived the enemy. This was the power of someone who had reached the transcendent realm. When he loudly questioned the group of natives, "I came all this way just to argue with a subordinate like you." Taeyong threatened, "If you want to continue talking then hand over your life." He was so angry that his whole body was shaking. Then the native struggled to resist. "Whether it is the Tang family or the Martial Arts Alliance on our land." Hearing this, his face turned blue. Taeyong frantically rushed towards the native. He strongly squeezed his neck. Taeyong coldly strangled the native, only to see him easily break his little neck. Witnessing that scene, the other guys rushed towards Taeyong. The group of natives quickly retreated. One of them jumped up and wanted to attack Taeyong. However, that action was discovered by him. Taeyong grabbed his leg. The whole native lost his balance. Taeyong mercilessly slammed him onto the ground. The subordinates were extremely excited. It seemed like we had brought along a real master. At the same time, two natives tried to sneak attack him from behind. Once again, Taeyong easily controlled them. He gently lifted the group of natives into the air. Taeyong's eyes emitted a crimson flame. The native's face contorted with difficulty breathing. Suddenly he looked away. I only saw a streak of light flying towards Taeyong. He immediately jumped up high. Immediately after that, a stream of air covered the forest. Jang Sam realized something strange. What was that just now? Kang Cheon's eyes turned cold. It seemed like they had already taken action. The mountain scenery appeared extremely quiet. Suddenly a shocking explosion broke the quiet atmosphere. Seeing the unstable situation, Jang Sam was a little panicked. It seemed like there was a change in the front line. If we don't quickly regroup, in contrast to him, Kang Cheon calmly analyzed, regroup, now we are surrounded. Only to see Jang Sam reply with a strong tone, then we need to break the siege. He said with a pensive look and a gloomy voice, we are surrounded but they are not attacking. What does that mean? He tilted his head in confusion. What? Kang Cheon can easily judge the situation, which means they don't want us to interfere. He carefully examined it. Perhaps they just wanted to deal with the Tang family, so let's wait a little longer. Then Kang Cheon said something vague again. Taeyong, no, Master Taeyong will probably find a way to simplify. Hearing this, Jang Sam looked very excited. That's right, Master Taeyong was a peerless master who had reached the Wakyung realm. What was there to worry about? Only saw him give him a doubtful look. Wakyung realm. Kang Cheon scratched his head in confusion but still nodded along with Jang Sam. Maybe. Now he fell into deep thought with complicated thoughts if he could properly apply what he taught him. Back to the monk, the group of natives knelt down to him. I'm sorry, Chief. Sukgun's eyes still flashed with danger. His feet moved lightly on the ground. Every step Sukgun takes is a crack in the ground. He walked up to Taeyong and stood facing him. Taeyong wasn't afraid at all, he just smiled with satisfaction. You finally agreed to negotiate. However, Sukgun growled in a resolute tone, back off, we won't give up an inch of ground. It seemed like Taeyong had expected this, so he was very calm. There was no need to be so rigid, we were just trying to get along with you. His low voice echoed in the space. Someone had come here before and said the same thing. Sukgun questioned the man's heinous crimes. Under the pretext of researching poison, he defiled our sacred land, he killed innocent tribes and destroyed this land. Hearing that information, Taeyong couldn't help but feel a little surprised. That person was from the Duong family, right? The guy gritted his teeth in anger and questioned him back. Yes, can you reconcile with your enemy like that? As if nothing ever happened, too much blood and hatred has accumulated. At this moment, Sukgun coldly observed the group of people. It's lucky for you guys that we don't get revenge, and quickly leave here. At this moment, Taeyong was no longer as aggressive as before. He turned to the Tang family's subordinates in confusion. What were they doing here? Taeyong immediately changed his attitude. He tried to negotiate. I understand your position, but with that attitude, both sides will only shed blood. Sukgun clenched his teeth as if they were about to break. Stupid. From deep in his eyes flashed a flame of hatred. Sukgun rushed towards Taeyong at breakneck speed. However, he only threw one punch and sent the guy flying. Taeyong laughed happily. I've been waiting for this moment. He clenched his internal force fist. Using his fist was indeed the fastest way. Immediately after, Taeyong punched Sukgun straight in the chest without any mercy. Just then, a huge explosion suddenly erupted. Everything around also for the island. Witnessing the life and death battle, the subordinates opened their mouths in amazement. The indigenous group was equally confused. Only saw Taeyong's eyes start to twitch. Right now, Sukgun was clenching his fist. He said with contempt, you still haven't reached the realm of Wakyung, right? Taeyong's face turned red when his weakness was discovered. He quickly jerked his hand away to escape from Sukgun's control. Taeyong lost his balance and fell backwards. He looked at the guy in confusion. You. Taeyong doubtfully asked Sun, how do you know? The guy slowly answered his question. I once met someone, a peerless master in the Wakyung realm. The more Taeyong listened, the more surprised he felt. Did he know someone at Wakyung's level? Only to see the corner of Sukgun's lips slightly curved up, forming a smug smile. Sukgun escaped one that moved. Cold sweat ran down his face. He approached him and whispered in his ear, "I even killed such a person once." Taeyong immediately kicked in defense. Sukgun's appearance was quite calm, he calmly observed his actions. As soon as the punch was thrown, Sukgun dodged it in time. Then he threw the spear at Taeyong. Overall, Sukgun easily knocked Taeyong out with one attack, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The forest was destroyed in an instant, trees fell one after another. Taeyong's whole body was pushed back. When his eyebrows looked like they were being swallowed by the tree trunk, Taeyong was so badly injured that he couldn't move. His body began to tremble with rage. Taeyong decisively broke free from the restraint. He glared at Sukgun, who had defeated him. His figure was strangely blurry, he had killed a peerless expert in the Wakyung realm. Taeyong quickly dismissed that stupid thought, no way, how could a cultivator cultivate in such a remote place? He firmly believed in his judgment that he could defeat a peerless master. At this moment, Taeyong lost all his strength and just collapsed. Sukgun approached him, then looked coldly, "I will kill you to warn the others." His huge hand slowly raised. The subordinates beside him could only swallow their saliva in fear. Suddenly, a flash of light caught Sukgun's attention. He glanced around to find where it came from. Then Sukgun's pupils emitted a red light that matched his anger. He growled, "Who?" In another development, a colorful toad appeared on the foliage. Jicheng carefully approached it from behind. Her fingers gently touched the toad's smooth skin. Jicheng's eyes suddenly opened wide. Immediately the toad jumped in another direction. Her whole body trembled involuntarily. Jicheng looked up in one direction with a thoughtful look. At the same time, Jang Sam froze. "Did you just feel it, if the ground shook all the way here?" He hurriedly informed Kang Cheon of the situation. Something terrible must have happened. However, Jang Sam couldn't find him anywhere. He hurriedly searched for him. Where did he go? In a remote wilderness area. Immediately after that, there was a violent flash of lightning. Only saw Kang Cheon flying into the air. His eyes showed determination. At this moment Kang Cheon was extremely worried, afraid that Taeyong alone could not cope. Immediately after, his blue pupils suddenly glowed. Deep in the forest appeared a bright streak of light. Kang Cheon successfully found Taeyong's group. At that moment, Sukgun decided to quickly execute him. His eyes kept flashing. Extremely scary appearance. However, Sukgun suddenly stopped his actions, his body motionless inexplicably. Sukgun looked around in confusion. Who was it? There was a master hiding behind. He immediately ordered his men, "We retreat." They were confused, not understanding what was going on. What? Before leaving, Sukgun did not forget to remind, "Today I will spare your life." Having said that, he pointed at each person, "But remember this." Sukgun raised his voice in a threatening tone, or more accurately, it was a warning, "Today I won't use the 100 poisons." With just one sentence from him, the group of people immediately became afraid. Just then, Sukgun's voice reached Kang Cheon's ears again. His face showed bewilderment and confusion. The night gradually fell, it was decorated by the full moon above. Inside, Taeyong suddenly vomited blood. Kang Cheon carefully examined his body. "Your internal organs were completely destroyed." He stared at the wound and added, "Fortunately the members of the Sichuan Tang family are knowledgeable about poison, we have the antidote available." But Taeyong stubbornly refused. "What's the use of healing himself? If I fight him again, I'll still lose." Kang Cheon leaned closer to him and said mischievously, "Are you angry?" He glared at him, "If it weren't for you killing me." Kang Cheon patted Taeyong's shoulder and smiled provocatively, "You will still lose." Hearing this, he had to accept it. Perhaps he said he had killed a master who set the Wakyung realm. Taeyong turned back to look at Kang Cheon, and at the same time expressed his guess, maybe that expert was Tang Sukgun. He was a bit uninterested and only responded indifferently. It was very possible if he wasn't showing off. At this moment, Taeyong recalled every word the man said. The sound seemed to be engraved in his mind. Moreover, he also mentioned the 100 poisons, the 100 poisons of the 4 deadly poisons. He defeated Tang Sukgun and also obtained the 100 poisons. Kang Cheon shook his chin thoughtfully. If that was true, then this was a serious problem. Only to see Taeyong starting to explode in anger. "Damn Duong family, what else are they hiding? He stood up regardless of his wound, we must deal with it immediately. Right after that, the pain broke Taeyong's wild thoughts. He looked at him boredly, with a body like that, you can walk 10 steps and you will meet the king of hell. Suddenly Kang Cheon walked up to Taeyong, wait. He gently placed his hand on his back. Taeyong looked confused, what are you going to do? Kang Cheon carefully observed the wound, it seemed. He put on a serious face, needing immediate treatment. Taeyong still didn't understand Kang Cheon's strange actions. The scene changes to the Tang family in Sichuan, the angry voice of the Tang family's head echoes in the air, impossible, Tang Sukgun cannot die. He kept shouting, how could one of the 10 great masters lose to the leader of a border tribe? It was absurd, he must be just bragging. Taeyong was already tired of the rude behavior of the head of the family, his mouth was too big. He changed the subject, what about the 100 poisons? Taeyong explained slowly, he spoke as if he already possessed the 100 poisons. The head of the family continued to deny it, it was probably just an exaggeration. Suddenly Taeyong shouted loudly questioning, where is Bok Dok? The group of people immediately became hesitant, that matter. He kept checking them out, because he had clearly mentioned its existence, if he didn't have it, then it must still be in the family, right? Taeyong went to the head of the family and asked, are you planning to hide that whole thing? However, he still did not respond but only tried to avoid it. What do you intend to do with it? Taeyong firmly asserted, unfortunately that was the only way to deal with him. The atmosphere in the room immediately became tense. The group of 3 of them remained silent. At this moment, Kang Cheon used his mind's eye to observe their conversation. Every action of the group of people was caught in his eyes. Kang Cheon's eyes flashed with solemnity. Kang Cheon kept asking questions, is the poison still in the Tang family? He was very curious, what about the 100 poisons that the other guy had? At the same time, Jicheng suddenly moved to a room. She raised her head to look at the full moon. At this moment, Kang Cheon's appearance was caught by Kang Cheon. She suddenly remembered a mysterious character. Thinking of this, the corner of Jicheng's lips slightly curved up. At the same time, he jumped off the roof. The whole person was floating in the moonlight. Suddenly, Kang Cheon jumped down in front of her. The ground also shook, and the surrounding area was filled with dust and smoke. Yes, his forehead became strangely grimaced. Jicheng looked at Kang Cheon's appearance blankly. The moon seemed to be embellishing the meeting between the two of them. The two stood facing each other in the cool night sky. At this moment Kang Cheon approached Jicheng. Facing the young girl in front of him, he wondered uneasily if they realized that we had used the clairvoyant ear to eavesdrop. After thinking, he walked over to Jicheng and asked, can I go over? Her expression was a bit stiff at this moment, but she still answered. But it seemed like she realized something, so she called him from behind. The words that echoed from behind seemed very normal, but they startled him. At this moment she asked curiously, you must be Lord Taeyong's disciple, right? Then she introduced her background to the boy in front of me, Jicheng of the Huashan sect. In front of the beautiful girl, Kang Cheon also tried to act cold, turned half his head back and replied, I have heard of you, Jicheng of the Huashan sect. After hearing that, Jicheng could only turn away and humbly reply, that title is too noble for me. In Kang Cheon's mind appeared the scene of the battle she had experienced in the past. He was suspicious. Why not? You defeated the leader of the Yangtze River waterway Suliang Han, and even defeated the top disciple of the great master Wigan. Kang Cheon then pointed at the girl in front of him and smiled in praise. With such achievements, you deserve that reputation. But with that result, Jicheng didn't seem very happy. Her eyes revealed a sad look as she replied, the result of that competition cannot be considered a true reflection of my strength. Kang Cheon looked extremely confused, his mind was full of question marks. Of course, Jicheng didn't pay any attention to his attitude and continued to ask, didn't you fight him before me? Remembering that scene, seeing Kang Cheon throw a powerful punch at the enemy like a fierce tiger. Remember that time, he used himself because he was afraid she would realize. Immediately after that, he regained his composure and scratched his head, pretending it was nothing, that was just a warm-up. Thinking back to that unforgettable night, I only saw Jicheng holding his neck and panting, looking extremely tired after the battle. She continued, moreover I was almost killed by Wigan. I only survived because of one person's help. Hearing her say this, Kang Cheon broke out in a sweat for fear that she would find out. Under the clear starry sky, only the silhouettes of two people could be seen. She continued speaking, as if she was confiding in someone. No matter how much they praised me as the future of the Huashan sect, I would still be an incompetent person. Facing Jicheng, who was truly helpless. Kang Qion observed her like a senior, and then he said, perhaps it was abrupt. But then he pretended to cough to gain authority and said, would like to say a few more words to you. She asked doubtfully, what? Kang Qion analyzed at this time, your plum blossom sword technique has definitely reached a considerable level. It seems you have built a fortress that is sturdy but too rigid, making it difficult to move freely. Perhaps it was because you followed your master's teachings too strictly. Hearing this, she suddenly startled as if she realized something. Back in time, Jicheng knelt before her master and said earnestly, Master, please teach me again, I still don't understand. Her master shouted loudly, do you want to be my puppet? Back to reality, Kang Qion raised his hand and challenged her directly, use the plum blossom sword technique to fight me. Jicheng was now stunned and asked again, huh? But then she agreed to challenge him, okay. Jicheng also drew his sword and prepared for battle, here I come. She jumped out of her seat. In the air, she rotated her sword 360 degrees. Her eyes were cold at this moment, without any hesitation. She thrust her sword straight forward. Her sharp sword tip approached Kang Qion closer and closer. He leaned back, avoiding her attack and said, you should not only observe. Seeing her opponent dodge her sword strikes as easily as pie, Jicheng felt a bit of pressure, but she still swung her sword wildly to attack. But her sword moves had no effect on Kang Qion. He dodged and continued to speak, you have to look and attack at the same time, move and react at the same time. Don't try to draw plum blossoms. She continuously swung her sword, the shapes her sword created blended into the air, it was truly beautiful. But the force of the strike was not enough, and Kang Qion also put his hand back and said, let them bloom naturally. Come closer to him, say, that is. The essence of movement in stillness. At this moment he pressed his face close to Jicheng's face. She was now panting from using too much energy. Both of them looked at each other, their faces were red and obvious. Then both of them turned away, looking embarrassed. By the way, Kang Qion raised his hand in farewell, I still have things to do, I'll take my leave. He jumped up high and said, keep it up. Below, she fell into a state of trance again. Then she said to herself, but I don't understand what you mean. At the top of the pyramid is emitting blue light. Right up here, the leader Sukgun is sitting in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide and thought who it was. Remembering the pressure he faced this morning, the leader stood up in doubt, did they really have such a master? Whoever it is, I want to fight him. The next morning, a tent was set up between the two groups for negotiations. On this side is the tribe's group led by Sukgun. The other side is led by Taeyong. Taeyong commented, you were so resolute last time, why are you willing to negotiate now, do you want to build a relationship? On this side, the tribal leader was deep in thought. Then he rolled his eyes and assessed. It seems like that guy is not here. Taeyong said, let's go, we didn't come here to take over this land. If the Tang family and the Minghong sect can divide the interests in this forest reasonably, the other side's clan leader will openly despise him. Seeing that, Taeyong narrowed his eyes, clearly showing displeasure. The clan leader said, you think you can negotiate with us, after just escaping death? He immediately stood up and shouted, our position remains unchanged, leave this land immediately. Taeyong was no longer happy, he clenched his teeth, looking very bitter. He said only when the situation changed. As soon as he finished speaking, he pulled out some kind of organ from under the table. It turned out to be a cannon with many barrels. He pulled it out and pointed the muzzle straight at the clan leader in front of him and said, until then, we will have the power to negotiate. Standing in front of Taeyong's gun, the clan leader also wavered a bit. On the other side, Kang Qion was still jumping on the undulating mountains. Having arrived, he immediately reduced speed and landed gently on the ground. He went to the cliff and observed the houses along the poisonous stream. He noticed one of the houses nearby. Kang Qion smirked smugly, thinking, found it. Then he looked away as if he had found something interesting here. He looked out to the distance beyond the poisonous river. Behind the mountains there was a tense explosion. He pondered the plan. Taeyong was still holding the gun firmly in his hand without making any move, like he was waiting for the other clan leader to say something in denial. The clan leader spoke provocatively at this moment. Are you planning to hold onto it forever? He continued with a sarcastic smile. If you keep hesitating, you won't have the chance to use it. You're unafraid of guns, and don't cry until you see the coffin. As for Tae-young, he frowned, secretly avowed this confidence came from. He thought this wasn't deadly poison. He gritted his teeth and decided, now it was time. His hand tightened on the hold hard. Once you've started something, you have to follow through. And countless poison needles were shot out of the gun muzzles. Those thousands of needles for clan leader, but it seemed like he had no intention. The needles immediately pierced his flesh. Tae-young saw that and suddenly thought, yes. The clan leader still stood there without feeling any. He coldly turned his sharp eyes towards Tae-young, seeing the scene before him, he was surprised because his poison needle was useless against the other guy. The patriarch gritted his teeth in anger and said, with something like this. He raised himself and shouted loudly, you still dare to threaten me. His pressure was indeed, it was like an explosion causing the nearby area to shake. On the other side, Tae-young signaled to fire to the sky. So they fired a signal cannon. The cannon flew high into the sky as soon as it was fired. Distance, Jang Sam was looking towards the income. His eyes looked pensively. At the well-protected Aboriginal temple, Jang Sam walked alone under their surprised gazes. The native guards at the gate pointed sharp spears and shouted, "Who are you? This is a holy place, outsiders, get out." Jang Sam's innocent expression, it seems like there aren't many guards here. He saw that this was really not enough to fight, disdainful and said, it seems they have all arrived at the lobby. Immediately there were countless dark shadows. The natives saw this and began to shy away. One of them shouted loudly, quickly form a defensive formation, protect the Holy Land. Not letting them counterattack, our side immediately attacked first. It seemed that this was fair because this side had all the experts, led by Young Gun. While the Secret Service was advancing to attack, the native army was only defend, protecting the Holy Land flies and bugs. Back to last night in the room. Tae-young said, what are you talking about? Kang Cheon guessed that the 100 poisons that the sect was keeping might not be real. Tae-young was suspicious. What do you mean? Kang Cheon explained. Tang Suk-gun spent his life studying hundreds of poisons. He must have hidden the precious poison in a place where no one could find it. Even if they were members of the clan, it was a place that absolutely no one knew of, so the possibility of the sect possessing 100 poisons was. Hearing this, Young stood up and shouted angrily, these guys are lying again. Brother Jia instructed, so you must prepare the next step. Tae-young looked at him and said, in a situation 100 poisons couldn't be used, there was only one way left. Hearing that, he immediately felt a twitch of doubt. When he understood, he quickly refused, no, I still have other things to do. Tae-young immediately said miserably, disciple letting his master be in danger, isn't that too cruel? Kang vented, let's delay as long as possible, until I return. Tae-young crossed his arms in annoyance, didn't you see what happened last time? How can I fight against a monster? The peerless master, he interrupted. Time is different. That statement made him think. I clasped my hands together, I was prepared. Tae-young was surprised when he heard this, eyes wide open and his mouth agape as he, what? His chest emitted a strange light. Back in the fight, he dodged the patriarch's punch. Couldn't punch so he kicked him, but Tae-young blocked it with his hand. Then he blocked the patriarch's punch much easier than before. The clan leader doubted life and was different from last time, but how could he recover so quickly? It was Tae-young's turn to gather his his fist. He charged straight at the patriarch. He supported and stepped back, thinking, it seemed like he had reached the realm of Waki. This moment, Tae-young in his eyes had become heroic. He was punched back 10 meters by him. The ground still bore the marks of his 2 rubbing footsteps. A subordinate of the clan leader suddenly ran over, Chief, they have raided the altar, the relic is in danger. Realizing Tae-young's intention, the clan leader was startled. He said, all of you quickly come to the altar immediately. We'll handle this place, they are suspicious, but you alone. The clan leader reassured, you're just getting in the way, do you want to die? As understood. They replied, yes. Tae-young thought, I get what you mean, withdraw troops. One leader pointed and shouted, "They are looking down on us too much." Taeyong pointed his finger and chest, affirming that the last 100 poisons will belong to us. He heard this and replied with a cold naive, "Why do you think I would keep the 100 poisons at the altar?" At this moment Taeyong was caught off guard and was startled. Isn't it there? At the small house on the high mountain. In the corner was a knocked-out soldier of the clan. Inside, Kang Cheon was observing all the herbs. I conveniently took a few people to test were real. Then he pile of books. He went over and opened it to read. He suddenly thought, is this Tang Sukgun's diary? At the Holy Land, the two groups were still fighting. Namgung Cheol was strolled on. A guy sneaked behind to sneak attack. Out from behind made Namgung Cheol turn around in surprise. It turns out that Jang Sam has beaten up the sneak attacker, he said. Be careful, Jang Sam clasped his hand proudly, no need to thank me, protecting each other is. Be finished speaking, Namgung Cheol raised his hand and shouted. Another man was sneak attack Jang Sam but his spear was cut off by Jicheng. She kicked him again, causing his jaw to dislocate. She reminded him to stay calm, the situation. Jang Sam wondered, what was going on? The tribal soldiers kept coming in droves like the Yuan army. Jicheng then commented that they're coming one after another, and that we would at this rate. Jang Sam said confidently, don't worry, Shaolin, we have that guy on our side. From afar, he used his fist to easily send flying all the surrounders. They lay down ability to fight. Another group moved forward. At this moment, he thought, just D.I.'s was old, keeping the treasure was too much. It seems like the treasure is glowing. In the middle of the treasure is a three-headed bird. Back to a scene of a house on a high mountain, below is a... With sharp ears, he seemed something. He found, looking strange. A hand reached up. Saw his teammates unconscious, suspicious, no. Into the room. He shouted, there's an intruder. At this moment, Kang Chi escaped from that place. He thought, I didn't expect the tribal leader to. Taeyong was still fighting with leader. The patriarch used his energy. He shot several needles out of his body. The needles after being shot flew back toward body. Seeing that, he was a little startled. He used his hand to hit the ground and shouted for self-defense weapons. The string is strong enough to create a shield that deflects poisonous arrows. Other people were not so lucky, by the needles. Taeyong shouted out. They take medicine and put it. And finally they got the pill in their mouths. From afar, the clan leader T was 100 poisons, then the antidote would be ineffective. The Tang family gave me what they called 100 poisons, but it was just a mixture of common poison. The name 100 poisons is not used to refer to such a common thing. Young questioned, you say you know how to make 100 poisons. He pointed his finger and said only Tang Sukgun knew the secret to making the 100 poisons. If you kill Tang Sukgun, that secret will be lost forever. The clan leader smirked, is that so? Then his hat. The hat was on the ground. Taeyong was startled and a poisonous blast shot out. The explosion dissipated into smoke. Plants are thus eaten away by the released chemicals. Taeyong was seriously injured because of that, he hugged his body in pain. He held the antidote, he thought, the defense is too slow. His dying face was about to stuff the medicine in. The clan leader just smiled confidently. The antidote pill frowned, seeing Taeyong's helplessness in front of him. It's useless, this is 100 poisons. Thinking about it, Taeyong also helplessly. He casually picked up the pill. Then he said, the antidote was also made by gun. We know how to neutralize this antidote. As if realizing it, Taeyong also whispered, so you are. Before his sentence, he confirmed with a deathly look, yes. Terrifying pressure, I used to be the one called Tang Sukgun. At this moment, just laughed helplessly, he thought, no wonder I can't win. At this moment, the clan leader also eternal energy in his hand like a lightning bolt intending to kill him. Taeyong thinks the difference between someone who has reached the realm and someone who hasn't reached it and lacks martial arts means. With the internal four eyes hand, he estimated that this move would take someone's life. Under Taeyang's desperate eyes looked carefully, shouted. Poisoned, he shot down. Another exploded. After swinging, his face turned. Suddenly in his eyes he seemed to realize something. It was Kang Cheon. He arrived in time to block his attack. Taeyang from a clear defeat, it seems his time is not over yet. You're training hard, he said with a smile, Master. Seeing this, the leader was also a bit surprised. How could he take my poison? The opportunity, Kang moved Taeyang out of danger. Go back to the tree. He pushed Taeyang down to the ground and squeezed. Then pressed acupuncture points on his body. This moment, Taeyang vomited out a bunch of poisonous blood. Kang Cheon said, I tried to hold back the spread of the poison as long as possible, now you probably can't move anymore. Taeyang asked, enough, if it's 100 poisons in your body then you can't cure it. He heard and immediately reassured, it'd be 100 poisons, but it was still a pretty strong poison. He asked, so did you get the 100 poisons? Cheon replied, no, there is no 100 poisons there. He was startled as, then it must be on the altar, taken it from there. You doubted and left me to die. Shouted, you really came back just to save me, stupid. Akin said, no, it probably isn't on the altar. Keeping 100 poisons with you is the safest way. Especially a great master like you, your body is like a strong fortress. As soon as he shouldered the tank, much to the man's surprise. Taeyang asked in surprise, hey, what do you want to do? Without saying much, he threw Taeyang around in the air. As if caught on something, his face still full of surprise. So he hung him like a rag and said, lie still, it will the spread of the poison, also a good place to watch this drama. Taeyang tried to hold on, I have something to tell you, the clan leader is Tang Suk-gun. After listening, he calmly replied. Taeyang's words were like a face. He looked really helpless at this moment. Kang Cheon approached the patriarch, he said, it was you. You're the one who used your aura to warn me last time, right? He scratched his head and replied, you realize, I'm sorry. Hanging upside down from a tree, Taeyang said with a surprised expression, is that so? Then the patriarch spread his arms preparing something. Under his eyes. From one of his hands appeared green poison. I should have gone all out from the start, said confidently. That's how to respect a master. At this moment, Cheon was also deep in thought as if he was evaluating himself. On the other side, the clan leader rushed straight at him without thinking. His poisonous hand immediately swung out very decisively, he was still edged that attack but many pieces were still blown away. From the powerful poison, he still rushed forward and continued shouting, you can't run. Unlike what he thought, he easily dodged his attacks, not landing even one. The other guy yelled angrily. This time he easily slipped past him. Whispered in his ear and asked, why did you betray the Duong family? Pretended to be dead. He is very angry now. Immediately punched up but still slower than the stab by 1 beat, 2 beats. People kept their distance from each other after the exploration was over. Standing opposite Kang Cheon, he said, the top 10 masters of family in Sichuan, Tang Suk-gun, is indeed dead. I no longer want to live under the dirty name of the Tang family. He replied, I know you want revenge. Doubted, what? You want revenge for her, right? As if touching the depths of his heart, he was bewildered. Then he got even, gathered his internal energy and shouted. You, what do you know? He rushed to punch him, but all he punched was a tree. He jumped away and watched the other guy's every move. He swung his arm and unleashed a powerful attack. Immediately, the cuts were swung out. The tree trunks also suffered the same, cut in half. You are so hot-tempered. The clan jumped up and performed a series of transformational attacks. Kang Cheon still dodged in a split. Then he gathered his inner strength. Then a punch was thrown for him. But in return scratched his back. And he got punched directly. Eat punch he always about the past. Back in time by the riverbank. He reached out and caught a frog, but was too late. He was faster and jumped into the water which made him angry, damn it. Then he held his head and tormented himself, even a kid who suddenly there was someone standing behind him without him knowing. On this side, he thinks martial arts just to catch a frog, I might even go crazy. Suddenly a voice came out making him surprised. What are you doing? Barbarian girl, she said, you don't look like Sir. She asked, are you from the Tang family? As angel landing, at this moment he stood still as if petrified. She warning him that it would be dangerous to stay in this land for long. In front of her, he was still petrified in front of the beautiful girl. A second later, he calmed down and said, it's not for me, but for them, just hearing my name makes them run away. She looks like you're looking for the red frog that made the poison arrow. After hearing that, he folded his arms contemptuously, poison arrow, such a trivial matter. What is the most powerful poison in the world, it is called thousand. Realizing his mistake, he thought, oh, what am I saying? Then he turned away sadly. Every time he saw a woman his damn boasting nature arose and pay attention and said, I also about poison. He was startled after hearing that. She held out a vial of poison in front of the patriarch. Just by smelling it, he realized it was Mihan poison. Look into her sincere eyes and she is a good person too. He said it was Mihan poison, but what can I do, resistant to all kinds of poison, and now I'm bragging about it. I don't need something like Mihan poison, I'm already broken. She held up the bottle of poison and said, I know this poison's, because you are Tang Suk Gun, a master of... Hearing her reveal her identity made him startled. He pointed at himself. Do you know me? She replied, I know you very well. Touching his shoulder, she continued, and we also know. Pressing her hand against, the girl said, you are trying to poisons. Led him to the poisonous spring. Then she said, on this side, he suddenly felt. No, this is what I'm looking for, poison spring. He asked, why did you out this place? This is a precious resource, people. Hearing that, she turned to look at him. Then she explained again, that's right, we Manchus have been fighting with the Tang family of Sichuan for a long time, the poison spring is the only way to deal with the Tang family. If a master like him completes the ultimate poison with this poisonous spring, the Manchus will no longer have a chance to... Standing behind the girl, he was suspicious, but why? Then she turned back as if questioning him and then she explained. You don't care what happens to the Tuchuan family, right? After hearing that, he was stunned and speechless. Two people looked at each other in a difficult situation. She explained her brother struck first because he was afraid that she would threaten his power. Of course the master could not be stopped, the rebellion was quickly quelled. He said, I never cared about being the head of the family. I intended to step back and live in, but I never expected my own flesh and blood to ding. He has no talent but is full of ambition. Him to seduce him, so he left his family and went into hiding. He turned his head away and said, I'm fed up with family name, all I want is to research the strongest poison. She said complete the 100 poisons, after hearing that he was confused. She added, but you must share its secret with me. If both the Tang families possessed that poison, they would not be able to threaten each other. He asked, looking for peace and stability, she sounded like a strategist. Explained, well, I'm in a position where my father is the leader. Hearing these two words, his face became blank again. Then I have one condition, she replied, say it. He held her hand tightly and proposed directly, marry me. Proposed in her head when we had only known each other for less than half a day. Heard he has a weakness for women, but is he that easily defeated? Back to the present, he took a punch from Kong and crashed his head into a tree, that's why he had time to recall. Standing before him, he was doubtful, did the poison master really believe everything she said, the master who was immune to all poisons easily temptation of a woman, after losing her, was he that desperate? From under the corpse, the chief said, she loved. He scratched his head worriedly, I think. You have been used. Like angry fire ants, he angrily stood up and shouted, the pressure emanating from him was great. Taeyong on the tree almost fell. He shouted, you dare to insult her, I will not forgive you. She is purer and more beautiful than any world, her pure soul is like a ray of light in this rotten world. His challenge echoed far and wide, penetrating the sky. On the tree, Taeyong also said, you should have told me in advance so I could cover my ears. Pointing Cheon, he shouted, you will pay for insulting someone I love. He said seriously, threatening me like that doesn't scare me. He heard and then laughed and said, you're so calm. But now fallen into my hands, your life will not last. Look at his arm, say, this. Then he tore off his shirt and was surprised to see that his shoulder had no scratches, it didn't hurt. Saw his shoulder was shiny without any dirt. He was also bewildered and did not understand what was happening. Remembering the scratch on Kang Cheon's back, clan leader thought he would be calm even though he was scratched like. This kid is really resistant to all poisons. He admitted, just as I thought, Master, honestly, I'm not even sure if I can win against you. Kang Cheon calmly replied, thanks for the compliment. The clan leader saw himself being retaliated. He shouted, shut up, who would praise a guy? I don't think about it, why are you so angry? He did, but you would be the perfect opponent to test the 100 poisons on. He was obsessed, finally talking poisons, huh? He scratched his arm. Kang Cheon startled. Taeyong on the tree was also startled. Kang Cheon smiled, thinking how unexpected. From the hands of the patriarch spread deadly poison. Cheon evaluates the storage of hundreds of poisons. He screamed and pushed the poison out of his hand. The poison flew up to the skies, a lifetime of research and the power of love perfected it. After that, Kang Cheon's face also turned dumb, oh my god. He shouted again, the strongest poison under. He gathered poison and threw it at him and announced. This is the 100 poison. The huge ball enters Kang Cheon, him inside. Yes, this could be a bad ending. Pyramid. The group was still fighting. They gradually moved in and gathered around each other. Jang Sam said, now it's just that. Namgung standing next to him exclaimed doubtfully, huh. Even if Yungun gets the relic, there's no way out. Namgung was annoyed. It seemed like the Sword King's disciple was dead or maybe. Jicheng didn't believe it, she couldn't refute. The strong vibration from the ground made Jang Sam others also felt it and in surprise. Jicheng shouted. Relic, Jang, which is the relic? He held up the relic and shouted. We got the relic. The natives were very surprised to see that, the rest of the people looked at them with eyes. Their weapons all fell to the ground. Then they all knelt down as if kowtowing to the Supreme Being. Seeing that, Namgung doubting, just because you lost a relic, rendered. Jang Sam guessed it must be important. Came forward and said, no, I think it's for another reason. Point direction, he said, look, it looks like everything is settled. Proceed to after the explosion the tree just now was deformed. All animals are reincarnated. Clan leader also collapsed using the 100 poisons. He finished speaking. In front of him and Kang Cheon was a deep pit of. A foot came. Kang Cheon said. What an hour. That 100 poisons is not just a name. At this moment, the clan leader also said helplessly, how surprising, the look, which used all my strength, was blocked so easily. Then he stopped resisting and accepted his fate. Looking up at the clear sky, he sighed. The era of one of the masters has ended. Back on road. The clan leader is locked in prison. Kang Cheon and Taeyong had recovered from their injuries. Touching the iron frame, Cheon said, these iron bars you can break at any time, right? Inside, the clan leader remained silent. Continued. Are you atonement for betraying your family? Hit the nail on the head, he shouted, the one who was betrayed with. Moreover, it was the Duong family that had to pay the price for her. He asked back, why don't you do anything? He accepted, saying, because I lost to you. Waiting for your verdict, he hesitantly replied, verdict. Looking at himself he said, what if I asked you to become my subordinate? After hearing that, Taeyong doubted life forever. I would rather suffer such humiliation, you contemptuous patriarch. He mind and changed the way he said it, so how about being an ally? After hearing the name of the clan leader, he was a bit hesitant. Looking straight at the two people behind the bars, his allies, after listening he seemed to be the offer. Kang Cheon sat down and said. I want to think, but before that I want truth about that day. He won one day. He replied, the day she... Hearing this, he also frowned uncomfortably. Seeing him in a bad mood, he added, I have read your notes. Then touched the nerve, both their heads and blushed. Taeyong still didn't understand anything. The clan, everything was as written in the records, as she had suggested. Used the poisonous spring and finally completed the 100 poisons. But this truth has reached the ears of the Tang. They have been following my every step since I entered the forest. As the 100 poisons were completed, they immediately sent an army. As she happened to be alone, she attacked the poison, but... Seeing him hesitate, Kang Cheon continued, but ended up being poisoned by it. He continued, that's right, the 100 poisons is the strongest poison, very difficult to cure. If enemy wants to touch it, it will definitely be difficult to survive. Taeyong wondered in his mind, don't you think she wants to steal it? You fool, you think you are you believe that. Patriarch continued. After holding her body, I went to see the patriarch under his sorrowful eyes. The ground. He bowed deeply to the village chief. If the Tang family were to be destroyed by the man had oppressed for so long, there would be no revenge. I heard that and was earned. Think this guy's personality is... And inside laughed with satisfaction. And then continued. The patriarch introduced me to the Manchus as a hero, destroyed the Tang army. He passed the throne to me. For the entire army, he declared, as the clan leader. I taught the Manchus poison-making techniques arts. We have planned to attack the family. But I never expected that a monster like you would appear. I asked further, what would happen if we accepted to become allies? Kang requested, first of all I cannot allow you to take revenge. After hearing he accepted it, it was meaningless, I lost to you already. He asked again, and you can no longer continue living in the Tang Suk army. He accepted that is exactly what I want. Cheon once again pointed at his chest and said, that's enough. Taeyong's to him was startled and thought, is that all, no conditions? The clan leader also secretly him, he also made an offer, then I have a special condition. Kang Cheon opened up, just like that. Everyone is preparing to leave. The Duong family and Taeyong were saying something to each other, making the Duong family feel embarrassed and lower their heads. Then both sides clasped their hands and said goodbye to each other. With a non-aggression pact between the Tang family and the Manchus, to keep their word, Manchu leader would be held hostage by the martial arts alliance. But, with that condition, perhaps the other side wouldn't object. Cheon asked again, this is not bad for the first mission, huh? He hesitated to reply, but secretly agreed. Suddenly a mysterious person said to two people. Made to know any more. He just wanted to keep the memory. At the Huact, where the mountains and forests are by dense smoke. There is a village where he lives. Out of the Hoa Sun sect, there are gatekeepers. One of them frowned. All eyes were on the newcomer. He stared at the Huashan sect sign without saying anything. The gatekeeper asked half suspiciously, what's the matter? Demon Sword then spoke, Xin Wu, are you there? The gatekeeper immediately snapped, who are you to dare call the elder by his name? Demon Sword did not respond, silently drawing out his sword. Seeing his sudden attack, the two gatekeepers quickened themselves and warned, do you know where this is, you fool? Demon Sword glared, showing off his conky. A flash of electricity passed by the door, so fast that the gate did not have to act or move. It collapsed quickly after that. At this time, Jicheng was performing a sword dance. She watched her intently as she assessed the pink light looming mountain. Jicheng landed on the ground and that was it. Xin Wu said with a smile, the number of plum blossom increased. Jicheng clasped his hand. Thanks, I got lucky. Xin Wu wondered, lucky. Jicheng counted, I met Lord Taeyong's disciple and was enlightened a lot. Xin Wu looked up at the sky and said, is there about to be a new change in the martial arts world? There was indeed a change. It was a sudden change. Jicheng looked out the gate. Pile of rubble and dozens of people lying underneath. Only the demon sword and its intimidated firm. Xin Wu quickly appeared. The old man frowned and asked, who are you? Demon sword continued to relent, only raising its bloodshot eyes to look at the other part. In Beijing, the headquarters of martial arts. An old man sitting reading a letter or something like that. This person is the leader of the martial arts, Lee Jong-suk. In a very tense place. Sheol banged the table in frustration. Why do we accept this? The old man calmly replied, I didn't send a letter asking for permission from the martial arts world who has already accepted the challenge, this is just an announcement. The friend beside him continued, there was about the sword demon's death, but no one found his body. The old man playing with trees was not very surprising, of one who had ever faced a sword demon would not believe such rumors. The old friend asked again, can Shinwoo win? The old man with intention, time has passed, right? The old man lowered his head in dissatisfaction, the great war between good had ended long ago, yet he was still stuck in old. The old man playing the tree pondered for a moment. Then spoke, Shinwoo asked for an official witness from the martial arts world. In addition we can intervene. The old friend heard then was shocked to wake up. The old man half criticized, it was truly a golden sword god. Your cunning really makes you the strongest in martial arts world. The golden sword god lips, cunning, you really have no limits in insulting me. The old man wondered, who are you going to send? Him replied with interest, one is doing quite well. His friends stared at him. In the middle of the dark forest, a voice came from somewhere. This time you are a witness to the battle of the number one Hwa-shan, the martial arts world has great confidence in you. I see you've managed to hide the fact that you died twice. Kang Cheon also feels that it makes sense. But indeed his martial arts have improved since then. Suk-gun agreement, I have to admit it, his growth rate is amazing. Only then did Tae-young turn around and speak. For criticism, choose one, 5 Poison Master. Suk-gun is bored, 5 Poison Master. Tae-young sternly reminded, that was the elder's new title. Couldn't go around with the nickname the 4 Poisoner while incognito. Suk-gun yeah, the 5 Sols, I like it. Tae-young continued talked, officially, you are his subordinate anyway. Be careful how you behave as a witness, elder. Suk-gun laughed, you said I have become a hunting dog of the martial arts world, not too bad, if you want to establish a sect under the name of the Shang-Wang dynasty. Having strong support from the martial arts world is not a bad idea. Tae-young immediately slammed his hand on the tree in front of him. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart, martial arts world, 10 great 9 great sects, since childhood I have hated all of them. Didn't you also fight in the great good and evil to eliminate the common enemy of the demonic sect? Our enemy now is the sword. You better than anyone should know what kind of is, right? Suk-gun was. Jicheng was already waiting outside the gate. When you see someone coming, politely greet and invite them. Tae-young and Kang Cheon were stunned speechless. Jicheng hurriedly explained, the elder brothers are busy so I came to pick you up, I apologize. Tae-young replied, it's okay, I understand the situation. Take me to see the elder. Jicheng nodded with relief. Yes. Entering the main hall, Master. Kang Cheon looked around. All without a trace intact. They stammered, why did the Hwa-shan sect come back? Jicheng replied, shame, I didn't expect us to be defeated by just one person. Tae-young calmly asked, can you tell me what happened that day? Jicheng, that day I was performing sword the elder to see when. The drums. The monks immediately ran over in alarm. They were shocked to see that the entire area had been destroyed. They saw the demon sword standing there so they were sure he was the culprit. The monks rushed forward together, wishing his life. Demon sword, you may panic. Murd continuously radiated, his eyes flashed with cold blood. A split second, a shocking double sword strike was causing severe damage to surrounding areas. To the tall tower, it stands tall in the gloomy space. Below the hall, a series of corpses lay scattered on the cold ground. Then a strong the silhouette of the demon sword appeared in the oak. His sword blade emitted a powerful energy. Only saw the sword grip the weapon hilt tightly, at the same time jumped down. His hair fluttering in the wind signaled battle. Then the demon sword landed on the ground. Immediately a group of soldiers ran towards him. At this, the demon sword was standing in the middle of dozens of swordsmen. His eyes emitted a crimson light, sharp as a knife blade. The group were not afraid of death and just charged towards the demon sword. Strangely enough, he stood still without reacting. One of them decided to sneak attack the demon sword from behind. One by one another also rushed in wanting to attack him. At this moment the demon sword growled and shouted, "I came to see Xin Wu." The voice opposite was a little trembling, "You are the demon sword, right?" The group of soldiers at the side heard that, demon sword. The teammate raised his gaze and "You're talking about that demon sword in the Great War of Good and Evil." Suddenly the man pulled sword. "It's not easy to meet the best swordsman in Huashan." Looked at him with contempt, "What a useless sacrifice, right?" However, the man was not discouraged. "Demon sword, I have always wanted to fight you at least once." His deep voice echoed in the space, "But first we need to clean up." Demon sword's words seemed to awaken the man's mind. He quickly ordered his subordinates to quickly retreat. However, it was too late, his sword began to spin. Immediately after, a powerful shockwave spread out. They did not have time to dodge and were sent flying one after another. After a while, seeing the man standing still, he complimented, "You guys held on pretty well." As soon as he finished speaking, the demon sword's eyes once again in light, "But if I kill all of you, who will?" He glared at the arrogant guy with anger. Immediately after that, the group of people rushed towards the demon sword. Underestimate Huashan. In another development, Jicheng was reporting the situation. The army had missed, even the elders had taken action, but it was still not enough. Her tone of voice was filled with "When I followed the elder to the training ground, everything was already over." Jicheng recalls the encounter between Xin Wu and sword. He noticed the figure behind him. Demon sword's eyes instantly lit up. He glanced at Kong Qion with a curious look, "Your daughter." Xin Wu, who was standing in her way, immediately, "My disciple, a talent that will lead Mount Hua in the future." Suddenly smiled evilly, "It seems that Hua's son will continue the tradition." At the old man's vague words surprised Jicheng, "But I couldn't." Xin Wu's eyelids sank, he let out a sigh, "What a pity." "Yes," Board began to frown. He loudly questioned, "Unfortunately." Having said that, the demon sword angled the sword at Xin Wu, "You speak as if it has nothing to do with you." Looked at him coldly, "I will be back in a month, let's end this." Just saw Xin Wu bow his head accepting fate, "Okay." Immediately after, the demon quickly left. Jicheng in the back kept. But her eyes showed thousands of questions. Xin Wu sighed, he still looked up at the silhouette of the demon sword. In reality, Xin Wu is having a conversation with Taeyang. He thought that he must have gone through a difficult journey and couldn't be considered to have visited Mount Hua if he hadn't conquered all 5 peaks, since Xin Wu came from the south, so he must have understood Mount Hua well. The old man slowly replied, "Thank you," realizing he had. Taeyang bowed his head in embarrassment, apologizing. Xin Wu to look at Jicheng, "I heard that my son has attained enlightenment." His mouth was open in what seemed like surprise. Taeyang glanced at her as if he wanted to ask what the hell. He turned his gaze back to Kong Qion, who immediately avoided it. At this moment, Xin Wu smiled happily, "So you have truly reached the pinnacle." He was so confused that he stammered, "Ah, that is." Take his subordinates for help, but only received a nod in return. Suddenly he became serious. Xin Wu kinded, "But with this pack you will become the Alliance's hunting dog." He was confused by the old man's instructions. "What do you mean?" At this moment Wu sternly warned, "I mean, look at you standing in front of you." Taeyang immediately understood the intention behind his words. Even now Xin Wu still exudes such a strong energy. But in the end he still could not become one of the top 10 masters. He realized Xin Wu's message, "Is that also my..." The night gradually falls with the moonlight shining. In the room, Taeyang sat quietly in a corner, looking pensive. In his displeasure, the damned old man was talking nonsense. Been watching Taeyang since earlier, why is he frowning like that? Kong Qion was too used to it, he just replied in a calm tone because he had heard that sentence twice already. The guy seemed to want sentence. Kong Qion emphasized a phrase. "Dogs of the Alliance." He continued to say more and even heard from his group. The man's face looked worried, but that wasn't wrong, right? Kong Qion suddenly the subject, "Hey, elder, do you know anything about that? He spoke his mind, the best swordsman in Hua Demon Sword, what happened in the Great War between good and evil. The man tilted his head in confusion. We are in different battle zones. Kang Cheon accidentally asked a question. Because you were abandoned, right? The man became confused. He coughed softly to regain his composure. After, the man mentioned an event near the end of the Great War. He seriously recounted this at that time when Xin Wu had destroyed an entire enemy village. On the other hand, fierce battle between Demon Sword and Taeyang is taking. He did not show any mercy towards him. Taeyang's eyebrows began to furrow. Just then, the man's sword slashed past him. Taeyang had a look of bewildered face. What the hell, I can't even see the sword coming. At the same time, Demon Sword noticed Kang Cheon's appearance. When he looked at him with concern, not only did he attack by surprise, he could also defend. Taeyang breathed out in short, his eyes filled with determination. Sorry, but I. Thinking of this, Taeyang disregarded his rush towards the Demon Sword. He didn't come here to fight fairly. Two people just rushed into each other without any restraint. The Demon Sword decisively slashed him. After the hit, there was a loud explosion. Deep in Taeyang's eyes, a bright light shone. He put all his strength into his arm and punched forward. Said that the destructive power of the punch can kill a series of people. Taeyang's arm started to bulge with veins lightning. At this moment his eyes showed worry. At the same time, Sword slowly raised the sword in his hand. It's my turn. He raised his voice to provoke. Try to block this move. The Demon Sword decisively slashed toward him. From the sword emanated a powerful tornado. Taeyang also had no intention of still and taking the hit. He quickly countered. Two people with two opposite powers fight again. However, this time, Taeyang could not easily resist Sword. He glanced at him with bewildered eyes. The Demon Sword raised his and jumped down at Taeyang. Just saw him roar. Shortly after, a series of Taeyang's fists hit the empty air. The demon's inferior, a series of his sword tips forward. The battle was extremely fierce. Only saw Demon Sword spread its legs to gain momentum. Immediately after that, his grip on his sword and rushed towards Taeyang. His eyes were like those of a demon, and the Demon Sword kept attacking him. Taeyang, he could only use his bare hand himself. Taeyang was thrown backwards. A moment later, a series of tree trunks were cut down, but only he was still safe. After that, one by one the trees fell on top of each other. A thick layer of smoke covered the entire forest. Kang Cheon outside also had to feel admiration. He was quite strong. Contrary on the man's side, he appeared indifferent, of course. The man stared at the Demon Sword. The Demon Sword was the strongest sword demon sect. He looked straight ahead with an expressionless gaze. Even the sword god Taeguk, one of the 10 great masters, could not defeat the Demon Sword in the Great War between evil, the man who highly valued the power of the Demon Sword. Even though he lost an arm, he is still a formidable opponent. Turned back to Taeyang, his body was covered with slashes. Kang Cheon watched Taeyang's actions closely. Taeyang's martial arts owned when he fought against strong opponents. It had always been like that. See different attitude, the man unconsciously used his viciousness. At this point, Taeyang was great difficulty. His arm was dripping with blood. Demon Sword stood still. Taeyang's miserable appearance. Your skill is enough. He laughed smugly, but unfortunately. And of course Sword doesn't take his abilities seriously, that's. He said and pointed his sword straight at Taeyang. I have no interest in you, so if you want to live then surrender. Suddenly he laughed as if mocking the Demon Sword's action. Taeyang gritted his teeth and glanced at him, you know. He struggled to stand up. If there was no one for him to overcome, just seeing Taeyang smile slightly, then his life would have no meaning anymore. Finished speaking, he immediately rushed towards the Demon Sword. At this moment he was so surprised that he could not react. Moved with agility, he easily escaped from the Demon Sword. Suddenly Kang Cheon appeared and grabbed Taeyang's hair. He glanced at each's body and spoke in a contemptuous voice, so miserable. However, Taeyang was not angry but just laughed. Even though he was in a miserable state, he still did question Kang Cheon, only when I'm in this state will you help me. Immediately after, his eyelids slowly closed. His expression also became serious. Why did the Alliance give this job to Tae-young? At the same time, the demon's sword remained motionless, only to see a serious man standing in front of him. Seeing that, Kang Cheon immediately spoke up to stop him, or should he had no intention of being disrespectful to his elders. Indifferent, I had already achieved that level 20 years ago. He glanced at the man with a genuinely annoyed look on his face. At this moment he muttered softly, but the demon's sword, the man carefully, the demon's sword was not someone that could be defeated so easily. Kang Cheon couldn't understand the meaning behind that sentence. Back to the battle between demon sword. He looked up at him and gave a savage smile. Kang Cheon's face darkened, destroying the enemy village. He raised his hand in displeasure, but it was wartime, wasn't it? The man admitted. Well, the battlefield was that kind of place, where when ads fall beside you, you can lose control and become a butcher. He said it without any, but that mission was one that Shinwoo voluntarily accepted. Kang Cheon, the number one sword of the Hwashan sect, had caused a massacre. Of course he didn't think of this, he didn't expect such a noble person, the man his arms without much surprise, so this matter must be buried. Although not one of the top 10 martial arts masters, still a martial artist respected by everyone in the martial arts. It was a scene of a crowd of people kneeling before him. He said that fame is what supports that person, Hwa-sun sect. If it were discovered, the fall of the Hwashan sect would be inevitable. Kang Cheon seemed to understand and until now even if there were rumors spreading, no one would believe them. But if there is, the story would be different, the man asserted accurately. Two of them simultaneously fell silent and glanced. His eyebrows were furrowed in displeasure. Tae-young passed a letter to Kang Cheon, the order I received from the Martial Arts Association before leaving. He took it and began to read it. After confirming its, Tae-young asked, "Are you going to get involved?" Kang Cheon didn't reply. He was probably pondering over what decision he should. Elsewhere, in a cave in the middle of the forest, demon sword crosses legs, hands on thighs. His appearance was very quiet, as if soundly. Suddenly, those eyes opened. A bright white beam of light shot out towards the village. Demon sword turned to a day in the past. His body touched the ground. Demon sword glanced. His two fingers were grabbed by a small hand. The child looked at the demon's sword and smiled friendly. When he saw that face, his face was full of surprise. The child led the demon one side, and he did not resist but just followed silently. Carrying the basket of clothes looked at the two people and smiled gently. D also seemed to have forgotten the current situation and smiled back. At that moment, he suddenly realized something and glanced down at the child beside. His hand was suddenly on fire and covered with cracked lines. The baby's whole body dissolved into tiny sparks and the demon sword's expression turned to panic and fear. Peaceful village just now was engulfed in a sea of raging fire. The house was burned down. He could do nothing, he could only helplessly kneel down on the ground. The figure of a man holding a sword suddenly appeared at that moment. Demon sword looked at the other person with hatred in his eyes. The man said nothing but his expression was full of danger. Demon sword, also not afraid at all, firmly looked back. Back to reality. Demon sword's eyes suddenly opened. A fist came from somewhere, straight at his face. Even though it was so, the demon sword was still able to easily dodge. That fist shattered the stone wall behind. Demon sword holds the sword tightly in his hand. The attack caused small pieces of rock to continue down. Then the whole cave suddenly collapsed. The man and Kang Cheon stood aside quietly watching. People in the cave knew they couldn't stay long and escaped at the same. Demon sword asked harshly, "Who are you?" Tae-young didn't answer that question and changed. "You're someone who will cause trouble." Right. Demon sword's eyes lit up. Tae-young didn't wait for an answer and waved his hand high. Another came down, but the demon sword promptly blocked the sword. A person was thrown to the ground below. Demon sword kneels on, using the sword to support his body. He looked up. Tae-young threw another punch down. Demon sword slightly leaned to avoid that attack. He secretly deduced, he was not a person of Hwashan sect. The other hand is preparing to attack. Is he learning Shaolin's demon sword up to block? No, different. But Taeyong still didn't give up, preparing to attack again. Demon sword still observed, it was more flexible than Shaolin and more creative. In the end, Taeyong was still beaten back by the guy. The two of them retreated at the same time. Demon sword. Did such martial arts really exist in the martial arts world? Kang Cheon observed the battle just now and asked casually. What do you think, the man who doesn't understand anything? He smiled. Demon sword, do you think he has reached the transformation realm yet? The man pondered and gave his opinion. He certainly seemed stronger than last time. But he retorted, can't you be more generous, though I admit that. It doesn't mean he has surpassed the elders. He folded his arms and refused it. I achieved that transformation 20 years faster than him. Kang Cheon at the man with an annoyed expression, what kind of is that? He spoke, but the sword was gone. He is not someone you can defeat just by reaching the transformation. Kang Cheon looked at him, not understanding. On the other side, the fierce battle is still continuing. Demon sword, seemingly overwhelmed until now calmly smiled. Demon sword looked at the man who appeared before him. He frowned and remembered. Image of a man suddenly rushing forward aggressively. In that brief moment, man kicked Shin Woo aside with his straight leg, pushing him away. Demon sword keenly realized that he had escaped my sword energy. Demon sword's eyes lit up. I don't know, but he quickly sensed danger, a stronger word. The man opened his eyes and looked at him. He raised his hand. Sharp black nails immediately grew out, accompanied by a strange green aura that looked just like a devil. Demon sword saw it and was startled. The man didn't say much and immediately rushed towards him. Demon sword hurriedly raised his weapon to fight. Hand and sword collide, sparks flying. Demon sword man. He smiled back without any respect. The man suddenly swung his arm out for another. Demon sword easily to avoid. The other man raised his hand again. Continued to slash down, causing the demon switch. He smiled smugly at the demon. Suddenly another weapon appeared on the bicep. It shoots out things that carry a strange blue light. They rushed straight towards the demon sword at an unimaginable speed. He didn't have tact before a shot passed through his face, red blood oozing out. Demon, after regaining his composure, could only retreat to defend. The wound just now emitted black smoke. The demon sword, could it be? He looked up at the poison master. The set, frowning and denying that the poison master was dead. He pointed at himself and introduced himself. Body is the king of poison, the king of the 5 poisons. Kang Cheon stood speechless. Oh, it seems you're quite satisfied with yourself. The demon sword's wow must have stimulated him. The man attacked fiercely again. Demon sword continuously used its weapon to block the bullets. He got more and more annoyed, and decided to attack himself again. He tried to rush forward, but was promptly blocked by demon sword. The other had more force. His eyes suddenly wide. A red light streaked across his head. Kang Cheon stood aside and could hardly believe it. His arm was bleeding, probably from the attack just now. The smoke from earlier appeared again, immediately healed. The man smiled smugly. Kang Cheon felt even more unbelievable, impossible. That stream of air still hasn't dissipated. He looked at his arm. The opponent is the sword demon. I have to welcome you properly, right? Sword saw the scene just now and still escaped from the shock. That air dissipated. The man suddenly glanced warily. He quickly turned, because there was a sword stuck right where he had just been. Kang Cheon also movement. The man was annoyed and disturbed. Shin Woo landed on the ground. Demon sword looked at him. Shin Woo pulled out his sword and reprimanded, I thought I treated you like that, but why are you so rude in my house? The man explained innocently, not all of the sect belong to the Huashan sect, I'm just doing what I have to do. The old man aimed his sword at him, in this case, you are no longer a guest. The man's arm once again emitted the same stream of air. Kang Chi called out, Master, we Taeyong immediately. Shin Woo stepped forward. Also did not argue with your stubbornness about keeping principles. Seriously reminded, it might be a disaster for Huashan. Who of course understands this, it is a burden to bear. The man looked at him silently. Xin Wu suddenly received a voice transmission. The man looked at him sharply. You plan to lose this battle on purpose. Xin Wu's face was filled with surprised astonishment. Right now, Kang Qion is carrying Taeyang seriously injured, the leading man is walking ahead, let's go. Xin Wu was always watching their every step from behind. Then, he turned his gaze towards the demon sword. Two people stood facing each other in an extremely sphere. Only saw the red eye from him. Xin Wu's eyes were no less fierce. Another development, the man carefully gives Taeyang. All over his body appeared needle marks. Seeing Taeyang in critical condition, Kang Qion could feel a little anxious. How is his condition, won't he die? He bowed his head, leaving someone in this even if it was to develop martial arts, wasn't it too cruel? However, he appeared calm. To be more precise, a look of disdain was clearly visible on Kang Chion's face. I have experienced situations much worse than this many times, he calmly told about his dark past. The master once left me on the street without even bothering to bandage me. Hearing that, the man immediately started to, it seems he also passed on that deviant personality to you. Kang Qion immediately retorted back at him, I don't think you have the right, considering you were the one who tried to wipe out your own family. The man was so mad that his face turned red, damn it. I wish you couldn't open your mouth anymore. Kang Qion suddenly questioned him, did you send the message already? The man gave him an have you reached the point where you can eavesdrop on communications? Kang immediately waved his hands to deny, there is no such level. He continued to search for questions, asking if he intended to fix the match to. The man replied curtly, without any answer. Seeing this, Kang Qion asked another question. A match between peerless masters means certain death, right? He answered perfunctorily, perhaps he had a debt to pay with his life. That made him wonder even more, paying off debt by match. Taeyang lay on the bed and started moaning. Damn it, even though he was in his mouth still kept cursing, should have killed the demon sword. In Beijing, the Martial Arts Alliance Center inside the Royal Palace rang out Nam Gongchang's voice, I tried to take down the demon sword first but Xin Wu stopped me. He looked at confusion, why was an old man so obsessed with matches? At this moment, another person burst out laughing in a strange way, I was too subjective. I just saw him constantly blaming himself, realized it from the moment the opponent was introduced as a demon sword. Namgong immediately paid attention to those words, it seems you know the reason. As he turned back to look at him with a sharp assessment, with your rank, is lacking, you should pay more attention to the world around you. Hearing that, Namgong Chong could only avoid that probing gaze. A martial artist should only focus on practicing martial arts. Suddenly he mentioned a mysterious place, that in the great battle between good is a place called Chrysanthemum Village, the lair of the evil sect. The man recalled Xin Wu's savage. Xin Wu had single-handedly massacred the entire village. Hearing this, Namgong Chong couldn't hide his bewildered expression. Just said massacre, how surprising from a calm person like him. The man had the same feelings as him, we were also shocked when we heard, only later did we discover that in that Chrysanthemum Village. He suddenly revealed an event, Demon Sword's wife and child were also there, information. Namgong Chong was so surprised that he was speechless. The elder looked into the distance with a thoughtful gaze, if we might lose the strongest swordsman of the Huashan sect. He immediately refuted that point, it probably wouldn't be that bad, no powerful the demon sword was, Taeyang's team was also there. At Gong In, that's not the problem, Xin Wu in the mat. The words he had not yet said were hastily taken back. Immediately after the elder found an excuse to leave, waste time here anymore. Which place is closest from Huashan? The scene Hoa Sun location, where the mountains are hidden in the misty fog. Jin Wan shouted in rage, is it true, senior brother? Yansik also firmly objected match that he intended to lose, that was impossible, elder. The group all in unison in support of his point of view, he would never do that. Xin Wu showed a doubtful expression, where did you guys hear this rumor from? The old man looked at the confusion, intentionally losing the match, why did I do that? At the same time, Taeyang walked into the Chrysanthemum Village. that name, Shinwoo's facial expression immediately changed. He questioned him bluntly, "Does that still bother you?" Kang Cheon intended to stop Tae-young, but he didn't want to do so. Everyone in the audience started talking. What is the chrysanthemum? Kang Cheon then observed the expressions of Jin-won and Yeonsuk's as if he thought they didn't know and those who knew were still a secret. Jin-won then stood up aggressively. "You used rumors to accuse our senior brother, that's too much." He replied in a contemptuous tone, "Is it too much?" Tae-young walked up to Jin-won and revealed a secret information. The top swordsman of Manhwa intended to spare his match, hindering the alliance's mission to destroy the evil sect. Tae-young continued to point his spear at Shin-woo for some petty crime. He sat down on the opposite side of the old man, his eyes still on Shin-woo. I wondered if he had forgotten his oath to destroy the cult. Seeing Tae-young glare at Shin-woo as if he was trying to penetrate his heart, I could only doubt. Hearing that, the group of people could only bow their heads. At this moment Shin-woo began to speak. In the previous battle of good and evil, they secretly admitted that he had destroyed a village of evil cultists. Jin-won immediately stood up to explain, "But I was just orders from above." However, Shin-woo quickly denied, "No." The man honestly declared, "I volunteer to do that." The people in the audience seemed to not want to believe it. In the old man's next, Jichung couldn't help but feel that most of the dead were civilians. Shin-woo's every word was a belated confession. Even though it was during the war, decade has passed, I still can't escape the feeling of guilt. Immediately after that, he clearly declared, "As debt is debt, match is match." Shin-woo's eyes became sharp like a hawk's. Martial artist of the Hwashan sect, I have never learned to give up. A group of people listened attentively to every word he said. Shin-woo looked extremely pleading, "I beg you all." He tried to convince everyone not to interfere with his match. Witnessing that scene, Tae-young showed a bewildered expression. Immediately after, each person in the audience bowed their heads in agreement to Shin-woo's plea. Hwa-sun sect was built in ancient style. Inside appears a grandstand with a large terraced structure. At this time, the martial arts masters were seated to watch the battle. Kang Cheon group was given special privilege to sit in the first position. Suddenly the man turned to blame him. "You really are a heartless person." Kang Cheon looked at him in confusion. "What did you just say?" The man bowed his head, his expression showing deep thought. "Now everyone knows about the Chrysanthemum village, right?" Kang Cheon immediately retorted, "But it was Tae-young who mentioned the Chrysanthemum village first." The man frowned, trying to suppress his anger. "Do you think no one knows that you were the one giving the orders?" Kang Cheon's eyes became sharp. If the person involved didn't speak up himself, the groundless rumors would spread everywhere. The man gave him a doubtful look. "You're predicting Shin-woo's failure, only to see Kang Cheon sigh. I'm just preparing for the worst." At the same time, the group of people shouted in unison, "The time has finally come." Tae-young also looked up at the sky. Behind the white clouds loomed a familiar figure. The mysterious character mentioned is none other than the demon sword. He appeared with his eyes wide open, his face cold and dangerous. Shin-woo slowly stepped out to confront the demon sword head-on. Demon sword glared at him as if he wanted to eat him alive. "You've held on for so long." Shin-woo replied without any fear, "I must survive. I must live just to face this moment." Immediately after, he pulled out his sword, pointing it at Shin-woo. Now was the time to end everything. He also slowly drew out his sword, his eyes not forgetting to follow the demon sword. Close-up of Shin-woo's eyes showing murderous intent. Neither of them said another word, just rushed at each other. The demon sword moved gracefully. Jichung standing beside him could not observe his footsteps. On this side, Shin-woo started to swing the sword. He tightened his grip on the hilt of his sword, raising it high at the same time. At this time, the demon sword also entered a fighting stance. His feet suddenly scraped against the ground. Turning back to Shin-woo, he also started to gain momentum. Immediately after, two people with intense hatred rushed at each other. Neither of them would give in. One person hit, one person dodged. The sound of metal rubbing against each other created a very ear-piercing sound. Immediately after, Shin-woo decisively slashed towards the demon sword. The old man easily dodged every slash. Right now, the demon sword turned to fight back against Shin-woo. The group of people in the stands could only watch tensely. Suddenly his eyes turned red. Immediately, the demon's sword pointed its tip straight at the old man. 18 forms. Seeing that, Shinwu immediately rushed forward, not wanting to dodge that fierce attack. His bloodshot eyes showed that Shinwu was extremely angry, so I will also respond. The old man hurriedly cast magic, and around the blade flew out colorful cherry blossoms, the 36 plum blossom sword. Witnessing that unique scene, Jicheng had to open his mouth in amazement. Immediately after, the demon sword and Shinwu once again charged into battle. Taeyong outside was already exhausted from excitement. This was truly a duel between masters of the Star Realm, making my heart burn with excitement. See Shinwu's majestic appearance. He immediately retracted his wild thoughts. It was hard to believe that I once thought I could be on par with that towering mountain. His eyes were now filled with hatred. The man who had not missed a single moment of the battle suddenly spoke in a low, strange voice. Kang Cheon himself also discovered something unusual, very strange. Taeyong looked up at the two with a doubtful gaze. What were they talking about? Back to the fight, Demon Sword and Shinwu glared at each other. At this moment, Kang Cheon seriously made his judgment. It seemed like they were conducting a sword discussion. Those words just reached Taeyong's ears. He looked at him in confusion. The man beside him also nodded in agreement, discussing swordplay. His analysis was very profound. Taeyong immediately spoke in a disparaging voice, discussing swordplay. What difference does that desperate technique make in your eyes? Kang Cheon looked up at them and calmly explained, yes, it was completely desperate. They were desperately trying to break each other's techniques. Then he left only a meaningful statement, as if releasing years of accumulated resentment. Hearing this, he became even more focused on the battle. What kind of realm must one have reached to be able to witness such a scene? In another development, the demon sword appeared in the space he created. At this time he had to admit Shinwu's ability. It seems you did not waste the past 60 years. The old man continued to point his sword at the demon sword. Yes, I have been looking forward to this day of reunion every second and every minute. He was not weak and repeated the same action. I also held on to my life just to wait for this moment. Only saw Shinwu looking up at the demon sword with determined eyes, so I will go all out. He looked at him with satisfaction, which was what I expected. Immediately after, the demon sword suddenly shot into the air. His strange actions made the crowd below confused. A moment later, the demon sword rushed towards Shinwu at an astonishing speed. However, he remained calm, as if he had already guessed this. At this moment, Shinwu also pulled out his sword and flew straight towards the demon sword. The surrounding scene was immediately covered with a series of romantic cherry blossom petals. At this moment, the demon sword is becoming the target of the flower storm coming from Shinwu. His skin was torn to reveal deep cuts. However, he once again launched a strike towards the demon sword. His eyes lit up with a fiery red color, filled with murderous intent. The demon sword was brutally attacked. Blood splattered everywhere. A bright light flashed in the sky. The group of people immediately used their hands to shield themselves as the beam of light swept past. The man looked up in confusion. What is this? The battle focused on the fallen figure of the demon sword. As for Shinwu, his body was also damaged. The group of people were so nervous that they held their breath. This was a close fight. A fight of such intensity that it would not be surprising if one of them fell first. Must prevent Shinwu from becoming the one to fall. But even in this situation, how can he still be so calm? Just as the battle was about to be decided, the new demon sword spoke. Now I only have 3 last moves left. Up to this moment, Shinwu still kept a calm expression. Me too. The guy smirked, a smile that was both arrogant and crazy, while Shinwu had a frighteningly calm expression. The two glared at each other. In that case, we have to continue fighting. Demon Sword and Shinwu pointed their swords at each other. Jicheng's facial expression showed anxiety. Suddenly, a man took out an elephant tusk and blew loudly. Immediately after, the front door was opened forcefully. Outside, a group of soldiers waving flags entered. The crowd reflexively looked towards the direction of the sound. That was it. Only see the flag fluttering in the wind, the flag of the Martial Arts Alliance. The leader with a majestic appearance led the soldiers in. The angry man stood up. He glared at Taeyong angrily. This bastard. At this moment, the leader brought out an imperial edict. Stop immediately. Shinwu, the strongest swordsman of Manhwa, must stop this match immediately. The order is to capture the opponent, the demon sword, and escort him back to the alliance. Yansik frowned with tension. Jinwon widened his eyes again, showing his indignation. Why did the alliance get involved? He couldn't help but feel a little regretful, stopping a match like this. Only then did Taeyong speak calmly, but it was still better than losing the strongest swordsman of Manhwa, right? He was in a situation where he could easily lose. However, the man didn't think so. Who would lose? They believed such a fool had attained enlightenment. How ridiculous. He clearly didn't understand the guy's intentions. What do you say? The man wore a bored and disappointed expression, with such poor assessment of the situation. Taeyong immediately retorted, the strongest swordsman of Manhwa was clearly injured. If he continued to consume energy like this. He immediately looked away to seek agreement. Taeyong carefully examined Kang Cheon. You've been silent all this time, do you think so too? You frankly gave your own opinion. In my opinion, there is no evidence that the strongest swordsman of Manhwa will lose, master. Taeyong's eyebrows furrowed, showing his dissatisfaction. Immediately afterwards, the man sarcastically mocked his foolish actions. Oh, what a regrettable situation. Due to the match judge's hasty decision, Huashan's reputation would fall to rock bottom. Taeyong's group also just knew to be silent. No one dared to object. Taeyong continued to seek support, but all he got in return was silence. Taeyong's face was contorted as if he was very upset. Suddenly Taeyong loudly questioned, who gave you the right to stop this match? Taeyong, in his position of authority, solemnly declared, I, Taeyong, am the one supervising this match. The leader immediately took out the imperial edict. What are you talking about, Taeyong? I have the alliance's orders right here. He immediately pointed his finger at the leader. Shut up. No matter what the alliance's orders say, it cannot override my authority as the designated supervisor for this match. However, the man was still not convinced. What kind of reasoning was this? A representative of the alliance refused to obey the alliance's orders. Taeyong gritted his teeth in anger. Reasoning. Just saw him raise his powerful hand, immediately. Then Taeyong punched the ground hard. The area where the leader was standing was rapidly cracking. Taeyong challenged loudly with a determined look in his eyes. If you want to take away my power, go ahead, facing Taeyong's overwhelming aura. The leader did not dare to disobey. Then Taeyong aggressively ordered the match to continue. Hearing that, the crowd excitedly shouted. Demon Sword on this side smiled with satisfaction. It seems that the martial arts alliance is not completely a bunch of trash. Shin Woo immediately continued his words, we still have a bit of warrior pride. On this side, the man looked at Taeyong worriedly. Are you sure it can block your path of advancement? However, he only replied with a vague statement, you must be responsible for what you just said. He seriously stated the consequences of the war. If Shin Woo lost, it could lead to a catastrophic situation. Suddenly, the corners of Taeyong's eyes twitched as if he saw something strange. Jinwon and Yansik also couldn't hide their surprised expressions. Because at this moment, the demon's sword had already pierced Shin Woo's body with its sword. His pupils constricted violently, because Shin Woo couldn't predict this situation. Demon Sword coldly pulled the sword out of Shin Woo's body. Fresh blood kept spurting out of his mouth. Shin Woo's face was contorted in pain, blood continuously flowing from his mouth. The group of people witnessing that scene could not help but feel bewildered. Jicheng had to cover his mouth in shock. At this moment, the demon sword was rushing forward at an extremely fast speed. Shin Woo's eyes flashed coldly, only to see the guy decisively use his sword to slash straight at the old man. Shin Woo was in pain but still tried to hold on. The two swords clashed together, creating a screeching sound. Demon Sword's eyes were bloodshot, giving off a terrifying feeling. Immediately after, Shin Woo fearlessly rushed towards him. The crowd was once again drawn into the fray. Only saw two swords collide with each other, creating fierce lightning. The collision continued to become more intense, with blue energy blasts exploding all around. Demon Sword with red eyes full of anger and murderous intent is launching a powerful attack. A huge wave of energy shot from him down onto Taeyong's group. Shin Woo was also caught up in that vortex of magic power. Witnessing that scene, the group of people were so worried that they broke out in cold sweat. Immediately after, the old man collapsed in the center of the battle. Jicheng's face showed extreme shock and anxiety. Elder Jinwon also didn't want to believe what was happening, the strongest swordsman of Manhwa. As for Yansik, he was so surprised that he was speechless. Taeyong didn't want to believe that ending even more, Shin Woo had collapsed. His body lay collapsed in a pool of blood, his body motionless. The leader was surprised to see Shinwu's appearance. He glanced at Taeyong with angry eyes, only to see his forehead was drenched in sweat from tension. Suddenly increased the gaze to another direction. Kang Cheon's calm and composed appearance hit Taeyong straight in the eyes. Suddenly, Shinwu's sword stabbed straight into the ground. Noticing something unusual, Taeyong immediately looked in that direction. At that moment, he tried to stand up. Shinwu's frail body contrasts with the demon sword's strong appearance. He suddenly questioned Shinwu's actions. Why didn't you dodge? He muttered under his breath, because then we wouldn't know. Shinwu then turned his gaze, determined to look towards the demon sword, your true power. Taeyong immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He patted his fast-beating heart. Taeyong wondered if it was too risky, pushing himself to the limit just to know the opponent's strength. The guy just replied vaguely, it wasn't that simple. He obviously wouldn't understand anything. The man with sharp observation skills immediately answered. A defender who blocks an attack will suffer a greater impact than one who dodges it. He emphasized an important point, however, it also forced the attacker to expend more energy. The man then came to a conclusion. Simply put, when the face is hit painfully, the attacker's fist hurts just as much. Having said that, he looked at Taeyong with eyes that were 3 parts mocking and 2 parts contempt. This is your forte, right? He felt offended and was furious. You understand that better than anyone. The man didn't care about that at all. He reminded Taeyong, look. The man watched the demon sword intently. If Shinwu had dodged, the internal injuries he suffered would not have happened. He also easily realized one thing, but at the same time the sword demon would not be damaged internally. At the same time, the hand that was gripping the sword was trembling non-stop. Demon sword became more and more angry Shinwu. However, he was forced to admit, among all the righteous martial artists I have faced, you are the most skilled with the sword. Demon Sword suddenly mentioned a famous character. Of course in your group, the title of strongest swordsman belongs to sword god Taeguk. The demon sword's soulless gaze gave off an extremely chilling feeling. He continued, but I fought him, and I tell you, it's the truth. Hearing that, Shinwu acted like he didn't care. It was all meaningless. He looked up at the demon sword with an emotionless face. I just want to surpass myself, Shinwu said and pointed his sword straight up to the sky. Seeing this, Demon Sword also decided to fight the old man to the death. However, today the person you must overcome is me. He immediately raised his sword high towards Shinwu. His expression was still very cold. Shinwu softly reminded, there was only one last move left. Only to see Demon Sword give a perverted smile. When the ultimate move ends, only one of us will be standing. As soon as he finished speaking, his entire body flew into the air, his demon sword excitedly shouting. That person will be the strongest swordsman under the sky. And so 2 people with streams of hatred rushed into battle. A streak of light illuminates the whole sky, creating a mysterious feeling. Back to a few years ago, Demon Sword dragged his tired body back home. His eyes widened in surprise. Before the Demon Sword was a burned village. Everything around from the house to the well had collapsed. Demon Sword anxiously searched around. I only saw his eyes gradually relax, no longer tense as before. At this time there were 2 bodies lying on the bed. The man's hands were burned to a crisp, or more precisely, his whole body was burned alive. Demon Sword immediately knelt down beside the bed. He trembled as he took the corpse's hand. As soon as the Demon Sword got closer, the person's body began to disappear. Tears suddenly flowed from the corners of his eyes. The Demon Sword's wailing sound echoed throughout the house. Thank God. He miserably lay beside the bed, his mouth constantly muttering, truly thank God. A beautiful purple flower bloomed. Then many other flowers appeared, creating a storm of flowers. Those times when the flower whirlpool flies straight ahead. They move at breakneck speed. Each petal turns into a sharp sword and flies away. The petals are quiet again. Then in the flickering light a sharp sword appeared. The demon sword's mouth was full of blood. From top to bottom there was no place without wounds, staining the clothes red. Shinwu is no less. They had a very tense battle. Jicheng stood below and observed carefully. Jinwon panicked. Yansik was also very surprised. The people below were all watching them fight. The demon sword was stabbed and lay on the ground in pain. He turned to Shinwu and said, "You have surpassed me, now you are a title of the strongest swordsman in the world." Xin Wu looked at the demon sword suspiciously. It seems you still haven't avenged your revenge. But the demon sword replied, no, my revenge is complete. His voice was full of sarcasm, because the fact that you were a murderer was known to the whole world. Xin Wu felt a little doubtful. You set all this up just to achieve that. His face was pensive for a moment. Demon sword, maybe there was something else. I have something to tell you, but that. He said unexpectedly, thank you. Then the demon sword closed its eyes and passed away forever. He fell into eternal sleep. Xin Wu holding a bloody sword. Taeyong ran over. He felt confused. What did he mean? Why was he thanking you, elder? Xin Wu didn't say that but thanked him. Thank you, Officer Taeyong. Thanks to you, I was able to end this match calmly. Taeyong's face turned red. He was embarrassed. It is only our responsibility. Please discuss the truth, as the demon sword said. Now the matter in the village has been exposed to the light, there is nothing left to hide. He repeated again, in the chrysanthemum village, the demon sword appeared. It was just as the demon sword said, and I personally finished him off. That's also the explanation for the question. The demon sword's thanks were for that action. Xin Wu's face was sad. You don't understand, he recounted. As well as on any other fierce battlefield. Xin Wu angrily slammed his hand on the table, using the villagers as shields on the front line. Are you crazy? Li Jiangsuk advised, don't be so naive, Xin Wu, we are in a war. But Xin Wu was still indignant. What difference is there between us and the evil cult we are fighting? How can you propose such a cruel idea? But he still holds that, to fight evil, sometimes one must apply cunning and cruelty. He was taciturn, the irony of fate. The people of the chrysanthemum village had their fate predetermined, from the moment they became the target of someone who would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. Children and women are imprisoned, tortured, and abused, and sooner or later they become victims of their hateful allies. Fingers struggling to hold on to life, a horrible nightmare where the living envy the dead. Xin Wu recounted the situation. If they were the demon sword's family, their fate would be much more tragic. That's why I have to deal with it myself. Taeyong was a bit embarrassed. He didn't expect the supreme sword of the heaven to act so coldly. Xin Wu is going to leave, you will understand soon enough. Elsewhere, at the Martial Arts Alliance, the heavenly sword venerable was standing next to the flower pot. Someone ran in and asked, hey, the supreme sword of heaven. Namgung Chong asked, have you received the report? The supreme sword of the heaven said, I don't know what report you are referring to, but I would rather hear it directly from you. He was surprised by the answer. Oh. Weren't you the one who made a fuss about losing the best swordsman of Manhwa? Now you pretend not to care. What a cryptic statement. No need to worry about that anymore. Namgung Chong confirmed, yes, the match ended with victory belonging to the number 1 swordsman of Hoa Sun. The information came suddenly, the demon sword was dead. He continued and had another interesting report. That information is Xin Wu seems like a challenge. He challenged you to a duel. He continued wiping the leaves. Namgung Chong wondered, have you heard about this? That old man must have lost his mind. Namgung Chong was extremely excited about this, a match between the supreme sword of the heaven and the number 1 swordsman of Huashan. Just imagining it made me shiver. He also wants to do media. Wait, we can promote this event and sell tickets. Suddenly interrupted, please forgive me, elders. Someone reported, I have urgent news. Namgung Chong instructed, if it was a report from Huashan, we would have known. But not that news, this is news from the North Sea Ice Palace. They wondered what happened to the North Sea Ice Palace. The other person moved, the Lord of the Northern Sea, absolute ice and jade. In the North Sea. The Lord is lying on the bed. Seol Aaron went to. A rare gem it flies before the Lord's chest. She clenched her fist. The door was ajar. Seol Aaron looked outside. The princess entered. Everyone looked at her. Seol Gunryo walked over. With the 4 great Northern Sea Ice Palaces, Seo Jiho, Yuhu, and 2 more people, Seol Gong and Guho. Behind her was a man with a scarf covering his scary face. Seol Gunryo just arrived and asked if he had gotten the ice jade yet. Yuhu was a little scared, his voice was trembling slightly. No, not yet. She gave him a sharp look and sternly reminded him, before we get the absolute ice jade, we must make sure that Aaron cannot approach the palace lord. Seol Gong calmly replied, we have tightened security. Suddenly everyone heard something, everyone was stunned, listening carefully. Outside, the guards were all knocked out and lying on the ground. Seol Gunryo resolutely opened the door to see what was going on. Before she could figure out what was going on, Seol Aaron walked alone to her and faced Seol Gunryo's group, in hand clutching a sparkling pearl. Gunryo angrily ordered his subordinates to capture them. Everyone heard Gunryo's order and immediately rushed to defeat Aaron. The masked man was the first to jump up, preparing to strike. Aaron frowned and looked at him warily. She is no pushover either. Using his ultimate technique of ice blasting back at him, the ice that just reached Mano's hand was immediately crushed into many small pieces. Suddenly he stopped in surprise, then she immediately rushed towards Gunryo. Their eyes met, but only for a moment. Then Aaron threw a punch at Gunryo. Aaron has cold eyes and a calm face, he can handle 5 people alone. Mano could only stand there and watch, huffing and puffing angrily. The scene changes to the snowy mountains, where there is a blinding blizzard. A group of people walk together in the cold. Sukgun felt cold even though he was dressed warmly, so cold. Taeyoung beside him joked a few sentences, even someone immune to toxins like you can't stand the cold right. Sukgun confided that it rarely snows in his hometown even in winter. I think the people of the North Sea who lived their whole lives in the frozen region could not stand the heat of Sichuan. Suddenly he saw a lot of lights ahead. The guy with short brown hair spoke. That was the commercial district of the North Sea. Sukgun saw the house, his eyes brighter than car headlights. The 2 people behind him were just stunned. Great, I'll go in there to warm up for a bit. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran towards the shopping district. Taeyoung called out, wait, you're going to go first. This side of the lobby. Jicheng, the palace master's representative, spoke calmly. The new palace master will arrive soon. Taeyoung asked curiously, a womanizer like you missed the chance to meet Bing Yoj. You are known as the most beautiful woman in martial arts world. At this moment, Kang Cheon pondered, is Seol Aaron really that famous? While he was still thinking, suddenly Aaron came with the 4 great northern seas. She smiled friendly and introduced herself. You have come a long way, welcome Taeyoung, I am Seol Gunryo, the new palace lord of the Beihai Ice Palace. Taeyoung heard her name and thought it was strange, so he wondered, Seol Gunryo, I heard that Seol Aaron is the heir to the North Sea's knowledge. The people behind suddenly fell silent. Seol Gunryo answered the question. Seol Aaron is currently wanted for the assassination of the previous palace lord and the theft of the ice jade. Taeyoung couldn't believe his ears, asked again, assassination. A moment later, they were led to the burial place of the former palace lord. Looking at the cold corpse, Chen Kang Cheon pondered, one of the 10 great masters. I didn't expect to see him in this situation. They took turns burning incense. Bow to the deceased for a while. Then Taeyoung turned back. In the crowd he only noticed one person, that person. Isn't it the Jae-young of the Golden King? 1. The drummer boy attracted everyone's attention. They looked intently in one direction. Seol Gunryo put on a feather cloak. Then he stood up on the high platform and clearly declared to everyone, I am Seol Gunryo, I declare myself the heir to the North Sea's knowledge. Everyone said in unison. We welcome the new lord. Then people started whispering. He still felt something was wrong and was absent-minded. One of the crowd asked curiously, shouldn't the North Sea Ice Palace's palace master be recognized by absolute ice jade? Another person also chimed in, that's right, where exactly is absolute ice jade now? Yuhu answered sternly on Gunryo's behalf. The absolute ice jade was stolen by the traitor who assassinated the palace master. The palace cannot leave the leadership position vacant for even a moment. Then the crowd started arguing, saying nonsense, only the one who inherits the absolute jade is worthy to become the real palace lord. The opposition responded, but she was the only heir. Seol Aaron was still alive. This side firmly objected, Seol Aaron was a traitor. Suddenly a blue light flashed past Taeyoung's head. A voice from nowhere rang in his head, you should leave this place. He didn't understand anything. What did he ask again? The voice continued to ring out, you representing the Martial Arts Alliance staying here to witness this succession ceremony means that the Martial Arts Alliance recognizes Seol Gunryo as the new palace lord. Attending the succession ceremony without the absolute jade could put your position in a difficult position. Hearing that, he let out a long sigh. Then turned around and told Kang Cheon, let's go. At this moment, Gunryo turned to face them. Then saw Kang Cheon and Taeyoung leave. The new palace master was extremely angry but said nothing. Outside the cold blizzard, Taeyong was in his room thinking about what happened today, using the funeral to legitimize his succession. I almost got caught up in Seol Gunryo's scheme. But how did the other person see through that? Perhaps he was better at scheming than martial arts. On this side a dark figure walked in. In the room where Kang Cheon was sleeping, that dark shadow approached him. Seol Aaron pointed her sharp ice hand towards Kang Cheon's neck. Then he said murderously, "Wake up Kang Cheon." Kang Cheon wasn't afraid at all, on the contrary he was extremely calm as if he had known everything. He didn't need to open his eyes to respond. "What do you intend to achieve by threatening me, Seol Aaron?" Seol Aaron continued, "I heard you are Taeyong's only disciple." Kang Cheon speculated, "Oh, so you intend to use your only disciple's life to negotiate with my master?" Just like what Kang Cheon said, Aaron admitted, "Yes." Kang Cheon opened his eyes and looked at this girl strangely. Then he said in a teasing tone as if he was trying to provoke her, "That only worked on a master who truly cared about his disciple." Aaron was confused, not knowing what the person in front of him wanted to say. Kang Cheon sat up, facing her without fear. Aaron was afraid that he would escape, so he threatened, "Don't move, I can kill you." Kang Cheon sneered, his tone half joking, half serious, "If you do that, he might even thank you." Aaron could not have expected this. What? Suddenly someone else's voice rang out from outside, "Kang Cheon, are you sleeping?" Aaron realized whose voice it was. She was momentarily startled. Realizing Aaron's weakness, Kang Cheon immediately took advantage of her. Take her hand with his hand. In a moment he had hit the acupoint on the back of Aaron's neck. At this moment, she was completely controlled by Kang Cheon. He smiled triumphantly, "You let your guard down." Just then Taeyong walked in. Witnessing this scene made him stunned for a moment. He realized he had disturbed the two of them. "Sorry, it seems I have disturbed them." The two blushed and denied, "It wasn't like that." After clearing up the misunderstanding, the two sides sat down to talk. Taeyong asked, "You have always been the strongest candidate to inherit the North Sea Ice Palace, so why did you kill the palace master and steal the absolute ice jade?" Aaron was still being controlled by Kang Cheon. She raised her voice, "I didn't kill the palace master." Taeyong said sternly, "So who is it?" Suddenly there was a rustling sound outside, and the room suddenly became quiet. At this moment, outside the door, Gunryo kicked the door open and rushed in. Aaron realized and gritted his teeth. Behind her were the soldiers. Gunryo spoke, "Thank you Master Taeyong, you saved us a trouble." Aaron said loudly, "It was him." Aaron immediately told the whole truth. "The monster behind Gunryo is the one who killed my grandmother." Gunryo was hit in the heart, angrily shouted, "Shut up, a family traitor like you dares to speak so arrogantly." Having said that, the monster Manhwa that Aaron mentioned earlier immediately rushed forward. His hand seemed like it could kill Aaron instantly. Aaron in a state of complete body paralysis, extremely panic. Faced with this situation, Kang Cheon released her pressure points. Then pulled her away from the monster's murderous attack. Gunryo was extremely angry. Her two pairs of eyebrows looked like they were about to kiss each other. Kang Cheon turned to his master and said with a smile, "Master, please handle this matter for a moment. Taeyong doesn't understand what's going on, huh?" Then Kang Cheon left with Aaron in his arms. They both ran away. Seeing that, the monster immediately chased after the two people, but was grabbed by Kang Cheon's hand and thrown back hard. Two people broke through the wall and flew out. The monster still hasn't given up on chasing. Then was stopped by Master Taeyong. Taeyong threw him far away in front of the astonished eyes of many people. Gunryo was angry and didn't understand what was going on. "Master Tang, what are you doing?" Taeyong just smirked. Gunryo angrily reminded Taeyong, "Stupid, you chose the wrong side." Taeyong was not afraid at all of her threats. "So what, in my experience? It seems like Taeyong trusts that disciple very much, his instincts are never wrong. Now shout angry to shake, you will regret." The monster Manhwa woke up and immediately attacked Taeyong. But Taeyong wasn't that easy to play with, so he immediately attacked him. Both of them rushed at each other to compete. Then he realized something. This is toxic steel. Outside the cold blizzard, the wind blew in gusts. Aaron and Kang Cheon ran away together. "She apologized for dragging you into this trouble." Kang Cheon didn't care much. What he cared about now was who was chasing them. "It's okay, but who is chasing us?" She heard that and asked why. Suddenly a group of dark figures appeared to attack them. Eren gritted his teeth and cursed, "Damn it, it's the 11th Northern Sea." Then the two decided not to continue running away, so they turned around and stopped. They decided to confront the 11 Northern Seas together. Face to face. Eren reminds Kang Cheon, "Be careful. Now the two of you are surrounded. The 10 great masters of the North Sea are martial arts masters far beyond your level." At Eren's warning, Kang Cheon didn't seem to be afraid at all. "Oh, is that so?" One of the 10 great Northern Seas spoke up, "Princess, please come back." Eren replied coldly, "If I return, will I be spared?" He still spoke in a high voice, determined to convince the princess, surely they wouldn't kill their own family, right? Eren's eyes were full of hatred, his tone also became harsh. "They were calling me a traitor, accusing me of assassinating the palace lord." The 10 great cannons knew that Eren would not yield and return, so they were ready to use force. Eren calmed down, she continued, "What deal did you make with Seol Gunryo?" They didn't even bother to answer her, they were in a hurry to take her back. There was no time left, take them back. As soon as they heard the command, 2 of them used ropes, wrapped around her. Kang Cheon standing next to them was also surprised by their flexibility. Not letting Kang Cheon do anything, Eren suddenly grabbed the rope that was wrapped around his body. The other 2 didn't understand what she was going to do. Full power. She started freezing the wires. Then crush them with your hands. The broken pieces fell to the ground with a deafening clang. Sukgun standing next to him was also surprised by this power. The leader smirked, "It seemed like he couldn't capture you peacefully anymore." Having said that, he rushed towards Eren, his whole body filled with murderous intent. Eren also did not hesitate to take the move, rushing towards him. "I also did not want things to go this far." 2 people rushed at each other. Eren grabbed his hand. Her eyes lit up. Then she used her power to freeze his hand. To the leader unconsciously scared, whole body cold sweat. Seeing that the leader was at a disadvantage, 2 subordinates jumped from behind, intending to ambush Eren. Kang Cheon saw through their intentions, he couldn't just leave it alone. But did not let him do it. Eren realized there was someone behind him. She immediately spun around. The 2 guys who tried to attack earlier were sent dozens of meters away by her move. The entire 7 great northern seas were terrified by her. She immediately waved her hand to remind Kang Cheon behind her, "Don't get involved, this opponent is not someone you can deal with." Kang Cheon felt like he was being looked down upon, but couldn't do anything but listen to her. "Well, okay." Turning towards Master Taeyong, the murderous aura from the battle shook the area. Taeyong and that monster are still at loggerheads. Gunryo stood here extremely anxious, his teeth grinding together without realizing it. Taeyong thought deeply, if what Seol Eren said was true, that person defeated one of the 10 great masters. Taeyong looked at the monster in front of him, unable to help but worry. His martial arts had improved recently, but could he fight against someone like this? Taeyong remembers an old friend, "If only that person were here, I wouldn't hesitate." Taeyong was deep in thought when he was suddenly hit. Then he remembered the past. At that time Sukgun was injecting some kind of substance into Kang Cheon. Seeing his reaction, Sukgun was extremely surprised. "Cannot believe my eyes, how can this be?" Sukgun tells Kang Cheon about what he just put in his body. What he just tried was 1000 poison. Sukgun said in a very serious tone, "You just survived the strongest poison in the world." Taeyong was extremely surprised about his disciple, immune to all kinds of poison. He did not give up, also wanted to try. "Now it's my turn." Touch immediately waved his hand to refuse. "No, don't, you will definitely die immediately." Taeyong looked at Kang Cheon, feeling somewhat humbled towards him. That person was really too scary. Sukgun immediately saw what Taeyong was thinking and said comforting words, "But don't be too discouraged, fighting with me has given you at least." After hearing the sentence, Taeyong immediately sweated a little bit, remembering the previous events. Back to present, Taeyong's fist was covered in blood. Taeyong is now full of energy. "I'm not afraid of anything anymore, haven't I died 2 or 3 times before?" Thinking, he rushed towards his opponent, his face full of confidence and fearlessness. "This time I will go." The monster Mano's eyes lit up. Taeyong threw a series of punches at the monster. That guy is not easy either, whatever Taeyong attacks, he blocks. Mano gritted his teeth trying to block Taeyong's stormy attack. Gunryo stood from afar and observed immediately, her eyebrows furrowed. was this the king's spear fist? Taeyong used all his strength, but he didn't expect that this guy would be able to block this move. His fist was held back by him. He suddenly opened his mouth and stopped. Just saw him smirk, jump up. Then swung his leg and kicked Taeyong with his knee. Taeyong, after suffering such a painful blow, he immediately coughed up blood. But there was one thing that the monster didn't expect: Taeyong was not an easy opponent. Taeyong, even though he was beaten until he coughed up blood, he was still conscious. He used his hand to hold his hand tightly. Two people face to face. Two hands clasped together, emitting harmful poisons. Taeyong thought to himself, what inner strength. He was now reaching his limit, barely holding on to the monster's attacks. Unless he was immune to all poisons, he couldn't take it any longer. Taeyong put all his strength into this kick. His eyes lit up, realizing. He decisively kicked the monster, catching him off guard. Gunryo stood here watching his subordinate being beaten and couldn't help but feel impatient. Taeyong prepared to deal the final blow and sent the other guy a distance. See you next time. The monster was taken by surprise and used all his strength to dodge Taeyong's punch. Gunryo couldn't stand watching anymore. She ordered a stop. Gunryo sternly reminded him of his original purpose. The top priority was to chase after Seol Aaron. The monster looked fierce and bowed before me. I'm sorry, I must have disappointed you. Gunryo was so angry that he could only grit his teeth and do nothing else. Turning to Aaron, the leader's one hand was frozen. He gave a strong order. Everyone attacked at the same time. Hearing his command, everyone rushed forward together. Under the cold blizzard, Kang Cheon saw that the situation seemed dangerous, so he started to use his internal energy to prepare for battle. Then he calmly said a sentence full of contempt, "Oh, didn't I say you're not old enough to fight me?" The 7 great northern seas rushed up at the same time. Surround Aaron. Aaron slowly dealt with each one by one. With his strength and skill, it is difficult for anyone to defeat her. This guy suddenly attacked from behind with his fangs and claws. And still act nice, sorry princess. He brandished his fangs and claws at Aaron. Just saw her struggling to block his move. A flash of light. In just a split second, the entire 7-gun sea. Except the leader is fine. The rest were all defeated. The leader was standing behind this scene, and couldn't help but be shocked. All 9 people from earlier were now lying on the white snow. The leader was momentarily shocked and motionless. It couldn't be. He thought to himself, his mouth could only gape. Is the princess already this strong? Kang Cheon quickly used the teleportation portal to take her to another place. They both landed together in a place surrounded by trees. He asked her if she was okay. Aaron witnessed the person beside him take action and couldn't help but be surprised. What the hell is this? Is the successor of the King of Commerce so formidable? It turns out that the one who defeated those 9 people was Kang Cheon, not Aaron. Aaron blushed in embarrassment. Thank you, I escaped thanks to you. But Kang Cheon humbly raised his face to the sky and smiled, saying. Aaron looked at him in confusion. You will get through it, even without me. Then let Kang Cheon continue, but you might have to kill all 11 masters of the North Sea. He extended his hand. For a martial artist, it might be unavoidable, but the one who will become the palace master shouldn't kill his own people, right? Aaron was a little surprised, but he didn't care. He continued, yes, so what should we do now? We can't keep running away like this. Aaron seemed to be waiting for him to say so, turned around and walked forward. Kang Cheon was a little surprised. Follow me, there's someone we need to meet. Oh, so you already have a plan. Aaron led him to a nearby wooden house, which looked old. But she was not afraid. She opened the door directly. Inside are just old and used logs. Suddenly they both felt someone coming. He was a tall man who appeared out of nowhere, apologizing for being late. He put his hand on Aaron's shoulder, making her uncomfortable. She immediately pushed him away and got straight to the point. The carrier. Jae-young got serious again. No more teasing Aaron, of course. He held his hand forward to signal his subordinates to bring the things here. Kang Cheon recognized the face under those cloaks. That person was among the pursuers. Jae-young opened the box in his hand. Inside are blue gems, all here. Aaron asked to verify, are these real elixirs? But it seemed that Jae-young was annoyed by Aaron's question. He frowned. Then he shouted at Aaron, but she didn't seem scared. This is me, Jae-young. Do you think the great Jae-young king, who possesses all the treasures under heaven, would commit forgery just to save a few coins? Aaron waited for him to finish speaking before stating his guess, you might want me to lose. Aaron did not hesitate to face him, maybe. Kang Cheon stood beside him, not understanding what was going on. What was this? What kind of agreement did these two people have with each other? On this side, the other two people's faces were tense as strings. They kept staring at each other as if they wanted to eat each other alive. Amidst the blinding snow, the angry roar seemed to tear the space apart and capture them. At the same time, four black shadows were rushing through the air. At this moment, an iron hook suddenly tore through the air and shot towards them. Jicheng coldly glanced back. In the blink of an eye, when the iron hook flew towards her, she quickly slashed it away. Then quickly turned and landed. Seeing this scene, Jang Sam frowned and asked, "What should we do now? We are the only ones left." At this time, Namgong Cheol also spoke up, "Where is warrior Tae Young? Why is the ice archer chasing us?" As soon as he finished speaking, Yuhu and the Ice Palace's men landed in front of Jicheng. She suddenly bowed her head down in silence. Seeing that, Yuhu immediately sneered and scolded, "You stinking rats of the Alliance, you have nowhere else to run." Hearing those insulting words, Yungun's face darkened, he clenched his fists, ready to defend. He roared angrily and died. Then quickly rushed forward and launched a punch filled with his internal energy. Only saw ice pillars like sword blades shooting straight forward. While Kang Cheon's group was stunned, the ice sword had already shot past them. At that moment, Sukgun appeared and broke the dangerous ice pillar. Seeing that sudden appearance, everyone's faces showed extreme surprise. And the most surprised person was Yuhu, his eyes widened in disbelief. At this moment, Sukgun stood firm after that kick. He frowned and sighed, "Ah, so cold." At the same time, in the mysterious house deep in the forest, 6 mysterious figures were slowly walking towards them. Kang Cheon frowned in thought, "Jia Yang wants Seal Aaron to be defeated." A moment later, a deep voice suddenly rang out, "You must have made an agreement with the army commander." Seal Aaron calmly offered a bottle of medicine, a merchant who always prepared a backup plan. She frowned and gave a condition, "If I win, I can guarantee you compensation from the army commander, and if I lose, I even promised you a marriage, so if I am defeated, you get the most." Even Kang Cheon was stunned after hearing this, the engagement. Jae Yang then hummed a few times to show his thoughts. Then he shrugged and replied, "Okay, like you said, I am a businessman and of course I always pursue the greatest benefit." But very quickly, Jae Yang added, "But we also have to prepare in case she wins." He smiled brightly and questioned, "If the Fire King's elixir is fake, the contract will be void and my reputation will be ruined. Do you think someone like me, the Golden King, one of the 10 great masters, would do something so stupid?" Having said that, Jae Yang came closer and whispered, "Trust me, the Fire King's elixir is real." Seol Aaron frowned and thought for a moment. She stared pensively at the box in her hand for a long time. At the same time, from the other side suddenly rang out an enthusiastic voice. Jang Sam laughed happily and shouted, "I'm alive." But Yungun just frowned and asked, "Where is the boxer Tae Young?" Jicheng also joined in, "What about Kong so high up?" Hearing that, Sukgun immediately replied in a low voice, "I'm the only one left." As soon as he finished speaking, Yungun opened his mouth in surprise. Namgong Cheol held his head in despair, "Damn it, we're done for." Only then did Yuhu speak up. This was the northernmost region of the sea. He coldly said, "You guys have no chance here." At the same time, a group of assassins also appeared right behind. Yungun saw this and frowned and asked, "What should we do, Master Sukgun?" But the only response was a contemptuous glance from him. "Is this the future of the martial arts alliance?" Namgong Cheol shouted angrily, "You guys probably don't know anything since you come from the countryside, but your opponent is one of the 4 great ice generals, second only to the palace lord of the Northern Sea Ice Palace. Among them is Yuhu." Before he could finish speaking, an angry roar rang out, "Enough." Sukgun gritted his teeth and continued, "Stop blabbering, if it's Kang Cheon." He roared and swung his fist towards Yuhu. He rushed into battle. He quickly created a barrier of ice in front of his eyes. Immediately, Chara and the blue fire punch rushed before his eyes. With a loud bang, his ice barrier was shattered. But at that moment, Yuhu's assassins teleported right behind Sukgun. However, he just smiled excitedly. Just then suddenly saw a giant hand of gas appear in the sky and descend straight towards the assassins. In a blink of an eye, They were blown away by the intense air pressure. Seeing that, Yuhu angrily rushed over, preparing to deliver a fatal blow to Sukgun's body. Countless pieces of ice were scattered everywhere, obscuring everyone's vision. The three young guns standing outside all opened their mouths in shock. Yuhu on the other side also widened his eyes in confusion. In just that blink of an eye, Sukgun quickly grabbed his neck. As soon as he realized it, Yuhu gritted his teeth and grabbed the other arm, wanting to force him to let go. In just a few seconds, Sukgun's arm was covered with a thin layer of ice. He also noticed that, so he immediately circulated his spiritual power. Then in front of Yuhu's disbelieving eyes, the ice layer he had painstakingly built crumbled. Then Sukgun gritted his teeth and lifted him into the air. Then he quickly pressed Yuhu's whole body down to the ground below. A terrible collision happened right before everyone's eyes. Ice and rocks flew everywhere. At the same time, on the other side of the sky, there were two figures quietly leaving. Kang Cheon was so bored with his thoughts that he turned himself into a bargaining tool just to protect his power. Looking at Erin's stern face, he frowned and exclaimed, "She is indeed a bold girl." Thinking, Kang Cheon immediately asked, "You have the antidote, now you will absorb the ice crystals, right?" "Right." As soon as she finished speaking, a look of surprise appeared on her face. Seeing that expression, he immediately responded, "What's surprising? This was the obvious move." Seol Aaron pondered for a moment. "You're right, anyway if I don't get the ice crystals recognition, I can't wait." King of the North Sea, Kang Cheon couldn't help but ask curiously, "Why are you so eager to wait for King Cheng?" She heard it and immediately turned around and asked, "What?" He looked at the sharp ice pillars over there and said, "Power is just a burden after all, isn't it? I wonder if you're taking on something too big for your age." Seol Aaron bowed his head and stammered, "That's because." She hesitated for a moment and then said, "I have reasons to do this." Halfway through, Seol Aaron remembered something. "Oh, I have a request." Before his puzzled gaze, she smiled and said, "To absorb the ice love." Aaron's steady voice still rang out, but Kang Cheon couldn't understand, "I need you." At the same time, on the other side, Yuhu and Sukgun are having an evenly matched battle. He screamed in pain, his face showing extreme pain. At this moment, Yuhu's hand was being squeezed by the skin, causing it to twist extremely. But he did not give up and continued to activate his ice ability to freeze the other arm. However, in just a moment, the thick layer of ice that covered it was melted by the Sukgun's internal force. Both hands clenched so tightly that the veins on his face popped out. Under the intense pressure, Yuhu finally couldn't hold back and let out a cry. However, Sukgun still coldly questioned, "Why did the ice archer attack the Alliance's messenger?" He replied with a trembling voice that it was because Tae-young, the Alliance's fighter, sided with the rebels. Seol Aaron. Hearing these words, Sukgun felt extremely confused and rebellious, but wasn't Seol Aaron the successor to the Ice Palace? But on the other side, Namgung Cheol was also stunned, wondering, where is this person that he doesn't know anything about the situation? At this moment, Jicheng stepped forward and said softly, "Well, you will understand soon, perhaps you will even discover many more things." While the other two were chatting with each other, Yun Gun could only gape in amazement. To easily subdue Hanseol, a commander of the gang, did the great leader's martial arts really reach this level? Jang Sam standing beside him also added, "And Tae-young the warrior actually defeated such a great leader, a god of war." As he was talking he suddenly saw Sukgun slowly walking towards them. "Oh, he's coming here." He didn't care about them and coldly said, "Follow me." After hearing that, Jang Sam was immediately curious. Where are we going?" Sukgun sneered in response, "We're going to the Holy Blood Palace now," he shouted in surprise as soon as he heard, "What, does that place really exist?" At the same time, in a dark cave, two Kang Cheon people were slowly walking. He asked while observing the situation around him, "So you hid the ice crystal here?" Seol Aaron coldly replied, "Yes, actually this is also the place where ice crystals are created. In the past this place was used as an ice palace." Hearing that, Kang Cheon glanced at the stalactite above his head and clicked his tongue. It sounded reasonable. The word natural fortress was very suitable for this place. Even though he said that, he thought to himself. However, in the great war between the righteous and the evil sects, the Holy Blood Palace suffered heavy losses. Recalling that muscular figure in his memories made him ponder. The invader at that time was none other than the Venom Demon. Kang Cheon frowned and repeated his name, Venom Demon. Thoughts returned to painful memories of the Venom Demon that massacred countless innocent people. Countless North Sea masters have lost their lives. Even my grandfather died during that time. It seemed like he was too absorbed, so Kang Cheon blurted out the thoughts in his head. In the end, the king subdued the Venom Demon, and thanks to those 9 achievements, he rose to the ranks of the 10 great masters. Seol Aaron, who went first, also spoke up. I heard there is another person in the top 10 experts. She continued pensively, is the Venom Demon really such a terrifying existence? Meanwhile, on the other side of the cave, Jang Sam's clear voice rang out again, wait. He raised his hand to comment, you're saying that Seol Gunryo might not be a direct blood relative. Suk-gun frowned in response, yes, according to Yuha or Yuhu something, back to before. When pressed, Yuhu finally confessed, one day, the king brought a young girl to the ice palace. He told the story slowly, because no one said whose daughter she was or what relationship she had with the king. We just assumed that she is the king's secret descendant. Yuhu continued, the designated successor is Seol Aaron, so her existence doesn't have much of an impact. Saying this, he paused slightly for a moment. Then a few years later, a mysterious man entered the palace. Remembering the mysterious face under the cloak made his voice become deeper. His name was Mano. Jang Sam heard this and also widened his eyes and exclaimed, you protected Seol Gunryo. Seeing that reaction, Suk-gun also had to turn around to investigate. Have you met him before? He shrugged and replied, just met him briefly. Hearing that answer, he suddenly bowed his head and pondered. At this moment, Namgung Cheol suddenly raised his voice, but is this really the Holy Blood Palace? Suk-gun quickly regained his composure and continued to walk forward. Yes, this part had narrowed due to the losses from the Great War, making the path narrower. Soon, the Holy Land inside the Holy Blood Palace would appear. The more Jang Sam listened, the more confused he became. Wait, how do you know this? He paused for a moment and then answered in a low voice, because I have been here before. This answer immediately made him widen his eyes and exclaim, Namgung Cheol also trembled and stammered, how could the leader of the barbarians get here? As if hearing some stupid question, Suk-gun's whole body suddenly froze. This sudden action caused Jang Sam, who was following closely behind, to not have time to react and crash into him. He painfully held his nose and cried out. But when he was free from pain, Jang Sam realized that the atmosphere was strangely quiet. In front of them now was a group of ice archers led by Gunryo. Seeing them, Suk-gun's entire face suddenly became extremely tense. Hidden in the crowd, Mano suddenly appeared. As soon as he saw him, Suk-gun's eyes suddenly flashed with murderous intent, and he thought to himself, it's him. But the Mano on the other side also looked at him with hateful eyes, his mouth still growling angrily. At this moment, both groups of people stood still, watching each other closely. Seeing this situation, Namgung Cheol also muttered and scolded. Damn, I shouldn't have come here, should have gone straight south. Suk-gun standing in front suddenly spoke, if I remember correctly, Namgung Chong was a brave man who always charged into the forefront on the battlefield, a bit reckless, but at least he was a hero. He sneered contemptuously, it was a pity his descendants were worthless. The sarcastic words were like needles stabbing straight into Namgung Cheol's proud heart, making him pale. Looking at the Nam Kung family that was once full of fierce tigers, now there was only a pack of mountain rabbits left. At this moment, Gunryo suddenly pointed at them and shouted, you are the rebels, right? How could you infiltrate this holy land? Suk-gun repeated thoughtfully, rebels. Then in front of everyone's eyes, he sneered sarcastically, so aren't you the traitor? Overthrow the legitimate heir and usurp his position. Gunryo frowned and retorted, the one who murdered the palace lord and stole the ice crystal could not be considered the true successor. Suk-gun said coldly, Seol Aaron was already the heir, she had no reason to kill the palace lord, on the contrary, you have a clear motive. He sneered sarcastically, you need the palace lord to die to frame Seol Aaron and then take the throne, isn't my reasoning more reasonable? Being stabbed in the heart made Gunryo's mind become chaotic. She stammered, you are insolent, a lowly barbarian like you dares to slander me, and those two words touched her pride, causing Suk-gun to laugh out loud. Barbarian, it seems the palace lord's seat has blinded him. He continued to mock, even though Gunryo was trembling with anger at this moment. It was disgusting to see a brat who hasn't even been weaned yet dare to be so arrogant. those who are immersed in power. She clenched her fists and growled in disgust. But Jang Sam standing on the side witnessing this scene also had to praise, wow, these sentences really hit him straight in the face. Suk-gun didn't let go and continued to mock and clench that soft fist. What do you think you can really do? In the end you're still just a fledgling that hasn't grown feathers yet. But these words made Manhwa furious. He angrily roared, enough. This strange noise immediately made Suk-gun frown in doubt. As expected, Namgung Cheol's reaction was also extremely confused. What was that just now? Jang Sam stammered and said, wait, why does it sound like someone else's voice? Suk-gun asked coldly, who are you? Stop talking nonsense, you scary monster. These words immediately made Manhwa tremble with anger. He growled, dare to insult the palace master, I will not forgive you. Yet Suk-gun sneered, oh, loyalty is commendable, but if you ask me, you chose the wrong master. In front of the unruly faces of Gunryo's group, he continued to sneer, that guy will treat you like a hunting dog, use you until you have no value and then throw you away without mercy. It seemed like Manhwa couldn't hold back anymore. He roared and threw off his cloak, enough. And like a wind. Where he stood now there were only pieces of rubble left. In a flash, Manhwa was already in front of Suk-gun. Reached out to finish him off. Manhwa growled angrily, the strange scars on his face turning red because of that. And then he quickly pressed his huge hand against Suk-gun's face. Without hesitation, Manhwa immediately swung his hand that was tightly grabbing Suk-gun and pulled him back. Then threw him forward, only to see the silhouette of Suk-gun being thrown far away like that. Then hit the cliff hard. Namgung Cheol's group saw this scene and their eyes widened in horror. After a few minutes of panic, Jang Sam and Kang Cheon quickly ran to support Suk-gun who was coughing up blood. He worriedly asked, are you okay? At this moment, Manhwa on the opposite side was also angrily walking towards him. Yun-gun gritted his teeth and prepared to fight. Jichung also drew his sword. Suk-gun spoke up again, you bastards, you have your whole lives ahead of you and you're already looking for death. Jichung and Yun-gun both paused at his smug words. Before getting cocky, they should at least know who they're messing with. Suk-gun trembled as he tried to stand up. This was already beyond your ability. The guy who carved his tongue hummed. The monster on the other side, Manhwa, heard these words and was so angry that he clenched his teeth, and streams of evil aura also poured out. Namgung Cheol saw this scene and had to frown, thinking to himself, just now he was bragging about spiritual power and all that. At this moment, Suk-gun suddenly approached and stood right behind someone, muttering something. Jang Sam suddenly turned pale after hearing that. Then he suddenly yelled, get lost, right now you idiots. Then, under everyone's worried eyes, Jang Sam suddenly waved his hand to escape the man's grip. As people ran past him, Suk-gun softly reminded him, good, just be obedient like this. When everyone had left, he sneered and spoke again, children should respect their elders, you guys are rude. Being scolded continuously made Gunryo furious. She gritted her teeth and stammered, you. Before I could say anything, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly rang out beside me. Manhwa quickly rushed forward and gave a fatal kick straight to Suk-gun's ribs. He was kicked so hard that he vomited a mouthful of blood, his face still showing signs of panic. Not stopping there, Manhwa lifted his leg again, and delivered another punch to the chin. Then he raised his muscular arm high, pouring spiritual power into it. Then Manhwa angrily grabbed the reader's hair and pushed him hard to the ground. This all-out blow instantly sent him crashing to the ground. After finishing the fight, Manhwa stood up straight and glared at the person below him. Then he bent down and grabbed Suk-gun's collar again. Manhwa lifted the guy up high and raised his hand to prepare to hit him again. At this moment, Suk-gun was beaten until his head was covered in blood. He suddenly laughed a few times. This sudden action made Manhwa pause in confusion. Before that puzzled look, he sneered sarcastically, you are just a dog, after a hunt, you will be thrown into a pot and cooked. Hearing these words, Manhwa gritted his teeth in anger and growled, you bastard. At this moment, the spiritual energy surrounding Manhwa's body suddenly turned an eerie black color. And then he immediately stabbed his sharp arm through Suk-gun's body. Hot blood splattered everywhere.
At the same time, in another place, under the flickering light of the torch, the elder's face suddenly became more serious than ever. The old man slowly walked forward step by step carefully, closely followed by the king of commerce Tae-young. He looked around and said, this place. The elder quickly replied, this used to be a prison, because the bloodland of the divine race was originally a cave, so it became an ideal place of imprisonment. As soon as he finished speaking, he stopped walking. Looking at the locked gate before their eyes, both of them suddenly fell silent. Without saying a word, Taeyong immediately stepped forward, placing his hand on the iron gate thoughtfully. While he was busy thinking, the elder's deep voice rang out again, "This is eternal cold iron." The old man continued slowly, "I once heard that there was a monster that could only be sealed with eternal cold iron." Hearing this, Taeyong's entire face suddenly came back to life as he remembered Mano's twisted face. Then he looked down at his hands. Then turned to ask, "But why did the elder help me and lead me to the bloodland of the divine race?" Taeyong slowly said in a dark voice, "I have been branded as a rebel." Hearing that, the elder suddenly chuckled, "Because I was on Princess Erin's side." He recalled that most of the current palace lord supporters in the North Sea were in power, and then he thought about Seol Erin's situation. Meanwhile, Princess Erin gives a promise and gives hope to people like us. Lower class, Taeyong asked in confusion, "What promise?" The elder recalled the difficult days and told, "But you see, the barren land forced us to fight for survival every day, but that became a convenient excuse to strengthen the ruling class's ruling structure." Back to reality, the elder spoke coldly, "The people had to endure poverty and cold just to make ruling easier." He spoke the painful truth in a low voice, "They wanted to maintain that state for as long as possible." Taeyong heard this and immediately cursed under his breath, "Damn it, that's also the reason why the Martial Arts Alliance always insists on maintaining the 10 Great Masters system." Then the elder continued, "But Princess Erin tried to change that, who encouraged trade and commerce." Taeyong suddenly remembered Jie Yang's calculating face, cursing in his heart, "That's why that damn Golden King." Thinking, he immediately turned around and said, "Elder, leave this matter to me and quickly return. If the current palace master discovers you, you will lose your life immediately." But the elder quickly shook his head and refused his good intentions. "I have no regrets for the rest of my life, I only hope that the princess will be safe." Seeing his loyalty, Taeyong immediately swore, "Don't worry, I will definitely protect the princess." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped for a few seconds because of the words he had just uttered. Taeyong muttered though, "We will." At that moment, on the other side, Kang Cheon's surprised voice suddenly rang out, "What, you want to learn the Ice King's fist?" Aaron replied while walking, "Yes, to stabilize the process of absorbing the ice essence, I need the internal energy heart method of the Ice King's fist." These words made him extremely confused. Thinking back to the past, she frowned slightly. She even went to Shaolin to learn I Jin Jing just to absorb the ice essence. Breaking free from her chaotic thoughts, Seol continued, "But instead of Shaolin, which was originally only for women, she advised me to learn the King's Spear." Her calm voice still resounded, "The King's Spear originally originated from Shaolin." But Kang Cheon listened and fell silent. Then he asked, "But wasn't Cha Yun Gun there too, that guy called Shaolin with infinite potential?" But before his puzzled gaze, Seol Aaron shook her head repeatedly. She said coldly, "Frankly speaking, he is not on the same level as me." Then Seol Aaron asked again, "Do you know Sang Yunrin? That person is called the first person under the next generation." These words immediately pulled Kang Cheon's memory back to the day he confronted Yunrin. At the same time, Seol Aaron's calm voice rang in his ears again. "Actually, I was the last candidate to compete with him for that position." Speaking of this, a trace of regret suddenly appeared in her voice, "But because I was the heir to the Northern Sea Palace, I had to give up." Seeing that, he could only reply in a low voice. Not waiting for him to say anything more, Seol Aaron continued, "You are very strong after all. I realized that when you fought with the Northern Sea Ice 10, she softly praised, absolutely not for any other reason." But at this moment, Yungun's shiny head appeared in Kang Cheon's mind, and he froze, wondering for another reason. But on the other side, sharp ice arrows were flying forward. Yungun, who was just mentioned, now kicking and destroying each arrow one by one. Then he used another move to send the ice archers flying away. Even so, the most prominent thing was still Yungun's shiny round head. On one side, Namgong Cheol gritted his teeth and trembled. How could they be following our tracks again? Jang Sam heard and widened his eyes, thinking of something bad. Could it be Sukgun? At this moment, his panicked voice rang out again, "Jang Sam, where should we go? Can you believe what Sukgun said?" Jang Sam did not reply but remembered what he had said to her then. "Just follow the path I show you, you will find the temple, stay there as long as possible." But Sukgun's last words still left him extremely confused. "Until he comes to save you." Jang Sam widened his eyes and repeated each word in his head, "You must survive until the Taeyong Martial Arts School arrives." Meanwhile, the three Yunguns seemed to have seen something extremely strange. causing everyone's expressions to become strange. In front of them now was a group of ice archers led by Seo Jiho. The old man coldly declared, "I have avenged Yuhu," but Jang Sam heard these words and his heart suddenly fell to rock bottom, revenge. Without waiting for him to think further, Seo Jiho's deep voice rang out again, "You will all become sacrifices." Yun Gun, however, paid no attention to the old man's threat and shouted, charging forward. But Seo Jiho quickly created a rose-shaped ice ball in front of her. Yun Gun's punch immediately hit the ice barrier instead of Seo Jiho. Seeing this, Jicheng immediately drew his sword to help. With just a few basic sword strokes, the ice barrier instantly shattered into hundreds of pieces. Under the intense pressure, Yun Gun could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. This scene immediately made Namgung Cheol and Jang Sam's faces turn pale. He quickly regained his composure and calculated, in this situation, we might not even make it to the temple in time. But at this moment, a series of strange noises suddenly rang out, causing Jicheng to stop in confusion. On the other side, Sayo also frowned in doubt at this strange appearance. Then in front of everyone's eyes, suddenly, from above, countless pieces of rubble fell, and then a giant hole suddenly appeared. The sudden air pressure hit, causing Namgung Cheol and Jang Sam to cover their faces at the same time. Under the dense smoke and dust, Taeyong's large figure gradually appeared. Looking at the person who just arrived, Seo Jiho also had to open her eyes wide in surprise. But on the other side, Taeyong just coldly glanced at him. Just then, Taeyong appeared. Seo Jiho frowned when she saw him. The other group of people were extremely excited, even Jang Sam was so happy that he cried. Taeyong spoke with great pride, "Seo Jiho, one of the 4 great guardians of the North Sea, show me what abilities you have." The old man looked annoyed and scowled, "You useless brat who only knows how to cause trouble, it's time to teach you a lesson." Between the two hands gradually condensed a large block of ice. The ice block was getting bigger and bigger. Jicheng's group was surprised when they saw this and secretly felt something was wrong. He pushed the ice block away so that it rushed straight towards Taeyong. He did not panic and retreat, but prepared to counterattack. Taeyong raised his right arm, then just barehanded strong posture down. Such a huge block of ice was instantly shattered into small pieces. Seo Jiho couldn't react for a moment because this was too sudden. Taeyong, despite successfully eliminating the danger, must have still felt that the power of this ice block was too great and frowned. He did not hesitate to start moving. Taeyong threw a punch straight at the old man. Before I could realize it, I was punched in the stomach. The force of the hit was so strong that Seo Jiho immediately coughed up blood. But Taeyong didn't stop there and threw another punch at the old man's face. Seo Jiho was sent flying into the wall, shattering countless rocks and dirt. The people behind the defense must have felt intimidated. Taeyong gave them a sharp look. The crowd was startled and scared. Suddenly a series of ice arrows came from somewhere. Taeyong glanced back warily. He used his bare hands to hit the arrows head-on, causing them to shatter. Seo Jiho sat on the floor in the corner, his hands still smoking. He must have been the one who just attacked. Seo Jiho's hands were now shaking from exhaustion. A hand reached out and grabbed his wrist. Taeyong stood looking down. "Enough, Seo Jiho, you lost." Seo Jiho gritted his teeth and refused to give up. His face was covered in blood and wounds. Seo Jiho's hand emitted another stream of blue smoke. Taeyong knew this guy's intentions and felt uncomfortable. He didn't say much more but decisively twisted Seo Jiho's wrist, making him cry out in pain. The crowd behind became more and more panicked. Taeyong asked harshly, "What did you just say?" Seo Jiho he grabbed his collar saying each word with difficulty, "He's dead, that barbarian, someone from the Sukgun tribe or something." His stomach was pierced. Taeyong heard it and was surprised and didn't believe it, so he asked again. The old man laughed wildly, "You will soon follow him." Taeyong started to think, that guy specializes in using poison, yet someone took him down with poison. He kept asking, what kind of monster was it? Seo Jiho glanced as if she had no intention of answering. Taeyong smiled as if he had guessed something. He wasn't from the North Sea. Could it be that he came from the Devil's Sect? Zhou heard this startled, must not have expected. Jang Sam's group was equally surprised. What, demonic cult? Taeyong, what are you threatening? Seo Jiho, I'm from the Martial Arts Alliance. You guys better tell the truth before I report to the higher-ups that the Ice Palace is colluding with the evil cult. The old man looked at him expressionlessly for a moment. The people behind must be afraid that something will happen beyond their control. Seo Jiho just told the story now. We tried to stop him. Taeyong looked suspicious, still grabbing the old man's collar to stop him. Suddenly someone announced, His Majesty Mano is mad again. Gunryo turned around. What? At the same time, Manhwa was screaming frantically. He reached out and strangled a man. Blood immediately splattered all over Manhwa's body. Guho quickly waved his hand to mediate. Stop, stop, we are on your side. There was a flash of blue light. Manhwa's hand did not stop but continued to attack. The crowd was so scared they couldn't say anything, they just stood there watching. Guho was strangled by the guy and coughed up a lot of blood. But he still tried to hold Manhwa's hand. Manhwa's arm gradually appeared thin layers of ice. But he seemed unharmed. The two people just faced each other in silence. Gunryo walked step by step towards it. Someone saw it and quickly stopped it. It's too dangerous, Your Majesty. But she didn't care or fear and put her hand on Manhwa's back. He felt annoyed and shouted, angrily turning his head back. Manhwa's eyes suddenly lit up when he saw the person standing behind him. The clawed hand stopped just inches in front of Gunryo. She held Manhwa's hand. Calm down. He now had difficulty saying, I'm sorry. Manhwa gently hugged Gunryo and repeated, I'm sorry, my daughter. The man with a bloody face let out a painful roar. Then he suddenly burst out laughing. Like a sarcastic laugh, his whole body trembled. He used his hand to wipe away the blood flowing into his mouth and exclaimed, Damn, I thought I was going to die. The man held his chest, thinking back, it was indeed very strong, but poison alone could not kill me. He propped himself up on the rock, trying to get up. I have gone beyond the so-called immunity. I have reached the realm where poison turns into elixir in my body, he sneered, and now I am sure who you are. The man finally stood on his feet, the flashback still not over. The sting was as sharp as ever. He kept monologuing and then burst out laughing, his laughter echoing throughout the cave. Back to reality, Seo Jiho had just been punched, causing his face to be bruised. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand and leaned back. The guards immediately moved behind him, supporting him, preventing him from falling to the ground. Taeyong roared loudly and pointed at the crowd, You are crazy, the people of the North Sea Ice Palace have completely lost their minds. Namgung Cheol's group was both surprised and wondering what was going on. Taeyong thought, but when the Blood Demon Wanderer, the holy object of the Blood Demon sect, appeared, didn't both the righteous and evil sects rush in to fight over it without hesitation? Namgung Cheol approached him and asked, Sir, what should we do now? Taeyong quickly replied, We must quickly get to the divine altar at all costs. The old man turned to ask Jang Sam, Do you know the way? He replied, According to the 5 Sukguns. Thinking for a while, Jang Sam pointed in a direction, probably this direction. Taeyong followed the direction he pointed without hesitation. He told the kids behind him, Stay close to me, don't separate. Taeyong's actions made Jang Sam let out a surprised gasp because he couldn't follow his train of thought. Taeyong pulled his right hand back, focusing his strength on his fist. Then he threw a punch with such force that the boulder shattered into many small pieces. Somewhere in that moment, Taeyong remembered his ruined past self. Jang Sam and Namgung Cheol looked at this scene and were so terrified that they were speechless, they could only open their mouths in surprise. Taeyong was able to carve a path after punching through the rock that was blocking the way. Jang Sam's group was amazed. Then everyone followed Taeyong to where they needed to go. Kang Cheon and Aaron arrived at the ancient ruins. He looked at the scene before him, reconfirming with her, So this is the divine altar. Aaron replied, Yes, the final moment has come. Pass on to me the internal energy secret of the royal spear. Kang Cheon frowned, his attitude looked reluctant, but he still agreed, Okay. Suddenly a voice interrupted the conversation between the two, So this was the divine altar. A man appeared in the sight of the two of them, his voice continued to be filled with admiration. The place where the first ice crystal was created. The man who just arrived was Jae Yang, behind him were his heavily dressed subordinates, their identities could not be seen. Aaron realized his identity. She angrily questioned, What is this, Golden King? According to our agreement, you have no reason to appear here. Jae Yang smiled sarcastically in response to her, But you said, I didn't just make a deal with you. These words successfully provoked Aaron, she angrily said as she mentioned the reputation of the 10 great supremes. But before Aaron could finish, Jae Yang pointed at himself and interrupted, I don't just rely on martial arts, but on my achievements as a businessman, so using any means to seek profit is the most correct way to strengthen my reputation. He waved his hand to signal his subordinates to follow him. Each of them took out a large bag of water. Then they simultaneously opened the latch and poured out the black liquid inside. Kang Cheon and Aaron were surrounded by their subordinates. The area around them was covered in that black liquid. The strange thing here is that this liquid bubbles like boiling water. Kang Cheon and Aaron didn't understand what was happening, but neither of them forgot that they needed to be careful. Aaron took a stick of wood and lit one end, turning it into a torch, then she slowly brought the flame closer to the black puddle. When the distance was close enough, Aaron quickly threw it straight down. The flame contacted the liquid and immediately spread across the surface. Sukgun looked on and wondered if that black water was on fire. Feeling the dire situation, Aaron realized she needed to do something to stop the fire from spreading and engulfing her and Kang Cheon. Aaron immediately used his power. She summoned water and poured it straight onto the fire to put it out. But the water did not weaken the power of the fire, but showed signs of making it stronger and stronger. Aaron tried his best but still could not change the situation. Kang Cheon kept silently observing everything that was happening. He rubbed his chin and considered, this is not an ordinary oil. Jae-young saw the two of them struggling and laughed at them. Unlike you guys who only know how to bury your heads in practicing martial arts. He remembered the days when he rode a camel through countless lands. He traveled the world and witnessed with his own eyes how the times were changing. Jae-young still remembers the first time he saw someone using a hunting gun in real life. Now the fate of the world will be decided by new inventions and technologies. He waved his hand and shouted loudly. Even with decades of martial arts training, he could not resist this undying flame. Then, Jae-young opened his left palm and extended it towards a subordinate. The subordinate placed a ball in his hand. Jae-young took it and gently flicked it into the fire. The moment the ball falls, Aaron felt like time was slowing down, so slowly, she couldn't help but feel scared. And when contact occurs, an explosion occurs, it looks like the ball is a firecracker. Aaron and Kang Cheon's hair was blown up. She had to cover her face with her arms to keep something from flying into her eyes. After the explosion, Jae-young waved his hand again. His subordinates received the order. Each of them took out another firecracker. Then they all threw it at the same time, hitting the burning oil pool surrounding Kang Cheon and Aaron. Jae-young smiled happily when he saw them about to die. But contrary to his expectations, at this moment, Kang Cheon started to make his move. His actions also surprised Aaron. A whirlwind was summoned, whipping the cannons into the air and knocking the people inside away from them. Thanks to that, when explosions occur, Kang Cheon and Aaron are safe. Jae-young was stunned when he witnessed this. His expression clearly showed shock as if he couldn't believe his eyes. In the end, both Kang Cheon and Aaron were safe and sound. She was also surprised by the strength of her companion. Jae-young's whole body trembled. He gritted his teeth and said, "Impossible." Finished, Kang Cheon smiled, clearly showing interest. Very interesting. He frowned, provocatively continuing, "New inventions." Jae-young could not bear that defeat, hastily ordered the guards, split into two, attack simultaneously. Immediately, the black-clothed guards rushed out at his command. They took those new invention balls and tried to attack Aaron. Another group then turned to attack Kang Cheon. Jae-young looked at the battle, arrogantly smiled triumphantly. He was not afraid at all. His cold eyes swept over the guards, then he immediately got into a fighting stance. He continuously launched lightning-fast moves at them, leaving everyone surprised and unable to understand what was happening. The guards were also surprised by his counterattack. They fell one by one. The power from Kang Cheon's move just like that attacked the remaining guardians. The arrogant Jae-young just now turned to shock and fear at his strength. While he was still in a daze, Kang Cheon was already standing in front of Jae-young. Suddenly he held out the ball. He didn't understand anything yet. He dropped the ball. Jae-young could only look on with a bewildered gaze. Immediately realizing what Kang Cheon was planning, he couldn't help but panic. Jae-young used Qigong to fly up to escape from his target. Seeing that he had already flown up to dodge, Kang Cheon put his leg out to block the ball so it wouldn't hit the ground. Looking at Jae-young using Qigong in the air, he was surprised. Oh, with that body he can still use lightness skill. Kang Cheon couldn't help but sigh, as expected of one of the top 10 masters. As soon as he used his Qigong to fly up, Jae-young immediately flew away from that place. While running away, he was also scared. Who is that? A strange face. Jae-young remembered the name of his power just now and immediately guessed. Could it be that he was a hidden master who had just regained his youth? Not only was he afraid of Kang Cheon's power, he was also worried about the people he had killed just now. All 10 guards had been annihilated. What were they going to do now? Just as he thought of this, Gunryo's group appeared. They were waiting for him. She saw Jae-young flying over and said, "A golden king." Gunryo immediately got to the point. Did they get the ice crystals? He shook his head in disappointment. It was a failure. Seol Gong heard that and criticized. He didn't expect that one of the 10 great masters couldn't deal with Seol Aaron. There was also an unknown expert helping her. Jae-young saw that he seemed to know something, so he asked, "Do you know who that is?" He asked again, "A top expert." Gunryo stood beside him and spoke up in dissatisfaction. "Don't tell me you're talking about the master of the mighty dragon sect, the one that the martial arts alliance summoned." Seol Gong firmly said, if it was him then I would have taken his life already. Hearing the two of them say that, Jae-young couldn't believe it, he was stunned, his voice trembling, impossible, I was just fighting with him. The other two people were surprised to hear that. Jae-young realized and immediately thought, this matter really isn't simple, then he changed the subject. Jae-young pointed forward and urged, anyway, let's quickly go to the divine altar, the ice crystal is there. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud noise came out, making him surprised. A group of soldiers in white armor were approaching him. They flew into attack while showing off their moves. Jae-young looked at them and guessed, Shangwon-gwin Tae-young. While everyone was curiously watching, a voice rang out, so you all gathered here. Suddenly a group of dark shadows appeared and disappeared and were also approaching. It turned out that the person holding the group of people was Jang Sam. He had seen the crowd gathered there. Immediately, Jang Sam quickly braked. Namgung Cheol saw the people in front and held his head, lamenting, damn it, why is it that everywhere I go there are these people? Suddenly someone opened the sword. He was surprised to see that. It turned out that person was Jicheng. He asked fearfully, what are you guys planning to do? Don't tell me you're planning to fight. She coldly replied, if I don't fight now, how can I face my master at Manhwa? As soon as she finished speaking, Yun Gun immediately rushed forward. Namgung Cheol looked at him in shock. Not only that, Jang Sam was also reaching for his stick behind him, preparing to declare war. Namgung Cheol was left alone behind. He asked, sweating profusely, scared, hey, you too. Seeing him being so cowardly, Jang Sam raised his stick and said firmly, I am a true disciple of the beggar gang, if the rumor that I died while running away spreads everywhere. Immediately after that he growled in humiliation and immediately exploded with power and charged forward. Namgung Cheol stood there looking at everyone like that, constantly afraid, are you all crazy? Speaking of which. Suddenly he realized something, paused for a few seconds. It turns out that Namgung Cheol's face turned red from pride. It seems that the Nam Kung family now only has young rabbits, no more fierce tigers. Thinking, he drew out his sword, everyone wait for me. Namgung Cheol's attitude changed, he became more determined, he charged towards the battle, shouting, the fierce lake of Nam Gong family is coming. The crowd rushed forward, the scene became chaotic. Meanwhile, Gunryo was still calmly facing Tae-young. He laughed and said, I just heard an interesting story from Seo Jiho. Without hesitating for long, he pointed towards the giant monster in their group. The ice palace had brought back the demonic monster. Suddenly Tae-young spoke, intending to dominate the martial arts world, making Seol Gong panic. He pointed in that direction and growled, for the crime of treason against the martial arts alliance, I will arrest you right here. Gunryo was not afraid, his face was indifferent and contemptuous, rebelling, so what has the martial arts alliance ever done to our North Sea Ice Palace? Then she coldly announced, from today, BAC High Ice Palace officially withdraws from the martial arts alliance. In 1,000 cases, he never thought of her saying that, and couldn't help but be surprised. Not only did Gunryo declare it loudly, he also challenged you, so we can't guarantee your safety anymore, Tae-young. Tae-young heard her say that and sarcastically said, you say it like you've guaranteed it before. While the two were arguing, a huge force appeared, making Gunryo's hair flutter. It turned out that it was the monster that the Ice Palace brought. It was angrily rushing towards him to attack. Tae-young did not hesitate to use his magic to wield the royal spear. He said, and then he raised his hand and punched the monster repeatedly. But surprisingly the monster quickly caught Tae-young's fist. He grabbed his hand tightly. Tae-young couldn't help but panic when he saw that. Tae-young used all his strength to block the other's fist. Mano on the opposite side also clenched his fist and pushed him. Mano, lift your leg high. A kick straight to his body made Tae-young suddenly lose gravity. Both Jang Sam and Namgung Cheol standing on the side were also surprised. Mano continued to charge forward with all his might. He opened his bright red eyes. The royal hand smashed down, shattering everything into pieces. He was thrown out. Se. Gunryo appeared with a group of black-clothed soldiers standing behind him. They shouted loudly, Palace Lord. Seol Gong angrily walked over and grabbed Gunryo's shoulder. Debris from nowhere shot from below onto Seol Gong's body. Gunryo worriedly called Seo Gong. He lay down in pain and cried out. Immediately, some black-clothed soldiers used their strength to heal him. She frowned, her voice trembling, damn it, we lost all 4 of our generals already. Tae-young glanced over to the side where the incident just happened. She ordered Jae-young, Golden King, we need your support. Jae-young heard this, his face was full of sweat. He replied fearfully, 10 guards are on their way, please hold on a little longer. She frowned uncomfortably, thinking to herself, a person called one of the top 10 experts can't do anything, can I really trust him? A loud scream, Taeyong and Mano were still fighting each other. Big Hand punched some debris. He kept punching and wondering why he was only defending. He raised his fist back to gain strength. Strong figure down on the guy who was still in defensive position. A punch from the royal spear shattered the ground into rocks. Push him away. Around the Mano appeared a stream of power. Taeyong looked at him confusedly. Suddenly white dust and sand flew around him. Gradually the white dust and sand turned yellow in a hazy shape. Taeyong's whole face was red and bulging like a blood vessel was about to burst. He asked suspiciously, "What is this?" His hands suddenly turned blue, and the veins on his hand also turned blue-black. He remembered the moment the guy held his hand tightly. Looking down at his hand in disbelief, a thought appeared, the poison is spreading. Mano summons the giant blue power, threatens him, end this. A black power appeared on the hand with 5 sharp claws. He stabbed his 5 claws straight into Taeyong's stomach. His forehead was full of veins. His eyes suddenly turned bright blue. Taeyong tried to use both hands to hold Mano's wrist that was stabbing his stomach. He kept trying to say, I had been hit by what they called thousand poison before, though I was never completely resistant to it. Mano didn't believe him. Repeat, thousand poison. Taeyong's face was covered in sweat, thousand poison, but that meant I had accumulated some resistance. As soon as he finished speaking, the king turned around and used both hands to tightly grasp Mano's big wrist. Lift his hands above his head. Knocked him down to the ground. He continued to raise his fist, using all his remaining strength to punch the guy hard. Taeyong's face was pale without a drop of blood. His whole body turned to dust. Then appeared behind him. Mano used his hand to stab straight forward. A green hand with black veins rushed to his back. Taeyong was startled. The king's spear managed to avoid the hand that was about to stab him in the face. Sukgun used one hand to grab the wrist that was emitting black gas. He clenched his fist and said, "It's my turn to counterattack." He used all his strength to launch himself straight towards Mano. A stream of force rushed in and shattered the small rocks. Sukgun seriously launches his move. Namgung Cheol opened his mouth wide and looked at Jang Sam standing next to him, tears continuously flowing, emotional. "You are still alive, master of the 5 poisons." 2 hands clasped. Sukgun pulled him with both hands. "Someone left a shortcut for me." Taeyong stood up while trembling and said, just in time. Mano man covered in blood along the abdominal muscles, screaming miserably. Sukgun glanced at the guy who was rising and reminded Taeyong, "That bastard, now I know who he is." He looked at Mano and said to him, "I alone can't fight him." Taeyong looked at his hand that was gradually turning blue, continuing his words, "The poison is spreading throughout my body." Sukgun looked over and said uncomfortably, "If you can hold out for 5 moves, maybe we still have a chance." Taeyong's face was pale, his eyes were dark, his voice was weak. "I will die before the 5 moves are over." He was annoyed, his mouth curled sarcastically, "Who knows, maybe your only disciple will save you." He just answered perfunctorily and then saw. Small rocks started flying up. Mano was angry and used all his strength. His body was full of veins and blood vessels, blue veins floating on his biceps. Suddenly broke open, the arm was extended. Gunryo and the guard looked on with surprise. Everyone watching outside also widened their eyes in surprise. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant female monster with long, sharp claws. Mano's eyes suddenly flashed. He used all his strength to punch the ground, causing it to crack. This terrible power made everyone extremely terrified. Taeyong got into a stance ready to block Mano's incoming punch. Both of them threw punches at the same time. The force from the collision was extremely terrifying, but it seemed that because of being poisoned earlier, Taeyong's strength was no longer stable. He gritted his teeth, trying to put all his strength into his punch. Well, even so, his strength still couldn't compare to Mano's strength. His hand was bent down, which made Taeyong cry out in pain. His face was covered with blood vessels. He quickly withdrew his fist. But Mano wouldn't let Taeyong retreat so easily. He used his hand full of sharp claws to hold his arm tightly. The stream of power from the demon cultist transmitted to Taeyong's arm like an electric shock. His whole body was lifted up by the Mano. His eyes flashed. He stared at him. Suddenly something whizzed past, causing blood to splatter. Also very surprised. "Mano, lift your foot up." He dug his sharp claws into his leg, blood spurting out, which made him scream in pain. Yun-gun, Jang Sam and Namgung Cheon witnessed this scene and couldn't help but shiver, frowning and sweating. Taeyong fell down, his whole body hitting the ground hard. Mano smiled evilly, his claws were gradually approaching Taeyong who was lying motionless on the ground. He began to concentrate his strength on the tip of his sharp claws. Even though he was exhausted, Taeyong still tried his best to raise his voice, now the first form. That made Mano a bit surprised, not understanding what was going on. Only to see Taeyong scream, gathering all his strength. He tilted his head back, then used his head to hit Mano's head really hard. Because he was hit in the head, blood was flowing out of his face, splattered everywhere. Immediately after that, a hand was placed on the head of the evil cult demon. The demon also reflexively glanced up. He stood towering right behind the Mano. In his hand was a ball of black power, long gone. He was delighted to witness this power once again, the devil. Hearing this, everyone was stunned, as if they could not believe it, the devil. He swung the poisonous ball straight down on the head of the demonic Mano. The punch broke the man's sharp teeth. When the poisonous ball was transmitted into Mano's body, his whole body turned green as if he was poisoned. His legs began to buckle, and he knelt on the ground. Seeing that the situation was not good, Gunryo shouted, "Palace Master, you cannot." Mano was also very surprised, "Thousand poison impossible." Then, without having time to deny it any further, his whole body fell to the ground. At this moment, Jang stood by and watched in extreme fear. A master of the demonic sect had been defeated and the situation had changed. He had to leave immediately. But he was about to leave, suddenly someone appeared making him stop. He looked towards that person. In front of him was Kang Cheon walking forward. Seeing that, he quickly turned back to hide behind a large rock. Kang Cheon spoke first, "Is everything done, master?" Taeyong saw Kang Cheon coming and replied, "You came fast. Wait, aren't you with Aaron?" Kang Cheon replied. Seol Aaron was absorbing the ice crystals. Hearing him say that, he immediately asked, "Then you must be there to protect her. Why come here? The threats have all been eliminated, right?" Despite Taeyong's impatience, Kang Cheon remained calm, "Thanks to everyone." Speaking of this, he suddenly interrupted, "Wait," that made everyone extremely confused. Jae-young was hiding behind the rock. Of course he also heard this conversation, which means Seol Aaron was alone. He smiled wickedly. It seemed like they still didn't know the sun pill was fake. He continued to secretly rejoice in his heart. When she absorbed the ice crystal, she would be completely defenseless. "Seol Aaron, now you are mine." At this moment, Jang Sam exclaimed, "Huh." He looked at the place where the Golden King should have been standing. The Golden King had disappeared. Taeyong panicked. He had arrived at the divine altar. He must have realized Seol Aaron was alone. He shouted loudly, pointing at Kang Cheon, "What to do? Seo is in danger." In contrast to Taeyong's worried and panicked expression, Kang Cheon remained extremely calm, as if she was in danger. Seeing Kang Cheon's calm yet scary appearance, Jang Sam and Taeyong were extremely confused. Then a scream rang out. Jae-young was being strangled, his whole body was trembling. The person strangling him at this moment was none other than Se Aaron. That made everyone extremely surprised. Gunryo was also extremely terrified, her whole body was trembling. Then he was thrown away by Seol Aaron. His whole body hit the stone floor hard. Seol Aaron still stood there, power swirling like a tornado. Gunryo was extremely scared. Seol Aaron still seemed to have no intention of taking further action. She approached Gunryo. The storm-like power made Gunryo a little wary. But she remained calm, her strength not reduced. Then suddenly Mano, who seemed to have logged out, came back to life again, and Seol Aaron was now back to normal. With blood-red eyes looking down, "Damn it." She looked at her hand and spoke. The sun pill was completely useless. Kang Cheon didn't seem too surprised. They were never loyal in the first place, so there was no way they would give me real medicine. Seol Aaron is extremely troubled. Without sun pill, I can't absorb ice essence. Hearing her say that, Kang Cheon smiled and said, "There is still a way." He continued, "I have comprehended the internal energy of the King of Commerce. I will transfer yang energy into your body." Hearing this, Seol Aaron's face suddenly turned red. "What?" Looking at her expression, he was a little confused. "Why, is something wrong?" She coughed lightly, regaining her composure. "No, it's nothing." Before starting to perform, Kang Cheon politely asked Seol Aaron if she was ready. Then he began to transfer his power to Se Aaron. At that time, then before her eyes appeared a multi-pointed star, shining brightly. She also let herself float in the air. He looked at her and thought to himself, "My role here is over. I sincerely wish you well." The new palace master of the North Sea Ice Palace restored everything to its proper place. Then Seol Aaron recovered her strength, her eyes flashed. Besides, at this moment Mano, after being revived, was still growling. Gunryo was extremely worried. Yungun and Jicheng were amazed by Seol Aaron's strength. Jam Sang is not much different from the two of them. Even Namgung Cheon couldn't hide his surprise. Mano got one arm frozen by Seol Aaron's power. Not only that, that power is still spreading. She continued to use her power on Mano. Wanting to escape, Mano raised his remaining arm, intending to break the ice on his other arm. But she didn't give him the chance to do so. Her eyes were sharp. She directly created an ice dragon that directly charged towards Mano. Sukgun saw that dragon and immediately recognized it. It was the ice white divine art. The ice on Mano's arm continued to spread throughout his body. The demon Mano screamed, trying to break free from the ice. Gunryo screamed, her tears also falling down. She immediately ran to the devil beside Mano's cold body. Tears streamed down Gunryo's face. Mano turned and whispered words of denial to her. "I'm sorry, I can't wipe your tears." Seol Aaron was silent and said nothing. She just silently looked at Gunno crying beside her. Then she also fell into silence. At the Martial Arts Alliance, Kang Cheon was standing enjoying the fresh air. Hearing a noise behind him, he realized someone was coming. The person who just opened the door and walked in was Seol Aaron. He was extremely surprised by her appearance. Why are you here?" But he immediately realized. He immediately clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. "I was impolite to the palace lord, I hope you will forgive me." Seeing him bow like this, she was really not used to it, so she quickly waved her hand. "No need, I did not come here as the palace lord of the North Sea." It turns out she also came here to enjoy this cool atmosphere. The weather in the Central Plains is so pleasant. Speaking of that, she also bowed her head, her voice a bit lost. "If only our North Sea could be like this." He didn't pay attention to ask her, "So everything in the North Sea was done, right?" She replied, "No, the real problems were just beginning." Seol Aaron said as she looked out at the small city below, "Honestly, maybe things would have been better if Gunryo had become the palace lord." Hearing these words, Kang Cheon replied to her, "But she wasn't the legitimate heir." Aaron denied, "No, Se Gunryo has her blood. She remembered my mother had a younger sister, that is my aunt, she had a child with Mano." This information made Kang Cheon extremely surprised. Seol Aaron continued, "Unlike my mother, who was raised strictly in the cold, my aunt had a gentle nature." Remembering that tragic scene, her voice suddenly trembled. In the end the evil aunt escaped and lived with him, but passed away while giving birth to Gunro. She continued pensively, "Gunryo was later brought into the palace by her grandmother, and then she learned the truth. That her biological father was imprisoned and tortured by her." Speaking of this, Kang Cheon seemed to understand everything, so he sought revenge on the former palace lord and seized power. He continued to speak his mind, but relying solely on the power of the poison demon was too reckless for such an ambitious plan. Seol Aaron explained to him that the Ice Palace's authorities didn't like me, which was even more beneficial for her. She sighed and said, "I am so tired of seeing so many people die on this harsh land. We want to change the North Sea by developing trade and commerce. But they do not accept that." He comforted her as he said, there was still a long way to go. She looked at the distant horizon. "That's why I decided to go on a trip to clear my mind." Kang Cheon wondered, "Go on a trip?" Seol Aaron smiled softly and said, "Haven't you heard, from today, I am officially a member of the Special Guard camp." Kang Cheon seemed to not believe what he asked. At this moment, a loud shout suddenly rang out, and the Allied Special Forces team's fluttering flag gradually appeared. The team led by Taeyong bravely gave the order to set off. And following closely behind him was Sukgun. In the distance, Seol Aaron's group, Jang Sam, and Namgung Cheol were also mingling with the crowd. Elsewhere, Jichung and Yungun were also coldly observing everything. Meanwhile, Kang Cheon smiled confidently as he looked forward. At the same time, a group of people were eagerly advancing towards the palace.